the Women's Development Bank to come so that she can apply for women's credit. And so I'm very happy that enough commitment has been made in terms of deposit at the Bank of Ghana, 400 million Ghana cedis as the minimum capital requirement. And so we are praying that once the Women Development Bank also comes on board, it is not only going to create jobs, but it will expand credit, most especially to our market women who need 1,000, 2,000 just to, expand their tabletop businesses. So I'm very happy their operations within the banking sector.
Okay. I wanted to take Jennifer's comment, but I'm told the minority leader is about to rise to make a statement, so we'll hear him now.
Has just told this House that the true character of a finance minister is not determined by how much he spends. Such a statement must cause palpitation among ministers of state. Mr. Speaker, basically, what he is telling all ministers, that he is not going to spend, he is not going to release funds to you. Mr. Speaker, already you are suffering and you've been redundant in your various ministries. His deputy minister told the nation that 1.6 billion was released to the agri minister. Today, he says only 1.1 billion. You see, the true measure of a finance minister is not how much he spends. Mr. Speaker, throughout his review, there was no policy announcement for the cocoa sector. The 4 million farmers, the 4 million cocoa farmers are suffering. This finance minister, since he took over as a supervising minister responsible for cocoa, we have seen suffering and wailing, and he comes here to lament. Mr. Speaker, he talks about determining the true cost of economic policy, the true cost. He's talking about having met some debt. What he has forgotten, that he refused good counsel from the minority. When Gold Board and Bank of Ghana charges on the gold for reserve policy was at 15%, we cautioned. He didn't listen. Later, IMF forced them to reduce it to 9%. 3 days ago, the governor announced that he was no more going to participate in this gold for reserve. It's too late in the day. You've already incurred losses of 9.6 billion. That is what the IMF told you. And you come here, you're saying prudent management of the economy. Really? Mr. Speaker, this review is full of English with empty payment. The payment, he said, is done. He said they've done some payment. Why didn't he give us details? You paid your party members. You paid your party members. The monies have gone to your party members. And Mr. Speaker, the Nkukon Kitinkiti project has now become protein.
Honourable members, I insist we listen to each other in silence.
The Nkukon Kitinkiti has become protein for your party executives. They are all cooking Akukon Kwine. It is now Akukon Kwine. Mr. Speaker, I want the finance minister to walk the talk. If you come here and you say 24-hour market, 24-hour market at 42 million cities, and you've abandoned the Agenda 111, the hospitals, that should be your priority. You are not constructing the hospitals. Then you are spending a whooping sum of 42 million, and you say you've released 80% to the assemblies. Mr. Speaker, meanwhile, you are using the assemblies, their own allocation, to pay for the 24-hour economy. When there are no hospitals, how do you say you are constructing markets? Mr. Speaker, this review is uninspiring. There is no inspiration. What we are experiencing in this country is persecution, persecution, persecution. For the first time, we are seeing political imprisonment. One to me is a political prisoner. Mr. Speaker, Camilla Hassan, a young mother of 3, is also a political prisoner, telling you how intolerant you are. And you are here telling us you are running an economy. You want this to be a one-sided parliament. When people criticize you, you threaten them. A lot of my MPs here have been threatened. You are threatening members of parliament with prosecution. Let me serve a warning to the Attorney General that the ravening clouds shall no longer be victorious. They shall not long possess the sky. Be careful. 2028, you'll be in opposition. 2028. If you are not careful, Mr. Speaker, if you don't stop now, you will go and meet Wontumi there, and Wontumi will be out, and you will go in. So I'm advising you, let us all be measured. We welcome the reforms by the finance minister. And for the first time, he did something patriotic by acknowledging the digitalization reforms we introduced in government payments. Today he has acknowledged it. Mr. Speaker, we commend you for acknowledging MPP. We commend you. But you can do better. Tell your government to free all political prisoners. Dr. Atu Forsen, tell your government to free all political prisoners. Wontumi deserve justice. Kamila Al-Hassan deserve justice. The MPs behind me that you have lined them up for persecution. Listen, you can decide to imprison every MP. It will not shut us down. We will criticize you. We will hold your feet to account. And we'll make sure you account for every city you spend. But you know what? The good news is that you are on your way to opposition. You are on your way to opposition. So you should begin thinking. You should begin thinking deep. Because there is someone cells, in someone prison will not be locked up. It will open widely for you. It will swallow many of you. From what we are seeing in public procurement, your situation will be worse. So be careful, those of you who are comfortable. And finally, you claim you want a third term. Third term. You are not performing. You say third term. Atu Forsen, you are here presenting a budget. And beneath it is a third term agenda where you are going to spend money for people to be calling for third term. We are watching you with eagle eyes. Third term, focus on 24-hour economy. You promise 1 job, 3 shifts. You promise industrialization. Ghanaian businesses have lost confidence in you. You canceled the 1D, 1F, which was creating opportunity for the private sector. In its place, no policy alternatives. Electricity tariffs have gone up over almost 30%. Then you get up, you say you are promoting 24-hour economy. You have sacked public sector workers. Many of the Ghanaian youth lost their jobs. You sacked them. Today you are here. Instead of promising to restore them into their rightful places in the job market, you are not doing so. Then you come, you say we should praise you. Who is going to praise you? If you don't pay and you are holding the money and then you are there tightening belt and only paying your party members, then we should praise you. We are not interested in the books. We are interested in the economy in our pockets. People are suffering, Mr. Speaker. People need jobs. Your youth, even your MPs, they are praising you here. A lot of them are hungry. Your backbenchers, they can't go back home. Your backbenchers. And you hear, you say we should praise you. Who will not praise you? It is the same old story. Asem Dadana, Mrs. Sai. Mrs. Sai. Mrs. Sai. Again. Asem Dadana. Mr. Speaker, I rest my case.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker,
Honorable members, let's listen to each other in silence. I insist that we listen to each other in silence. Yes, Majority Leader.
thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me, on behalf of the House, thank the Finance Minister for presenting a mid-year review of the budget, which this House approved and authorized him to execute. And Mr. Speaker, I must say that the Finance Minister has given a very good account of himself. Mr. Speaker, just to correct the records, there is no inconsistency between what the Finance Minister said and what his deputy mentioned some time ago. His deputy mentioned that he had given a release of 1.1 billion, 1.6 billion. Today, the Finance Minister reported that he has given 1.1 billion to the Ministry of Agriculture and
That is payment.
And he also paid 551 million for Farmer Services Center. If you put the two together, that's 1.6. That's one. It was presented. You see, the good thing about this mid-year report.
Honorable members, for once, let's listen to each other in silence. Honorable members, please.
The good thing about this report is that it was presented live on national television. Everybody was watching and they saw the figures projected. So if the minority leader engages in a slip of tongue, it is important for me to I just thought I should correct that. I know that he did not benefit from going to Fufulsu Primary School. So his mathematics might not be as good as Honorable Jinapo's mathematics. When you add 551 to 1.1, you get 1.6. So the Finance Minister and his deputy presented an accurate figure. But Mr.
Mr. Speaker, we were in this country, in this parliament, and there was a finance minister who told us that he could not run this economy without taxing our Momo transfers. That he could not run this economy without taxing our Momo transfers. A finance minister who could not run the economy without going for debts. Today, we have a finance minister who has abolished all those taxes, and yet he is successfully managing our economy. We have a finance minister who is not borrowing recklessly, but is successfully managing our economy. That is why I said that this finance minister has clearly given a good account of himself. Mr. Speaker, Ghanaians are struggling, working day and night to pay the debts, to fix the economy. Like the minister has indicated, ordinary Ghanaians are making sacrifices. Where is the man who put us in the debt? Where is Ken Ofori-Atta? After borrowing recklessly, creating the debts, he has gone and he is hiding in the United States of America. We must bring Ken Ofori-Atta back. Ken Ofori-Atta should be brought back to come and account to the good people of Ghana why he so grossly mismanaged our finances and left ordinary Ghanaians to struggle and fix the economy whilst he enjoys in the United States of America. And this is a man who was presented by the NPP as a finance minister. And the same people are telling Ghanaians that they should be brought back to power. So that you do what with power? You will bring Ken Ofori-Atta back and he will come and be building cathedrals. Mr. Speaker, this media report clearly indicates that the cathedral project is not ongoing. Mr. Speaker, what is ongoing is the construction of new schools. What is ongoing is the improvement of existing schools. What is ongoing is the improvement of the quality of schools. This media report shows that what is ongoing is the construction of roads, the construction of bridges never seen in the history of Ghana before. Mr. Speaker, this finance minister has indeed given a good account of himself. And that is why this House must commend him highly. Mr. Speaker, clearly, under this finance minister, Ghana is working again. Mr. Speaker, I believe that with Dr. Atuforsen managing our economy, we can all go to sleep with two eyes closed because he will deliver. Mr. Speaker, as for the issues that my friends in the minority have raised, I am surprised that when we have been presented with a mid-year review of the budget, we are seeking to castigate the judiciary of this country. You are castigating the judiciary because it is not the Attorney General who convicted Wontumi. It is not Atufosun who convicted Wontumi. It is a judge who convicted Wontumi. So the place to go to is the court where he has been convicted. Go and fight your case in the court. I have full confidence in the judiciary. And I know that if you go there and you Mr. Speaker, this is not a forum to discuss Wontumi. It won't be fair to Wontumi for us to make him the subject matter of debate. So, Mr. Speaker, let me join this House to commend the Finance Minister and to assure the Finance Minister of the support of this House, of the support of Parliament as he continues to work and improve the finances and the economy. Finance Minister, this morning or this afternoon, you have laid a number of bills. You have laid a number of bills which we believe are all aimed at helping you achieve your various targets. This House will diligently go through the bills and ensure the passage of the bills. Mr. Speaker, why is the minority leader thinking that he should take the same time as myself? I speak for 189 people. I speak for 189 people. You speak for how many people? Let's count them. How many are they? How many are they? How can the person who speaks for 189 share the same time as the person who speaks for 87? How does that happen? How does a person who speaks for only 87 have the same time as a person who speaks for 189? Mr. Speaker, so be measured in terms of what you ask for.
Honorable.
Look at your size when you're asking for material.
Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Majority Leader, they will still keep your time for you. Yes, Minority Leader. Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there was a clear understanding of 10 minutes each. I complied with it. The clerk communicated. Mr. Speaker, we were both time. The majority leader's time ended. And then he was given additional time. Mr. Speaker, I was going to talk about the free SHS that they couldn't implement with internally generated funds, and now they are going to borrow. But I held back. Mr. Speaker, just exiting IMF, they've gone for 1 billion cedis. I kept quiet. Mr. Speaker, $1 billion. But because I wanted to act within time, I acted within time. And now the majority leader has been given extended time. And all he says is that he needs 189, which will soon dissipate. Mr. Speaker, I think the right time for debate will come. He should try and end this so that we delve into the issues, because the finance minister for 2 hours on his sparring message.
Minority Leader, with all due respect,
all I want to say.
Let me bring it to your attention that I am not the timekeeper. They are keeping the time up there, which would automatically cut at 10 minutes. I think the clerk can attest to that. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, if you observe, for most of the time I was on my feet. I was not talking because you were making a lot of noise and heckling. So I was quiet, if you observe. You see, when you heckle and I shout back at you, I haven't respected you. The reason is that there's a proverb among my people, but I will not use that proverb. So please, when you are talking, I keep quiet because I respect you. I have to listen to you. If you are talking across and I'm also talking across, we are not listening to each other. And the children who are watching from home will be learning a very bad lesson. That's why anytime you start, I keep quiet. That was what ate into my time. If not, strictly speaking, I did not even speak for up to 5 minutes, strictly speaking. And I have a strategy where when a finance minister comes and delivers a very, very sweet message, I don't want to dilute it. I don't want to dilute it. I know the strategy of my friend opposite is to take attention away from this beautiful message to Chairman Wontumi. That's his strategy. If I follow him along that line, I would have assisted him to achieve his objective. So I will not discuss those matters. So let us leave it here. We'll have the time to comment on the statement. In fact, about 2 or 3 days to comment on the statement. At the level of leadership, we'll discuss the time allotment. The proposal is that we start the commentary tomorrow. Will we be sufficiently prepared to start tomorrow? Yeah. It's obvious that you are not ready now. Because when you were given the opportunity, you were talking about Wontumi. When you are given the opportunity, you are talking about Wontumi instead of the media statement. So you are clearly not yet ready. So we'll make copies available to you. When you read that, you might see that it has nothing to do with Wontumi. So, Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much.
Honourable members, we defer further comment on the statement.
So you heard the majority leader, Mahama Yariga. Earlier on, you heard the minority leader, Alexander Penyo Making. So the debate for the budget probably tomorrow or next week. Before we cross over to the team in Parliament to do some interviews, let me take a final comment from Jennifer Adole Moffat as well. What's the quick comment in terms of your expectation? Adocho Moffat, forgive me.
Thank you very much, Bernard. I think I want to commend the Honorable Minister. This is refreshing, just like the main budget itself. And we've seen a lot of reforms. For my part, I would look at some of the fiscal reforms, and I'm zeroing it down to the procurement amendments. And if you check all the new reforms, which is like the shortening of the procurement lead times, the limiting of the use of the single source procurement, and tightening of the restricted tendering. They are all good reforms that I think are needed. And also, even if you check the lead time being reduced from 23 to 8 weeks for the national competitive tendering, that's also very good, meaning that things will progress steadily. And also for the international from 27 to 14, very good. I think my main one here is on the restricting the single source and then the restricted tendering, which is very good because if you check most of our procurement that we do around here in Ghana, it doesn't really follow due process. So single source restricted tendering is the way most of them goes. So for us to have these new ones, it's very good. But I would rather want to also, I wanted to have seen the minister mention the GANEPs and then the gift mix. But I think he made a statement that governments would now sanction. I think they want to implement the sanctions in the Public Financial Management Act, which is very, very good. So we are expecting to see most of that going on. And then also with the MMDs, because you realize that most of the data from or what the MMDs they produce, they are IGF, internally generated funds, they are used for things that are really not, I don't know, very, very prudent. So for this new PPA Act coming in, amendments in the Public Financial Management Act, then we know that we are heading to a very good place. And finally, on the big push. So we can see that there's a lot of noise made about the big push as well. But for me, we were expecting to see, as civil society, some of the things we're expecting to see is the data around the big push, very clear data. We are not expecting that we should come and be requesting for some of these data before they are published. We want all the full things published. And if we are really looking at all these fiscal reforms, we want every data on the big push should be on the GANEPs as well. That also helps with easy tracking. We are also asking for a disaggregated data. We want to know what exactly the big push is funding. So if it is funding from the petroleum revenue, let us see which projects are under that. If it's funding from minerals resources, let us see which projects are under that. And also, if it's coming from, let's say, the public co-financing with private sector, let us also see which of the projects, which can make it very easy for citizens to know where the monies are going, and then we can easily track and follow the money. Thank
Wonderful.
you, Bernard.
Thank you, Jennifer Moffat, Country Manager of Budget Ghana, one of our 4 panel members for this budget preview and quick analysis. We also have had Chona Makbelo, who is the Greater Accra Regional Chair of the AGI. Thank you for being here. Nelson Kujo Kwagbeji, a financial analyst, thank you for being here. And Jijeje Fiajo, partner tax for PwC. Thank you. Thank you for watching. Thanks for listening. Our team in Parliament to take up the story on television as the House adjourns and picks the next date for hearing. Programming on radio also continues. Thanks for watching. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
Yes, Honorable Habib.
Mr. Speaker, the finance minister is a senior person in this chamber. At the time you were reading the statement, you were not laying any paper. So any explanation on the statement that you read was not part of the procedure of this. Now you are laying a paper, and it is within our standing orders in 97.3. You were reading the statement under 91. So you should do the needful, but you cannot refer us to the statement that you have made. In fact, we were not listening because it was boring.
Honorable Deputy Whip, by what standard are you measuring the explanation given by the finance minister?
Mr. Speaker, he didn't
The rule
explain.
says
Mr.
you
Speaker,
give
he didn't
a short
explain. He only said
explanation. The rules says you give a short explanation, and that is the short explanation. So the requirement of the rules have been met.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, he didn't explain. He only said in his statement. He explained it in his statement.
Yes.
And in his statement, he was not laying any paper. He's laying the paper now. So he should give the explanation.
But that is the explanation he has given, making reference to his presentation. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the same order 97.3 says, a short explanatory statement may be made by the person presenting a paper where requested by the House or a member upon the presentation. 2 earlier on says, if so desired by the person presenting a paper, a short explanatory statement may be made by the person upon the presentation of the paper. This person has already made a statement.
So you're still watching us live on today's special coverage of the 2026 Mid-Year Budget Review presentation, which was done just a few minutes ago by the Finance Minister, Dr. Kasia Latoforsen. Now, we would want to get reaction from some of these members of Parliament on what they make of the presentation. Currently speaking is a Member of Parliament for Damongo, Samuel Jinapor. Let's hear what he has to say on this.
It needs implementation is stagnated. And I give you the figures. 2025, the budget that was presented in 2025 for 2026, planned expenditure was supposed to be 90 billion Ghana cedis. First quarter of 2026, the Ministry of Finance, in terms of implementation, actual implementation, the first quarter was to be 90 billion Ghana cedis. They spent 60 billion Ghana cedis, which is a shortfall of almost 30% in terms of expenditure. This is the worst budget performance since 2016. And the Statistical Service has come out with the figures which have shown that the performance of the budget in the first quarter of 2026, in terms of the differentials between estimate and actuals, in terms of the differentials between estimates and actual payment, what has really been spent is 30% short. And this is the worst since 2016. And this is the point the minority keeps making, which is that this is the fundamental reason why on the streets of our country, you find people talk about there is no money in our pocket, there's lack of liquidity, there is unemployment, cost of living is still unbearable. And indeed, Ghanaians are yet to get to the point where they can put themselves together and balance the books, and cost of living is still so high. So the respectful advice we will give to the Finance Minister is that beyond the data, beyond the statistics, beyond the inflationary figures, beyond macroeconomic indicators, beyond growth rates, beyond debt servicing, debt to GDP, all of those things are important, and we are not going to poo-poo those at all. All of those are important. But there are real lives out there, and there are real life situations which anchors on government expenditure, how government spends. And so for the Finance Minister himself to come out boldly and say that expenditure is one that he's not interested in, he's not interested in spending, that is a problem. And the performance of the budget in the first quarter of 2026 is clear evidence that the Finance Ministry should step up its game, spend a lot more, spare up growth, and bring about the issue of employment, and also reduce cost of living in order to alleviate the suffering of the Ghanaian people. I think the Minister of Finance should do better and revise his notes and spend more and bring about real sector economic growth to alleviate the suffering of the Ghanaian people. I thank you very much.
So just gone by is the Member of Parliament for Damongo, Samuel Jinapor, addressing journalists on the 2026 mid-year budget review that was presented by the Finance Minister, Dr. Kasia Latoforsen. But we have full caucus here to address on the review by the ranking member on the committee, Dr. Mohammed Amin Adam, and who is also the former Minister for Finance.
Okay. Leadership. Okay. So good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the press. So this is the Minority Caucus's preliminary comments or response to the budget review presented by the Honorable Minister for Finance. As you agree with us, this government, from what has been submitted in Parliament, can best be described as talk more, do little government. Because the review has confirmed our description of the original budget, the 2026 budget, as having only bones, no meat. And for that matter, can best be described as Koscielny budget. The minister tried his best to do what he does best, propaganda. But his own data gave him out. His own data showed that the honeymoon is over. They are now faced with the reality because this budget is empty. And because it has no meat and they have no story, again, the minister resorted to blame game. They've been doing this blame game from the time they assumed office in 2025. And after 18 months in government, they are still doing blame game. The Ghanaian people voted for them to deliver just that and not to blame the previous government. But as you all heard from the minister's address, there is nothing to tell the people of Ghana. I will point out to you some of the confessions the minister made. Confessions in respect of issues they disputed last year and early this year. I will also point out some inaccuracies in the presentation, as well as their failure to implement some of the programs they promised the people of Ghana. Number one is on the issue of reserves, international gross reserves. Most of you were in this parliament when the minister brought the reserve management policy. They call it accelerated reserve management policy to this house for parliament to approve, in which document they stated that by the end of 2026, reserves, gross reserves will reach 8.6 months of import cover. Sadly, in the minister's presentation today, he stuck to 3 months of import cover. So how can 8.6 months of import cover all of a sudden become 3 months of import cover? Number two, primary balance. If you recall, in 2025, when they presented the budget for that year, the minister did what we call voodoo analysis of arrears by asking every MDA to bring arrears even when they were not recognized by the Ministry of Finance. He put together about 67 billion Ghana cedis. If you recall, we told you and the people of Ghana that what the minister was doing was propaganda. As a result of the inclusion of those arrears in the budget, the fiscal outturn was distorted. In fact, in the 2025 budget, the minister reported that the primary fiscal deficit was 3.9% for 2024. He did this so that he could undermine the previous government. 3.9%, not the overall fiscal. 3.9%. In the 2026 budget statement, the minister revised it to 3.1%. The same 2024 primary deficit revised from 3.9% to 3.1%. In this mid-year review, the minister has again revised it to 2.9%. Ghanaians can now see that this government are just interested in propaganda. How can primary deficit for 2024 move from 3.9% to 3.1% and now to 2.9%? This confession is not by accident. It is because the minority kept telling the world that this government was misinforming the people of Ghana. And this confession is coming immediately after another confession by the Bank of Ghana governor, I think yesterday or 2 days ago, in which he alluded to the fact that the financing of the gold board was inappropriate. It was misappropriation of funds, it was misuse of funds, as a result of which they recorded losses of about 900 million US dollars. The governor of the Bank of Ghana now confessed that it was a bad decision, and therefore the Bank of Ghana has discontinued with the financing of the gold board. This is what we thought the minister should be talking about, because it is his policy that led to the establishment of the gold board that has occasioned these huge losses in the state. And the minister didn't mention anything in relation to that throughout the review. Let's look at the debt size. Ghana's debt stock at the end of 2024 was 720.7 billion Ghana cedis. In October 2025, when the minister presented the 2026 budget, he boasted that they have reduced the debt stock from 720.7 billion Ghana cedis to 630.2 billion Ghana cedis. The minister boasted about this. And because of that, they were efficient managers of the economy. Ladies and gentlemen, as of May 2026, May this year, Ghana's debt stock stood at 720.8 billion Ghana cedis. So the 720.7 that the minister condemned, we handed over to them, which they reduced to 630.2, is today back to 720.8 billion Ghana cedis. Ladies and gentlemen, what they were supposed to have saved in terms of the reduction in the debt stock was 90 billion Ghana cedis. Today, they have brought back to the debt stock 90 billion Ghana cedis. Exactly what they said they have reduced in our debt stock. And this excludes the almost $1 billion they brought to Parliament for Parliament to approve this week. If you were to add that, then it will mean that Ghana's debt stock, in terms of the addition they have made to the debt stock, will be in excess of 100 billion Ghana cedis. And so, ladies and gentlemen, of all the costs that we incurred as a people to bring stability in the city, the sterilization cost, which they attributed as the basis for the decline in the debt stock, what it means that all that cost amounts to nothing. If at the end of it all, we are back to the same amount of debt stock. People must answer for this. And in due course, we will hold those people responsible for this. DDEP. The minister tried to do politics with DDEP. They have blamed the MPP government for doing DDEP and taking Ghanaians through hardship. But the minister is happy to claim the decline in the debt to GDP ratio to 45%. How did we achieve the decline? We achieved the decline because of DDEP. And so it's hypocritical. Why you will condemn a government that did the debt restructuring, and then you tend to take credit for the effect of the debt restructuring. He mentioned in his presentation that Ghana will pay 111 billion Ghana cedis in 2 years to service debts resulting from the debt restructuring. What the minister failed to say is that without the debt restructuring, Ghana would have been paying 230 billion Ghana cedis to service those debts. And so a government that has worked so hard to reduce what we would have been paying by 50%, that government is being blamed today. This is the hypocrisy we are talking about. And let me add that some of these losses are coming from the Bank of Ghana losses. Bank of Ghana has made huge losses. Recently, when they published their statement of accounts, we all heard what happened. Their net equity, negative equity, increased from 58 billion Ghana cedis to 93 billion Ghana cedis. And this was resulting from the policies of the minister. The minister has been quiet about it. He didn't say anything about it. 93 billion Ghana cedis negative equity on Bank of Ghana as a result of the minister's reckless policies. The minister was supposed to have recapitalized Bank of Ghana. He decided to do, first of all, was to sell the Bank of Ghana building. But after public protestation, they chicken out. Only for him to come and say he has given Bank of Ghana 5 billion Ghana cedis as part of his effort to recapitalize Bank of Ghana. You have added 35 billion Ghana cedis to the negative equity of Bank of Ghana. And you are giving them 5 billion Ghana cedis for recapitalization. You have just 2 years to leave government because the people of Ghana will vote you out. And therefore, when your reckless policies have contributed 35 billion Ghana cedis to the negative equity of Bank of Ghana, we want to read from you, Minister, comprehensive measures aimed at truly recapitalizing Bank of Ghana and not the gymnastics that we are seeing today. And we need that with timelines. Ladies and gentlemen, what they haven't also told you is that the DDEP that we did led to a significant reduction in our debt stock. Ghana's debt was so huge to the extent that today we can now boast that the debt stock has come down. How did we achieve that? After the negotiation, $5 billion of Ghana's debt stock was cancelled outrightly, cancelled from our debt stock. Another $4.7 billion was gained by Ghana as savings. This is why the debt to GDP is now 45%, and not because the minister implemented any policies. If anything, the minister has borrowed more, and they continue to borrow. Let me now come to revenue. As far as revenue is concerned, their revenue measures have not worked. They haven't worked at all because they are not meeting the target. In fact, what the minister presented there was criminal because the program revenue for half year was reduced by 2 billion Ghana cedis in order for the minister to tell Ghanaians that he has met that target. But he's short of that target by 2 billion Ghana cedis. He brought a wrong figure to Parliament. And that is why we think that it's criminal. He's informing the people of Ghana. He's manipulating the data to look good. Whereas the facts, if you want, go and see the 2026 budget statement and look at half-year program revenue. And come and look at what he just presented today. You will see that he has reduced that program revenue by 2 billion Ghana cedis, so that he can tell Ghanaians that he has achieved the target. Revenue is not coming. They are not doing well. They are not efficient. After calling customs officials criminals for engaging in diversionary fraud, the only thing the minister could impose on customs was the AI publican system. And today he's telling us that customs revenue has increased by 15%. When we didn't have the AI, customs revenues in the past were increased by above 20%. Above 20% year on year. So what has the publican AI done after calling custom officials criminals? Ladies and gentlemen, let's now come to the issues that I think must be of concern to Ghanaians. The IMF program. Our government negotiated the IMF program. This government, the NDC, they lambasted us. They criticized us. They condemned us. But we got an IMF program with financing, $3 billion. Today, when they are touting their achievement, we've achieved stability, they have gone to negotiate an IMF program for 3 years without financing. The government that negotiated IMF program with $3 billion financing, you call that a bad government. And today you have gone to negotiate an IMF program, what we call the PCI, without financing for 3 years, under which the IMF will continue to impose conditionalities on Ghana to supervise even how this government is working. If you think you are better managers of the economy, why do you need IMF supervision? Why do you need IMF guidance? So this is the deception we must point out to the people of Ghana. By the time we left government, we did so well as far as implementation of reforms were concerned. The minister said today that they have changed the model of economic management from the old system to a system that is now built on structural reforms. But let's look at how they fared with the structural reforms. Before we left government, we had achieved 79% implementation of the structural reforms of the IMF program. Our peers, Kenya, is doing 70% of implementation rate. Our peers, Zambia, they are doing 70%. This government, the NDC government, brought our structural reform implementation rate from 79% to 53%. That is the secret behind the PCI. Because the IMF told them that when the program exits, we will tell the people of the world that you failed in implementing the structural reforms. And they had to go and negotiate with the IMF. Don't do that. We will accept a PCI so that we can continue to implement the structural reforms under your supervision. That is why they accepted the PCI, which is a demonstration of failure on the part of this government. And so I want to ask them, what economic model have they introduced? What new economic model have they introduced? Nothing. The reality is that this mid-year budget left out some important issues that they promised the people of Ghana. Can you remember throughout the minister's presentation a single mention of the 24-hour economy? No. Did you hear a single mention of the 24-hour economy? No. Which is their flagship economic blueprint. And so the young people of Ghana must now know that this government is not going to give them the jobs they promised them. Did you hear throughout the minister's presentation a single mention of the 1 million coders program? No. Again, apart from the 24-hour economy, which is about jobs for the youth, the 1 million coders program is about jobs for the youth. We didn't hear a single mention of it. The speech mentioned big push, but I can tell you that big push is not big pushing. It needs a push. It needs a push. Because most of the contractors have already packed out of their sites due to non-payment. The minister brought himself up when he said that they have paid 6.5 billion Ghana cedis to big push contractors. You have signed contracts amounting to 70 billion Ghana cedis, and you have paid 6.5 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Minister, what are you telling the Ghanaian people? What are you telling them? And this is just half year. And then you come and boast that big push, 6.5 billion, and his colleagues will say, we have paid. 70 billion Ghana cedis. You have paid 6.5 billion, and you are boasting of that, as a result of which contractors have packed out of their site. Let me now come to growth, the growth strategy. Before the statement, the Minister of Finance provided information to the effect that the minister was coming to present a growth strategy to move from stability to growth. Throughout his presentation, the minister did not mention anything relating to a growth strategy. The entire budget review was silent on a growth strategy. And so, where are the jobs going to come from, Mr. Minister? And this is why the Ghanaian people must be aware that this government has nothing to offer the Ghanaian people. They talk more, they do little. And therefore, I have no doubt that the Ghanaian people will work with us to show this government the exit in 2028. I thank you very much for your attention. My colleagues will add.
Thank you. Colleagues, I just want to highlight just a few things for your attention. In the minister's presentation, I'm sure you heard him saying that as part of their fiscal reforms, they did not introduce any new taxes. You heard him loud and clear. It is our hope that you do not have a short memory, as they are hoping that you do. Remember, they've told you that the people of Ghana have a short memory. So they can tell you anything, and they believe you would have forgotten the facts. For the records, they introduced a 2% growth and sustainability levy on the gross production of mining companies, a special import levy of 2% on cost, insurance, and freight value of certain goods, and then 15% VAT on non-life insurance premiums. The fourth tax they introduced was the growth and sustainability levy for 2026, 2027, 2028. Then they also introduced the special import levy for 2026, 2027, 2028. And then the 8% Dumso levy, the one they brought almost at midnight, before they brought the petroleum-related levies, and then what we call the fishing levy, the withdrawal of the tax exemption on marine gas oil supply to industrial fishing vessels. Those are 8 taxes that this government introduced. Yet today, the minister was telling you they hadn't introduced new taxes. Even today, if you didn't pay attention, you would have missed the fact that he introduced one more tax. Yeah. He said they are going to remove the tax exemption on bunkering. When you remove the exemption, you have introduced a tax. But this is the PR and settings that they do. They hide it in flowery language. And if you are not careful, you will not realize it. Sinamin talked about the fact that they didn't mention the numbers. This is the first time we have had a mid-year review in which the Minister of Finance refuses to mention the revenue target and actual and the expenditure target and actual. This is the first time. Because the essence of a mid-year review is that you are going to review how you have performed target to actual. We are in a community of reading men. And so we read. Go to Appendix A. And he tried to hide it there. 2A. He tried to hide it there. The revenue target for the year is 268 billion. Half year is supposed to be 134 billion. You know what the minister did? That's what Minister Amin was referring to. He deliberately understated it that half year is supposed to be 126 billion. So that when he tells you that his half year actual is 124, you would think he has only missed it by 2 billion. But actually, the difference between 134 billion and 124 billion is 10 billion. That is a 7% shortfall on revenue. Yesterday, when we met you, we told you that they are manufacturing the primary balance and the overall fiscal balance. And we'll prove to you. When you go to the expenditure side, what you couldn't mention on the floor, the one is hidden in the appendices. Total expenditure is 302 billion. Half year is supposed to be 158. That 158 includes the 35 Agenda 111 buildings they promised to do. It includes some of the contractors that they are supposed to pay under big push. It includes their flagship programs like the 1 million coders, Jumerura, 24-hour economy, all of those ones. You will be heartbroken to find out that half year 158 billion, they have actually only released 127 billion. The difference is 31 billion Ghana cedis. You know what 31 billion Ghana cedis can do to create jobs, to impact lives? And that's a 20% shortfall on expenditure. This is how they are manufacturing the overall balance. This is how he's able to now tell you that, oh, the deficit is now this way and the primary balance is now this way, because he's suppressing expenditure in the most critical sectors. I just want to speak about 2 other issues and then I'll yield to my colleagues. The minister also looked the people of Ghana in the face and told us that this is the first time that the Ghanaian economy has hit about $100 billion. Literally, if you do the conversion, about 1 trillion Ghana cedis. In 2024, we went past that mark. We went past 1 trillion in 2024. Why would you look the people of Ghana in the face and tell us this blatant untruth? It is because they are hoping that you will forget the figures. But we on this side of the house, we pay attention to the details. This is the first time that the minister has mentioned growth. Yes, 6.4, but has not been able to disaggregate that growth. and tell you the sources. Remember yesterday we told you that if you disaggregate, it is mostly because of gold, reliance on high gold prices. And that in the minister's own accounting that he did, he said that if your growth is based on gold, it's a galamsey economy. He knows that if he tells you the disaggregated sources, you will figure out that what they are applauding themselves for is a reliance on gold. And so, colleagues, we are here to tell you that just as we mentioned at the beginning prior to this, they are manufacturing the balances, they are not delivering on their programs. I yield to my colleague, Honorable Abner, to make a few more submissions and then we'll wrap up.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think they've said it all. But what I also want to put across is that you heard the minister say that we are going to reallocate this amount of money, we are going to reallocate that amount of money. But let me tell you, for 2026, the budget is sealed. So he didn't even tell us that the 400 million Ghana cedis that he said he was going to reallocate, he didn't even show us where it's going to come from. It is just about talk. You go to the appendices, you find out the numbers, you see the numbers. All the long talk is the appendices that will tell you whether truly that is going to happen or it is not going to happen. All that he said today, I'm going to add 1,000 kilometers of road. Go and check the appendices and see whether the budget, the numbers support an extra 1,000 kilometers. The numbers have been sealed already. It was sealed in November 2025 when the 2026 budget came into was passed in Parliament. So these are some of the things that we want you to go and look at. Don't just take, the talk as he said it, but go and look in the numbers. And finally, my former minister mentioned the fact that already Bank of Ghana had spent $900 million on gold board. When you look in the mid-year budget review, it also gives you your 2025 actuals. And in 2025, the 2025 actuals, for the last quarter, the Minister for Finance also spent another $297 million on gold board, translating into 4.5 billion Ghana cedis. Let's ask them, what is this at all with gold board that is siphoning so much money from us? $900 million from Bank of Ghana and $297 million from the Ministry of Finance. That is one thing I expect the journalists to go in there and find out from them what exactly is happening there. That from Bank of Ghana, you are siphoning $900 million, and then from Ministry of Finance, $297 million. Just in the last quarter. When I say the last quarter of 2025, I mean October, November, December of 2025. And that is worrying. And I expect our journalists and the people who really think and care about this nation to go and find out what is it that is happening at the gold board that BOG incurs 900 million. Ministry of Finance also incurs 297 billion. And the minister also mentioned the fact that the Fiscal Council and the Value for Money offices are already making impacts. These two offices haven't been set up at all. So how come they haven't been set up, yet their impacts have been reflected in the statement he made today? Settings. Please, let's listen, let's open our eyes, let's ask questions. The Value for Money bill has been passed, all right. The Fiscal Council, yes, we know about it, but it hasn't been formed. So how come you are able to say that both the Value for Money office and the Fiscal Council is already making impact to the tune that can reflect in the economy? Clearly, there's nothing like that. So when you are asking these questions, these are some of the things I expect you to also answer. And then when you look at Minister kept mentioning, the fiscal policy that they have introduced, they are trying to live within their means. And then here is an agency under the Ministry of Finance, that is Ghana Revenue Authority. Parliament voted for you to spend 5.1 billion in 2025. And guess what? They added an extra 100 million. As there's an adage which says that, so if you want to check people going over and above their expenditure, it should come from your own home. And then your own home cannot happen to, purport to be living within their means and spend extra 100 million that Parliament did not vote for GRA. These are some of the things we expect the journalists to also ask the minister. That you say, yes, you are living within your means. How come an agency under you, an agency that you manage, has gone over and above their budget for 2025 by over 100 billion? That is very important. Even 1 million is so much money. How much more of a 100 million? This is something you should think about. And this is something you should also ask the minister. But I think in the coming days, we'll come up with quite a number of issues that we have noticed in this 2026 budget. I want to tell you that the numbers for 2026 are sealed. So whatever the minister came here to say concerning monies that they are going to reallocate, monies that they are going to use for anything, it is not the case, because the 2026 budget are sealed, and the minister did not come with a supplementary budget. If he had come with a supplementary budget, that is when he could have added on more finance, more expenditure. But there's nothing like that. So once there's no supplementary budget, there are no added additional revenues, and the revenues are even performing very poorly. So once there's nothing like that, the reallocation, I'm doing 1,000 kilometers of road, I'm doing this, I'm doing that, it's all talk, and the numbers do not speak to that. Thank you very much.
Kwasi Ayerebi Kojo Opon Kroma also addressed journalists, and then the first person to speak to journalists on the presentation was the Member of Parliament for Karaga, and also the ranking member on the Finance Committee, Dr. Mohammed Amin Adam, who also served as the former Minister of Finance. Now, the Minority Caucus in their briefing expressed disappointment with the Finance Minister for failing to touch on some key policies of the government, particularly with regard to the 24-hour economy program, the 1 million coders program, which the government has stated that it was intended to create jobs for the youth and reduce unemployment situation. For the Minority Caucus, it was also disappointing that the Finance Minister, Dr. Kasiel Atoforsen, failed to touch on the huge losses incurred by the gold board, which they believe has resulted in Ghana's public debt stock. For them, if the government took the debt stock from 720 billion Ghana cedis, and then also it was only reduced by 90 billion Ghana cedis, and we've had the debt stock going back to 720 billion Ghana cedis, they believe that the Finance Minister has failed totally in managing the finances of Ghana's economy. Well, they also stated that it isn't necessary for the government to seek supervision or go into an agreement with the IMF for supervision of the economy, if indeed they believe that they are better managers of the economy. So that has been the minorities briefing or reaction to the 2026 mid-year budget review presented to Parliament by the Finance Minister, Dr. Kasiel Atoforsen. And this has been our special coverage. Channel One TV and City FM special coverage of the 2026 mid-year budget review.
From across Ghana to the heart of Tamale, the very best of made in Ghana products, services, innovation, education, enterprise, homegrown businesses, and indigenous corporate organizations are all coming together at one exciting event. The Northern Business Fair 2026, your one-stop destination to discover, shop, connect, network, and explore new business opportunities in Northern Ghana. Whether you are an entrepreneur, investor, student, business owner, or consumer, this is where Ghanaian excellence meets opportunity. Join us on Saturday 25th and Sunday 26th July 2026 at Jubilee Park, Tamale from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. daily. Are you ready to showcase your business to the nation and beyond? Call 0205-973-973 now and secure your spot. The Northern Business Fair 2026 is powered by ChannelOne TV with support from City FM, and it's proudly sponsored by EcoBank, the National Petroleum Authority, the Ghana Export Promotion Authority, North Shore Apparel Ghana Limited, and SIC Insurance PLC. The Northern Business Fair 2026, your market, your connections, your growth.
Looking for everything made in Ghana? all in one place? Then get ready. The This is Ghana Exhibition 2026 is here. A bold celebration of Ghanaian creativity, innovation, and excellence. From rich traditional crafts to modern cutting-edge solutions, experience the very best of Ghanaian products and services. Explore excellence across key sectors including automobile, agriculture, education, health, hospitality, fashion, technology, food and beverages, creative arts, beauty, retail, and more. This is the biggest Made in Ghana fair, bringing together SMEs, startups, manufacturers, local creators, indigenous corporate bodies, entrepreneurs, and innovative businesses all under one roof. Discover brands redefining quality, connect with industry leaders and innovators, experience the energy of Ghanaian enterprise and creativity. The date is 29th and 30th of August 2026. The time is 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. daily. Venue, the A4 Sutherland's Children's Park. Call 0205-973-973 or 0558-973-973 to register. Come explore, come connect, come be inspired. Discover the brands redefining Made in Ghana and experience the future of Ghanaian excellence. The This is Ghana Exhibition 2026 is powered by ChannelOne TV with support from City FM. This is Ghana Exhibition 2026, celebrating Ghana, showcasing excellence.
This August, join us on ChannelOne TV as we bring you sights and sounds from our unforgettable journey that began on the 1st of March to the 8th of March 2026. The Heritage Caravan 2026 Diaries is about to hit your screens here on ChannelOne TV. Relive the unforgettable moments from the 10th edition of the Heritage Caravan as we take you back to the events that took place within those 8 days across 14 regions of Ghana. From the rich culture and history to the stunning landscapes, mouth-watering cuisine, and unforgettable experiences. Every episode celebrates the beauty and diversity of Ghana.
So from Asante Osetutu's line, maternally are the rulers of the Asante Kingdom since 1690.
Basfa is now known as Awa International.
Don't bend so marvel, now to the champion. Don't bend so marvel, now to the champion. What's up? What's your tiny goo? What's up? What's your tiny goo? Wait now, we'll be there. What's up, come the goo? What's up? What's your tiny goo? What's up? What's your tiny goo? Wait now, we'll be there. Baby, your money coming, son,
Stay with us here on ChannelOne TV this August as we take you back in time. Let's relive the memories, shall we?
Road infrastructure remains one of the most critical drivers of economic transformation in any developing country. In Ghana, the government has launched an ambitious nationwide infrastructure program known as the Big Push. Launched in September 2025, the 4-year program is designed to accelerate national development through strategic investment in transport and public infrastructure. The initiative focuses on rehabilitating major highways, constructing new roads and bridges, improving water systems, and completing abandoned government projects inherited over the years. The 2025 national budget allocated 13.9 billion cedis towards the Big Push agenda, with projections indicating that the figure could rise to 21.2 billion by 2028. As part of efforts to ensure the timely execution of these projects, the Minister for Roads and Highways, Kwame Govins Agboja, embarked on an inspection tour across the Eastern, Central, Western, and Western North regions. During a meeting with contractors and consultants in the Eastern region, the minister assured stakeholders that government has no plans to suspend or cancel road projects inherited from the previous administration.
The biggest challenge to this project was the way it was put together, which missed major contents of the scope. And obviously, once the scope changed, the cost completely went out of the budget, and many of you couldn't find your way out whether government was still interested. I must put on record, this project stalled before 2024 elections, and President Mohammed's government directive was to make sure all projects go ahead. Some of you on other projects, altogether we owe you close to 40 billion in terms of what we're seeing, including what you call it, interest and other things. But since then, government has retired about 12 billion of that so far.
The minister further urged contractors to cooperate with government in renegotiating outstanding contractual terms to ensure projects are completed by the end of 2027.
The discussion we had with the consultants last time, which was very fruitful, was for the contractors and their consultants to sit down with highways to come up with what really we can do to complete this project. And I must take the opportunity to congratulate NACFEMONT for completing their section. Malam says it's 99%, but it's ready. If we want to use it today, we can. The only difficulty is that where he has worked, the next contractor needs to work for us to actually connect it before we can use it.
According to the minister, government is pursuing a practical and collaborative approach to determining the actual cost to complete ongoing projects.
I would encourage the contractors working here also to know that when the discussion about cost to complete comes, it cannot be the usual discussion where you want to slap every interest, every fluctuation on this project. All we want to do together is work together to complete this project. So be prepared to also bend backwards to take some hit, but have enough money to be able to complete the project, so that at least you will not say that you did this project and you have made a loss. We will not want that one to happen.
He subsequently directed the Chief Executive Officer of the Ghana Highway Authority to immediately begin consultation with contractors and consultants to conclude on negotiations. The minister also called on consultants supervising road projects nationwide to maintain their independence and uphold professional standards.
You are the one helping him to raise certificate. When he's raising certificate for 20% of work done, there must be a corresponding certificate of 20% of work or so done by the consultant coming together to my office at the same time. So when we are paying, we know that we are not going to pay the consultant and leave the contractor, or pay the contractor and leave the consultant. That will give some level of independence to the consultant to be able to do what we ask them to do. Because sometimes I get confused as to whether you are on my side or you are on the side of the contractor. Because sometimes when I talk to some of you on site, you are speaking more like the contractor than for me. Then I say, I'm the one paying you, but your defense position is as if you are defending yourself against me. So please be reminded, you are working as part of my team as consultants.
Addressing concerns surrounding the proposed Accra-Kumasi Expressway project, the minister assured contractors working on the existing Accra-Kumasi Highway that government remains committed to completing all ongoing projects. According to the minister, while the expressway is expected to operate commercially with toll system for fast travel, the current highway will continue serving motorists seeking more affordable travel options.
Government's intention to build a new road from Accra to Kumasi called the Accra-Kumasi Expressway is not a substitute to the existing Accra-Kumasi highway. It's supposed to complement that project. So nobody should be afraid of the fact that because we are doing Accra-Kumasi Expressway, it means this road is no longer a government priority. It's supposed to be complementary. So for instance, this is an existing road. By the ECOWAS conventions that we have signed up to, we need to build expressways. But when you build expressways, you must have an alternative because the expressway are supposed to be commercial.
The inspection team also moved to assess ongoing works on the Winneba Cape Coast Highway. The minister highlighted the significance of the Winneba Junction to Mankesim bypass project, explaining that the intervention was introduced to preserve important cultural and historical features around the existing Mankesim runabout. According to him, directing heavy traffic through the historic township could negatively affect heritage structures within the area.
The Winneba runabout, now Winneba interchange, was not part of what we inherited. It was supposed to be a runabout. But look at the size of this scope and say that when vehicles are traveling on this, we now need to push them into a runabout, slow down and do the redistribution. The president directed that we should separate the grid. That is why we wanted to do, an interchange, but the engineers thought it is easier to do an underpass from Winneba Junction to Mankesim. It's very important as well. The bypass, as we will see, is very important because initially the road was directed into the Mankesim.
The team also inspected the ongoing Apam Otum 15-kilometer road project. Commending the contractor for innovation and adherence to timelines, the minister emphasized the importance of the road, noting that it leads to the hometown of former President John Evans Fifi Atamels.
The road is necessary all the way to Apam, but the added reason was because that leads to somewhere significant to President Mills. May his soul rest in peace. So it's 15 kilometers. This timeline. Yes. The date, the completion date is too far. On the 15 kilometers. By far.
I think he will complete.
Yes.
He has promised to complete.
Yes.
The inspection exercise continued through both day and night engagement as the minister interacted with all contractors, not only those under the Big Push initiative. On the way to the Western region, the minister stopped to inspect the Bogoso-Prestia Road project. Although not part of the Big Push, it remains a major road on the corridor. The team later visited the Takrade-Agona Junction Road Dualization project, which is expected to improve traffic flow, enhance road safety, and stimulate economic activity within the Sekondi Takrade metropolis. Project consultant Kofi Ejay Frimpong disclosed that the road is now expected to be completed and open to traffic by July 2026, several months ahead of original March 2027 completion timeline.
We are supposed to complete it within 36 months. That's 3 years. But we want to complete ahead of schedule because the contractor has a lot of resources. He has a plant, he has asphalt plant, quarry plant, and everything. So by July, which is about July this year, he will finish the project. When it was awarded, basically it was the payment. The contractor worked for I think about 1 year or almost 2 years without payment. So that was a challenge. So there was no money for the contractor to pay the compensation for works to go on in the towns. But when the president visited us last December, he made a promise to us that he was going to pay all his certificates, and he paid. He paid 78 million. All the outstanding certificate, dollars. Yeah, so he paid. We've been able to finish ahead of schedule. Ahead of schedule. July this year.
The minister warned contractors nationwide that government would no longer grant automatic extension to firms that fail to execute projects diligently.
If you took the job and slept on the job for 6 months, you can't come back and use a force majeure or anything to demand even an extension for a day, because the highways or the agencies are reasonable. Of course, if something that happens that is beyond you, it will be addressed. But if for 6 months or so you refuse to work, you cannot come back and say that you are lacking time to do the work, because surely, like I said, some contractors will finish this project way ahead of schedule. How are they able to finish? Of course, the scopes are different, the locations are different. Of course, if there's a good reason why you cannot finish on time, every contract has got its own way of living or dying, and that will be addressed. But we are talking about those who have refused to work. at all and hoping that there will be automatic extension of time. That will not happen.
In the Western North region, the team assessed the 71.25 kilometer Inchi-Elubo Road project. The journey along the stretch revealed little visible construction activity. The minister subsequently directed the contractor to appear before the Ghana Highway Authority within 1 week to explain the unsatisfactory progress.
Inchi-Elubo Junction project, as said, 71.25 kilometers. Those of you following us have seen the condition of that road and the conditions under which our compatriots who live on this road live. You saw them drying cocoa. Much of what is the economic stay of our country. But you drove on those roads and nobody was even patching pothole, which was supposed to be the responsibility of the contractor. In the past, government stopped paying mobilization simply because of something like this. If not because we paid 80.2, I would have terminated their contract right now. But if I terminate, the process of recovering this money becomes another matter. So I listened to the chief executive of highways, but the only reason I'm not terminating right now is because they have 80.2 million of our money in their pocket, and retrieving that money will be difficult. We are totally disappointed. In fact, this is one of the worst situations we've seen since we started monitoring Big Push project.
During engagements with contractors, one recurring concern raised was the difficulty in retaining skilled heavy equipment operators. Contractors explained that trained operators frequently leave project sites upon receiving attractive offers elsewhere. The minister noted that the long-term solution lies in expanding the national pool of trained operators rather than allowing contractors to operate over limited skilled labor. The minister also announced plans by the Ministry of Roads and Highways to sponsor the training of heavy equipment operators nationwide.
We are directing the ministry to work with Highways and KTC to immediately advertise for the specific skills that are not available, and we crash course their training and allow them to be recruited by the contractors. We'll fund the training ourselves. The ministry and the highways will fund the training ourselves.
The Big Push initiative represents one of Ghana's most ambitious infrastructure programs in recent history. For government, it is more than a policy vision. It is an ongoing national development agenda aimed at transforming road connectivity, stimulating economic growth, and improving livelihoods across the country. The Minister for Roads and Highways, Kwame Agboja, is therefore calling on Ghanaians to support the initiative, insisting that the program is designed to address long-standing infrastructure deficits and improve the quality of lives for citizens nationwide.
At the time of independence, some people said it was not necessary for Ghana to have independence. When the Akosombo Dam was about to be built, people said, how many people were in Ghana? We don't need it. Accra Tema motorway. So it is always difficult to imagine how to do things that people can't comprehend until it's done. Some people will not believe that it will be done. Not too long ago, you heard people say that Accra Kumasi Expressway, the design alone will take 18 months before we start clearing. As you can see, we've cleared more than 20 kilometers already. And we are combining a crash programming, the clearing, the studies and the design and everything, so that we can finish on time. In politics, everything is a choice. You can choose to spend public funds on doing other things. You can choose to do things that matter to people. I think Ghanaians should just rally around. These are not politically motivated projects. These are projects that were needed yesterday, and we are even late in doing it. Let's support to make sure that we deliver this road for the people of this country. You can see at least it's being opened up. Everywhere we went, you saw the determination of the contractors. That is what we are excited about. Big Push will be delivered.
The minister's talk continues as he assures road contractors, including those government inherited, that government will provide adequate funding for the completion of all road projects across the country.
Speaking during an inspection tour in the Northeast region, Roads and Highways Minister Governs Kwame Agboja assured residents that government remains committed to completing the bridge before the end of 2027. He urged the contractor to remain on site while outstanding payment concerns are addressed in collaboration with the Ghana Highway Authority.
He's directed that this bridge must be fixed at all costs by the end of 2027, and that is our marching order, and that is what is going to happen. So we want to encourage the contractors, whatever outstandings you have on this project through Ghana Highway Authority. Let us have, if there's anything left which is unpaid. And now that you have remobilized your side, please don't move until we finish this. I know in few weeks' time the president himself is going to be here to see what you have done. And from what I'm hearing, you might be almost completing the launching of the steel part before he comes here. And let that be our commitment. We believe this bridge actually expresses what Big Push means. Big Push is not about just building roads for the sake of it. It's about unlocking the potentials trapped in various parts of the country.
Mr. Agboja also dismissed attempts by political actors to claim credit for ongoing infrastructure projects, insisting government's focus is on completing abandoned projects rather than partisan politics.
I want to take the opportunity to let everybody know that reset means that the old way of doing politics. Just recently, I heard some other politicians sitting at home when they had 8 years and did very little about this, started counting what they claim they have done and somebody is taking advantage of. Does this bridge look like something that was completed and somebody is taking advantage? It doesn't mean anything to us. What President Mahama is saying is that it's a reset president. It doesn't matter who started anything. What we need is to complete the things for the benefit of the people of our country. So those who abandon these things for 8 years, give us a break. Let's focus and do what the Ghanaian is expected of us. If you had your 8 years and did very little, and God willing, God has brought President Mahama back, allow him the space to fix things you couldn't fix in 8 years.
Wrapping up his tour of the Northeast region, the Minister of Roads and Highways and the Ghana Highway Authority inspected the rehabilitation of the 44 kilometers Buntri-Nakpanduri Road constructed by Mawum's Construction Company Limited, as well as the upgrading of the Saboba-Chiriponi Road by Farouk Constructions Company Limited. Speaking in Chiriponi, the Minister of Roads and Highways, Kwame Governs Agboja, cautioned contractors handling road projects across the country against slowing down work after inspection tours by the ministry and the Ghana Highway Authority.
We have been to sites in other regions and contractors appear to be on schedule. When we leave, after 2 weeks, we see those contractors are sleeping up. Our message to those contractors, we know you are sleeping up. We know you, since we left, you have relaxed. We don't want to mention your name yet, but if need be, we'll mention your name. Especially if you are sleeping up and still asking for additional work. Trust me, we won't say it, but you ain't going to get it. Because do whatever we have given you to prove that when we give you extra work, you'll be able to do so.
The Minister for Roads and Highways also called on regional ministers, metropolitan, municipal and district chief executives and other stakeholders to actively monitor ongoing road projects within their jurisdiction to ensure timely completion.
We are aware that in this region, highways or the agencies invite the DCs, the regional ministers and stakeholders to your monthly meeting. Don't forget the monthly meeting is mandatory. It's mandatory because we need a report monthly on this project. So we want to encourage all other regional ministers and district MMDCs to follow suit, monitor the project. You don't have to wait until we are coming. You don't, as a DC, you don't have to wait until the regional minister is coming to go and then work with the agency to make sure everything is going according to plan. Because we must finish all this project on schedule. Historically, almost 99% of road projects never get completed on schedule. Reset means that we shall complete roads on schedule. Because you see, when road projects delay, it directly hits the taxpayer in the pocket. Because the delayed project means that we need to review the cost, prices might change, and many other things. So it should not be in the interest of anybody for any road project to delay for even 1 day. Because that directly has a monetary impact and it's negative because money unbudgeted for. So there's a reason we want to complete this project on schedule. Apart from the fact that it should be available for the public to use, it also gives us better budgeting and expenditure regime across the country.
From the Roads Minister's store here in the Northeast region, I am Christopher Kevin Asima reporting for Channel One News.
Hello, you are welcome to another episode of the Channel One News Project with me, Charles Osukumi. Well, in this edition, we're discussing the mid-year budget review. The Finance Minister, Dr. Kasiela Tuforsin, will be making that presentation to Parliament. Well, he will be accounting for the performance of the economy in the first half of the year, and if there are any supplementary estimates more than what was originally approved by the House in the main budget, he will seek the approval of Parliament to go ahead and spend more. But we know that this finance minister is an austere minister, and we're told that he won't be asking for more money from the people as representatives. Now, however, there are some issues that have been raised, especially by the NPP opposition, in terms of revenue shortfall. We're told that in the first quarter of the year, government had estimated to gather revenue of around 78 billion cedis. There is a 5% shortfall in that. So that, among other things, we expect the finance minister to address how government intends to shore up that revenue shortfall to be able to meet its target of close to 270 billion cedis by close of the year. Now, before the minister makes that presentation, I've been engaging some of the members of parliament on what they make of the government's performance in the first half of the year and the expectations as the finance minister comes to the House with the mid-year budget review.
To try and achieve a primary balance, they've deliberately suppressed expenditure. And the suppression of expenditure is about hospitals, schools, roads, jobs that they have had to cancel. You can try that approach and achieve a certain balance and show it to your people and say that the balance in my account is this. If you pack your balance in your bank account and you don't pay your children's school fees, you don't pay health bills, and your pride is that there's money in your bank account, that's your own cup of tea.
On the reserves, we're told that it's only temporary and that it will shoot up in the coming months. You had issues with it yesterday in your press conference, but we're told that it's only temporary, that we've had to do some debt settlement and all of that, and that it will come back up.
Well, first they have to answer what they have done with it. If their answer is that it is debt settlement, they would need to provide that schedule. That adds up to 1.2 billion. We don't just take it that they say it's debt settlement, because $1.2 billion is a lot of money by which our gross international reserves has dwindled. So if the answer is that it was for debt settlement, you have to produce that schedule that adds up to $1.2 billion. If not, they just can't say it that it was for debt settlement and get away with it. We'll be waiting for the details from the minister.
So they say that the 6.4% growth in the first quarter is anchored on gold. What if gold goes back to its usual price, because we're experiencing high prices now, and you've not done anything extraordinary to see the improvement that we're witnessing in the economy, inflation down to 5% and all of that? What's your response?
All right. So what I would say is that Ghanaians should dismiss that assertion that the economy is anchored on gold. If you look at the real sector performance, it's about 6.4%. Real sector performance sample means that the average production of this country, so it is not reliant on only gold. The second issue too is that across the globe, if you look at the reserves of every central bank in the world, they include natural resources, and gold is part of our natural resources. So what we should rather be doing is sensitivity analysis to see the impact of the change. We haven't done such an analysis. So on what grounds are you saying that what about if it falls? These are scenarios being created, and it is not supported by any facts. In any case, there were times that gold plummeted, if you remember, and as a result of the threat, the Bank of Ghana had to liquidate some of our gold. And the same minority were saying that why did we sell 18 tons of gold when we knew that the gold price would increase again? So look at the average performance of the price of gold. I don't see any end in sight, especially because of the tension in the Middle East. People are diverting their portfolio investment into natural resources like gold, because oil is no longer reliable because of the fluctuations in prices. And we don't see any end in sight. Do you see some? So because of that, I expect that the price of gold is supposed to increase this year, and we don't expect to see any change in price in gold.
What about reserves? They have fallen quite a bit, even after beginning the reserves accumulation program. What is accounting for it?
Well, you see, if you look at the difficulties that we are seeing as a result of the fluctuations in price of gold, oil, Bank of Ghana has to once a while do intermediation. So as a result of the intermediation role of Bank of Ghana, we pump in some dollars in order to make sure that the domestic financial market is stable for businesses to make payments in the cross-border payments. So that accounts for the fall in reserve. But ultimately, there hasn't been any significant drop in reserves. Ghana is still doing an average of 14 billion United States dollars. In fact, beginning of 2025, our reserve position was $9.1 billion. Now we are doing $14.34 billion. So on what grounds are you saying that there has been a fall in reserves? Of course, occasionally, every central bank do intermediation. And sometimes MPP call it sterilization. But the difference between sterilization and intermediation is that with sterilization, that amount of money doesn't expect to come back. But an intermediation simply means that you intervene into the market and collect Ghana cedis. So you pump in dollars into the forex market, then collect the equivalent of Ghana cedis so that they can use the dollars to do cross-border payments. So I don't think that that is an unusual thing for central bank to do.
They also say that finally, on expanding the economy to absorb the unemployed youth, and they also say that government should legislate to force the banks to lend to the private sector so that they don't push their money into government instruments.
I agree. Normally, when government of Ghana is borrowing domestic, what it means is that we are crowding out the private sector because government bonds, and Akufo-Addo was the only government that government bonds became risky. Normally, government bonds are risk-free. So people also, when they weigh the risk profile of customers, they prefer to go to government. And currently, Ghana do not have accurate credit score where you can know your customer very well. But I know that we have reduced the intervention in the domestic market. Now, compelling banks will also be a disincentive for investment. Allow the banks, as we speak, the private capital fund has increased by 22%. What it means is that more capital is being given to the private sector. And this is the best time to borrow. Because what is the policy rate now? 14%. At the time that we took office, policy rate was around 29%. Currently, it's 14%. So plus or minus, if you take the Ghana reference rate now, currently the Ghana reference rate is 11%. So if you add their margins, it will not go beyond 15%. So banks are able to advance loans to businesses currently than it was in the past. But to legislate, I think that it will be a disincentive for the private sector.
Well, let's now hear excerpts of the minister's presentation, particularly on revenue assurance, where he tells Parliament that the government is introducing the excise duty bill to reform the excise duty regime to close loopholes in that sector.
Analysis of wine and spirit imported between 2023 and 2025 shows a taxable revenue of over 5 billion Ghana cedis. However, about 78%, worth 4 billion Ghana cedis, entered customs procedures such as warehousing and transit. In other words, almost 4 out of every 5 cedis of the potential excise tax based on wine and spirit escaped the tax net. Mr. Speaker, only 1 cedi out of every 5 cedi was subjected to excise duty. That is neither efficient nor sustainable, and this must change. The excise duty bill before this House introduced a comprehensive package of reforms to close these leakages. So, Speaker, we will crack down this leakage. Right Honorable Speaker, specifically, government will introduce a hybrid excise system combining value-based and quantity-based taxation for wines and spirit to eliminate persistent undervaluation and misclassification and ensure a minimum level of tax is paid regardless of the declared value. Mr. Speaker, we will review the existing sliding scale excise rates for beer and stout product to better align them with government revenue objectives while preserving the incentive for local production. Right Honorable Speaker, strengthening compliance through mandatory electronic registration of stockists, a nationwide track and trace system, penalties of up to 3 times the excise duty for tampering, and enforcing the law on requiring bank guarantees, and abolishing, Mr. Speaker, the payment of 20% excise duty on locally manufactured fruit juice. Mr. Speaker, we will abolish the 20% excise duty on locally manufactured fruit juices introduced in 2023.
Now, after the finance minister's presentation, leaders of both the minority and majority caucuses made some brief contributions.
Already you are suffering and you've been redundant in your various ministries. His deputy minister told the nation that 1.6 billion was released to the agri minister. Today, he says only 1.1 billion. You see, the true measure of a finance minister is not how much he spends. Mr. Speaker, throughout his review, there was no policy announcement for the cocoa sector. The 4 million farmers, the 4 million cocoa farmers are suffering. This finance minister, since he took over as a supervising minister responsible for cocoa, we have seen suffering and wailing, and he comes here to lament. Mr. Speaker, he talks about determining the true cost of economic policy, the true cost. He's talking about having met some debt. What he has forgotten, that he refused good counsel from the minority. When Gold Board and Bank of Ghana charges on the gold for reserve policy was at 15%, we cautioned. He didn't listen. Later, IMS forced them to reduce it to 9%. 3 days ago, the governor announced that he was no more going to participate in this gold for reserve. It's too late in the day. You've already incurred losses of 9.6 billion. That is what the IMF told you. And you come here, you're saying prudent management of the economy. Really? Mr. Speaker, this review is full of English with empty payment. The payment, he said, is done. He said they've done some payment. Why didn't he give us details? You paid your party members. You paid your party members. The monies have gone to your party members. And Mr. Speaker, the Nkukon Ketinketi project has now become protein.
Honourable members, I insist we listen to each other in silence.
The Nkukon Ketinketi has become protein for your party executives. They are all cooking akukon kwine. It is now akukon kwine.
We were in this country, in this parliament, and there was a finance minister who told us that he could not run this economy without taxing our Momo transfers. That he could not run this economy without taxing our Momo transfers. A finance minister who could not run the economy without going for debts. Today, we have a finance minister who has abolished all those taxes, and yet he is successfully managing our economy. We have a finance minister who is not borrowing recklessly, but is successfully managing our economy. That is why I said that this finance minister has clearly given a good account of himself. Mr. Speaker, Ghanaians are struggling, working day and night to pay the debts, to fix the economy. Like the minister has indicated, ordinary Ghanaians are making sacrifices. Where is the man who put us in the debt? Where is Ken Ofori-Atta?
Debate on the midterm budget will continue into the coming sittings of Parliament. But for now, though, I'm grateful to you for joining this episode of the Channel One News Project. I'm Charles Osukumi. Thank you for watching.
Across Africa, food and agribusiness hold the power to transform economies. But potential alone is not enough. That's why Impact Food Hub proudly presents the Agribusiness Launchpad and Accelerator Program, Ghana's premier agribusiness accelerator designed to turn bold food ideas into market-ready brands. At the forefront of this initiative is Dr. Mavis Orekwasari, a renowned food scientist and passionate advocate for food safety and agribusiness innovation. With a track record of empowering entrepreneurs and strengthening food systems, her vision for Launchpad 2026 is bold, practical, and transformative. From August 5th to 7th, participants will gather at the APSA head office in Ridge for an intensive 3-day training designed to equip them with practical knowledge, business skills, and strategies to succeed across the agri-food value chain. The program will be facilitated by seasoned experts with proven expertise in smart and sustainable farming, food product development and value addition, regulatory certification and compliance, digital marketing and brand positioning, financial management, pricing, strategies, and funding access. Participants will also benefit from guided pitch coaching, mentorship with industry leaders, peer networking opportunities, and access to post-program business advisory services. Launchpad 2026 is powered by Impact Food Hub in collaboration with APSA, supported by APSA Bank, Guba Diaspora Network, Casma Foods, Yogi Yogurt, Next Computers, Impontu Technologies, Hendy Farms, Waysoy, Curate MKTG, and Gold Coast Foods, Herbs and Spices. Media partners, ChannelOne TV and City FM. Whether you're a farmer looking to add value, a youth-led food startup, an agribusiness ready to scale, or food tech innovator, Launchpad 2026 is your gateway to growth, visibility, and impact. Students are especially encouraged to apply and will enjoy a discounted registration fee, making it easier to gain industry knowledge, practical skills, and valuable networking opportunities. For flexibility and wider access, participants can also join virtually or attend in person, ensuring no one misses out regardless of location. Register now at impactfoodhub.npontu.com or dial *899*112# on all networks. For more information, call 025-6899-305. Impact Food Hub. Get to the heart of it. Launchpad 2026, your agribusiness reimagined.
Looking for everything made in Ghana all in one place? Then get ready that This is Ghana Exhibition 2026 is here. A bold celebration of Ghanaian creativity, innovation, and excellence. From rich traditional crafts to modern cutting-edge solutions, experience the very best of Ghanaian products and services. Explore excellence across key sectors including automobile, agriculture, education, health, hospitality, fashion, technology, food and beverages, creative arts, beauty, retail, and more. This is the biggest Made in Ghana fair, bringing together SMEs, startups, manufacturers, local creators, indigenous corporate bodies, entrepreneurs, and innovative businesses all under one roof. Discover brands redefining quality, connect with industry leaders and innovators, experience the energy of Ghanaian enterprise and creativity. The date is 29th and 30th of August 2026. The time is 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. daily. Venue, the A4 Sutherland's Children's Park. Call 0205-973-973 or 0558-973-973 to register. Come explore, come connect, come be inspired. Discover the brands redefining Made in Ghana and experience the future of Ghanaian excellence. The This is Ghana Exhibition 2026 is powered by ChannelOne TV with support from City FM. This is Ghana Exhibition 2026, celebrating Ghana, showcasing excellence.
way.
Hello.
The red one again?
Yeah, I just like how it disrespects the room.
I can still keep the beauty and the outcome still neutral.
Absolutely. Amani, sometimes I feel like I build a dream that I can't really afford. But if I shrink it, what's left for me?
It's all I need is a man.
Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
It's okay. For resale.
This one's for
ton histoire, chère Afrique. Africa shine, Africa shine, Africa shine.
Did anyone leave anything for me?
Yes, they did. Brown envelope, noting. Thank you, understand.
So you're really not going to tell her? You think silence makes you innocent?
Sir, is everything okay? Is everything okay? Can I help you with something?
Not yet.
Nokubambana lempisa ngayinqoba, I will rise and please right. Singama Africa, we walk through the fire. You will rise with the right energy. You will rise. Kahlangana just a dream.
Ghana is built on stories. The dreams we chase, the challenges we face, and the change we demand. At ChannelOne TV, we bring these stories to light. With truth, fairness, and courage. We listen, we question, we amplify. Because when your story is told, change begins. ChannelOne TV.
What if your ideas could shape the future of education in Ghana? If you were a brilliant pre-secondary student aged 11 to 15, this is your moment to shine. Welcome to the Literacy Challenge 2026, the national literacy competition that celebrates young thinkers, great writers, and future leaders. This year's challenge is all about artificial intelligence and education. The topic: in not less than 600 words, write a letter to the Minister of Education as a youth consultant discussing the advantages and disadvantages of the use of artificial intelligence (AI) in education. Advise on how Ghana can effectively integrate AI into basic schools to improve teaching and learning, while ensuring that students in rural and underserved communities are not left behind. Remember, your essay must be in your own handwriting, must be endorsed by a parent, guardian or teacher, and include your full contact details. Submit your entry by Thursday, 30th July 2026 at the front desk of Channel One TV or PO Box GP 14123 Accra Central. Stand a chance to win 10,000 Ghana cedis cash, a laptop, and earn the title of Ghana's most outstanding all-round pre-secondary student. For more information, call 0205-973-973. The Literacy Challenge 2026 is powered by City FM with support from Channel One TV. And it's proudly sponsored by Prospectus Ghana Limited, SIC Insurance, and Advocates Publishing.
Hello and welcome to the Channel One Newsroom from our studios at number 5, Ola Hansen Lane at Tesano in Accra. I am Nanatifu Obwati.
I'm Prema Edunyame.
I am Umaru Sanda Amado.
I am Elisafo.
I am Charles Owusukumi.
I am Makosia Otrick.
They've given you land to build an airport, and the airport is named after them, and then you are going to change it and put your name.
We demand, first, the immediate withdrawal of all pending prosecutions under sections 207.
Then necessary penny for you na de ada so mbebubu no na yenso ya ye free na so na nya kwan atwem wo so de asi ebubu wo bedwe ho so.
It's already released 150 million to help with flood mitigation. That is the dredging of the streams and all that.
We know it's a very big constituency, so we are still on checking this morning to see those we can help evacuate.
What do we have to do now for you to call off the strike?
The others also, did influence the voters.
Prof, what becomes of these students, especially the continuing ones?
They should reverse everything that they have done.
Channel One Newsroom airs Monday to Sunday at 8 p.m. only on Channel One TV.
It's a beautiful brand new day, and your boy Tajudeen, I'm back again on your screens to serve you something rib cracking right here on Ghana's #1 and Ghana's favorite television station, Channel One TV. Today I'm right here at the University of Ghana Business School to interact with the students and of course serve you some good vibes on the show. But like I tell you all the time, when you see me in the streets, Murife, don't run, don't run, don't run. I'll catch you right after this break.
From across Ghana to the heart of Tamale, the very best of made in Ghana products, services, innovation, education, enterprise, homegrown businesses, and indigenous corporate organizations are all coming together at one exciting event. The Northern Business Fair 2026, your one-stop destination to discover, shop, connect, network, and explore new business opportunities in Northern Ghana. Whether you are an entrepreneur, investor, student, business owner, or consumer, this is where Ghanaian excellence meets opportunity. Join us on Saturday 25th and Sunday 26th July 2026 at Jubilee Park, Tamale from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. daily. Are you ready to showcase your business to the nation and beyond? Call 0205-973-973 now and secure your spot. The Northern Business Fair 2026 is powered by ChannelOne TV with support from City FM, and it's proudly sponsored by EcoBank, the National Petroleum Authority, the Ghana Export Promotion Authority, North Shore Apparel Ghana Limited, and SIC Insurance PLC. The Northern Business Fair 2026, your market, your connections, your growth.
Hi.
Hi,
What's your name?
Marjorie.
Beautiful girl.
Thank you.
Mention 3 countries that have won the World Cup.
So Argentina, France, and then Brazil.
What is the full meaning of FIFA?
I know there's an association somewhere.
Yeah.
I know there's an association somewhere, but I don't know the full meaning.
Okay.
Name 5 current players of the Black Stars.
So Thomas Partey. Good job. Benjamin Asari. I think there's Kudus.
Accepted.
Jordan and you.
So when we say brace in football, what does it mean? Say this player has gotten a brace. What does it mean?
Okay, so that's when somebody scores 2 goals in one match. One player scores 2 goals in a match.
Yeah.
He make me proud. He make me proudly.
What's your name?
My name is Catherine Emefaziaku. Okay.
Name 5 current players of the Black Stars.
Okay, so we have Kudus. We have Benjamin Asari. We have Partey, our number 1 Partey. Cut and give me the 2. Atizigi.
Mention 3 countries that have won the World Cup.
Okay, so we have Spain, we have France, we have Argentina.
When we say a player has scored a brace, what does it mean in football?
So
brace.
It's a player who has scored twice in the same match.
Clap for her. Mention 3 countries that have won the World Cup.
France, Argentina, Brazil.
Name 5 current players of the Black Stars.
Current players, so Thomas Partey.
Perfect.
Semenyo.
Accepted.
Jordan Ayew. Kwesi Sibo.
Black it.
And then Yirinchi.
What does FIFA mean?
Express yourself. Express yourself.
Federation of International Football Association.
Okay. So when we say a brace in football, what does it mean?
A brace.
Say this player got a brace in this match. What does it mean?
Okay, so that's like a player scoring 2 goals in one match.
What be your name?
I'm Jeff.
Jeff. Name 5 current players of the Black Stars.
Oh, Benjamin Sari. Jordan.
Okay.
Semenyo.
Okay.
Ajiti.
Okay.
And Jerome.
Mention 3 countries that have won the World Cup.
Brazil.
Okay.
Germany.
Okay.
Argentina.
When we say brace in football, what does it mean?
2 goals.
How?
Scoring 2 goals.
Okay. Mention 3 countries that have won the World Cup.
Okay, so Uruguay. France, Brazil, Argentina.
It's okay. The guy is giving one as bonus. That's hard. Name 5 current Black Stars players in 10 seconds.
Okay, so
Let's go.
Baba Rahman, Benjamin Sari, Pate.
Clap for her. What is the full meaning of FIFA?
FIFA. Oh.
When we say brace in football, what does it mean?
Brace. That's 2 goals.
Okay.
Yeah.
Name 5 current Black Stars players in 10 seconds.
Semenyo. Benjamin Asari.
Okay.
Jordan Ayew.
Accepted.
Thomas Partey.
He made me proud. Proudly.
Mention 3 countries that have won the World Cup.
Brazil. Germany.
Okay.
Argentina.
What is the full meaning of FIFA?
Oh God.
Aye.
Catch on moment. I used to know this when I was in.
Wow.
You used to know. I used to know this.
No, you don't know.
I've forgotten.
What's your name?
I'm Michael.
Michael.
Yes, please.
Mention 3 countries that have won the World Cup.
Okay, England.
Good job.
Brazil. And Spain.
Name 5 current Black Stars players in 10 seconds.
Kwesi Sibo. Thomas Partey. Inaki Williams. And Semenyo.
Perfect. When we say brace in football, what does it mean?
Meaning scoring 2 goals.
Okay. Mention 3 countries that have won the World Cup.
So Brazil, Germany, and Spain.
What's the full meaning of FIFA?
Federation of International Football Association.
Okay. Mr. President! Mr. President! Name 5 current Black Stars players in 10 seconds.
Current Black Star players?
In 10 seconds.
All right, Senaya, Jordan Ayew, Antoine Semenyo. Asamoah Gyan. Yeah.
Asamoah Gyan. Okay.
The current ones.
Okay, is it Asamoah Gyan? I get up. Mr. President, menyao. Who's that Asamoah Gyan, Mr. President? Menyao. When we say brace in football, what does it mean? Brace.
To score 2 goals is a
I'll
brace.
vote for you. Clark it for Mr. President. Clark it.
Clark it.
Mr. President, what's your? I'll vote for you. Name 5 current Black Stars players in 10 seconds.
Okay, Pate,
Clark it.
UNG, Jordan Ayew, Gideon Mensah, Benjamin Asari.
Mention 3 countries that have won the World Cup.
Spain,
Yes, that's correct.
Argentina, France.
What is the full meaning of FIFA?
International Federation of Football.
Okay. When we say brace in football, what does it mean?
To score 2 goals. Yeah, like Mbappe scored 2 goals recently.
Hey, they got the pressure. All right, guys. You're still watching Vox Pop Central, which just really touched in right here on Ghana's #1 and Ghana's favorite television station, ChannelOne TV. We are here at the University of Ghana Business School. I'll take a short break. I'll be right back.
This August, join us on ChannelOne TV as we bring you sights and sounds from our unforgettable journey that began on the 1st of March to the 8th of March 2026. The Heritage Caravan 2026 Diaries is about to hit your screens here on ChannelOne TV. Relive the unforgettable moments from the 10th edition of the Heritage Caravan as we take you back to the events that took place within those 8 days across 14 regions of Ghana, from the rich culture and history to the stunning landscapes, mouth-watering cuisine, and unforgettable experiences. Every episode celebrates the beauty and diversity of Ghana.
So from Asante Osetutu's line, maternally are the rulers of the Asante Kingdom since 1690.
Basfa is now known as Awa International.
Don't bend so Marvel, now to the champion. Don't bend so Marvel, now to the champion. What's up? What's your tiny goo? What's up? What's your tiny goo? Wait now, we'll be there. What's up, Company Goo? What's up? What's your tiny goo? What's up? What's your tiny goo? Wait now, we'll be there. Baby, your bow, money coming, moon, sun, I'm
Stay with us here on ChannelOne TV this August as we take you back in time. Let's relive the memories, shall we?
You're welcome back from that break. This is still Vox Pop Central, which just really touched in right here on Ghana's #1 and Ghana's favorite television station, ChannelOne TV. What's your name, sir?
Oh, my name is John Stevens.
Yeah, that's 3. Yeah. You will want call. What's your name?
Frederick Amponsa.
Amponsa. I be like Amponsa is the black side. No, you're the inside. No, the inside. Mention 3 countries that have won the World Cup.
Let's have it.
I know England.
Yes, that's correct.
Ghana.
And what?
Ghana.
Can't you see?
And then, wait.
Mention 3 countries that have won the World Cup. Let's go.
England. Ghana.
Name 5 current Black Stars players in 10 seconds.
Ayew.
Okay.
Pate.
Clark it.
Ayenchi.
Clap for her.
Name 5 current Black Stars players in 10 seconds.
Current 5-star players. Irenchi. Yeah, Benjamin Azari.
approach you, say I'm the owner, tell them who be there.
When we say brace in football, what does it mean? Brace.
Brace in football. I think it's in a victory.
When we say brace in football, what does it mean?
Brace in football.
Brace.
Brace. I don't really. I don't really mean.
This guy, they flex. I don't really. What is the full meaning of FIFA?
Anything about football, I'm out. Anything about football, I'm out.
Foul, Chairman, foul.
Talo. Sorry.
What's your name?
Evans.
Mention 3 countries that have won the World Cup.
France. England.
Accepted.
Argentina.
Yes, that's correct.
Oh, which you are, Papa? Name 5 current Black Stars players in 10 seconds.
Irenchi. Ayu.
Okay.
Sibu.
Black it.
Semenyo.
Good job.
When we say brace in football, what does it mean?
To score 2 goals.
What is the full meaning of FIFA?
Federation of International Football Association.
Okay.
What's your name?
Nanayo.
Mention 3 countries that have won the World Cup.
France, Argentina, Brazil.
Name 5 current players of the Black Stars in 10 seconds.
Jordan Ayew.
Black it.
Baba Rahman.
Perfect.
Pressure. Kudus.
Okay.
Inaki.
Clap for her.
What is the full meaning of FIFA?
Football.
I was like, how?
International Federation Association, something like that. I know it's in French.
Okay.
Like something around that.
Football International Federation. When we say brace in football, what does it mean?
2 goals.
Accepted.
What's your name?
I'm Ella. Yeah.
Mention 3 countries that have won the World Cup.
Well, I don't watch football. Like, I'm not so much into it, so I wouldn't really be able to tell. But I think US has won before.
God forbid.
Maybe Mexico.
Be careful, huh?
Argentina.
Mexico. Charlie, they give the accent. Mexico. Like, yeah, bro.
Or probably Argentina. I don't know, like I don't watch football, so I can't really tell.
You go explain. We got no evidence.
Name 5 current Black Stars players in 10 seconds.
Benjamin Asari. This guy. The one, oh God, I don't watch football, so I can't tell.
Wait.
Asamajan. Does he still play? This very popular one. His dad also played football. Yes, the day are you?
I was confused. I was so depressed.
When we say brace in football, what does it mean?
Like BRACE.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not a football person, so
just scored a brace. What does it mean?
maybe he scored so excellently.
Hey.
What's the full meaning of FIFA?
Federation of International Football Association.
Oh, really?
Federation of International Football Association.
Okay. The accent they kill me. Charlie, they blend it. They hear the West. Yeah, Charlie. Yeah, you
Talo. Sorry.
What's her name?
Antoinette.
Mention 3 countries that have won the World Cup.
Let's have it.
France. Argentina.
Black it.
World Cup. Ghana.
Okay.
Can't you see?
Name 5 current players of the Black Stars in 10 seconds.
Hey.
You are saying A.
Inaki Williams.
Yes, that's correct.
Antoine Semenyo.
Accepted.
Jordan Ayew.
He make me proud. Proudly.
When we say brace in football, what do we mean? BRACE.
Brace something.
This player scored a brace. What do we mean?
Scored a goal.
It's the full meaning of FIFA.
Federation.
Okay. Say that again.
Federation. International de Football something.
Okay. What's her name?
Ernest.
Name 5 current Black Stars players in 10 seconds.
Jordan Ayew.
Black it.
Antoine Semenyo. Prince Edu.
Really?
It Fatao Ishaku. Benjamin Asare.
Mention 3 countries that have won the World Cup.
Spain,
Black it.
Argentina, and then France.
Okay. What's the full meaning of FIFA?
Federation.
Expect yourself.
Ofenyo.
It has escaped me.
We say brace in football, what does it mean?
Brace.
In football, what does it mean?
2 goals.
It's a wrap on today's episode of Vox Pop Central with yours truly Tajuddin right here on Ghana's #1 and Ghana's favorite television station, Channel One TV. Today, I came to you all the way from the University of Ghana Business School, and trust me, I've had a good time vibing with the students. But I can tell you all the time, when you see me on the streets, Murife, don't run. See you next time. Bye-bye.
Every day, across Ghana, stories unfold. Stories of hope, struggle, courage, and progress. At ChannelOne TV, we tell your story with truth and heart, giving voice to the people, holding power to account, and empowering change that moves our nation forward. ChannelOne TV, telling your story, empowering change.
What if your ideas could shape the future of education in Ghana? If you were a brilliant pre-secondary student aged 11 to 15, this is your moment to shine. Welcome to the Literacy Challenge 2026, the national literacy competition that celebrates young thinkers, great writers, and future leaders. This year's challenge is all about artificial intelligence and education. The topic: in not less than 600 words, write a letter to the Minister of Education as a youth consultant discussing the advantages and disadvantages of the use of artificial intelligence (AI) in education. Advise on how Ghana can effectively integrate AI into basic schools to improve teaching and learning, while ensuring that students in rural and underserved communities are not left behind. Remember, your essay must be in your own handwriting, must be endorsed by a parent, guardian or teacher, and include your full contact details. Submit your entry by Thursday, 30th July 2026 at the front desk of Channel One TV or PO Box GP 14123 Accra Central. Stand a chance to win 10,000 Ghana cedis cash, a laptop, and earn the title of Ghana's most outstanding all-round pre-secondary student. For more information, call 0205 973 973. The Literacy Challenge 2026 is powered by City FM with support from Channel One TV. And it's proudly sponsored by Prospectus Ghana Limited, SIC Insurance, and Advocates Publishing.
This August, join us on Channel One TV as we bring you sights and sounds from our unforgettable journey that began on the 1st of March to the 8th of March 2026. The Heritage Caravan 2026 Diaries is about to hit your screens here on Channel One TV. Relive the unforgettable moments from the 10th edition of the Heritage Caravan as we take you back to the events that took place within those 8 days across 14 regions of Ghana, from the rich culture and history to the stunning landscapes, mouth-watering cuisine, and unforgettable experiences. Every episode celebrates the beauty and diversity of Ghana.
So from Asante State to line, maternally are the rulers of the Asante Kingdom since 1690.
Basfa is now known as Awa International.
Don't bend so marvel, now to the champion. Don't bend so marvel, now to the champion. What's up? What's your tiny goo? What's up? What's your tiny goo? Wait now, we'll be there. What's up, come the goo? What's up? What's your tiny goo? What's up? What's your tiny goo? Wait now, we'll be there. Che baby, your bow, watch it. Money coming, good son, I'm a pro.
Stay with us here on Channel One TV this August as we take you back in time. Let's relive the memories, shall we?
It's another honor series of the City Business Festival 2026 live here on 97.3 City FM as well as Channel One Television. We are still in our very first week talking broadly about the foundations of business and enterprise in Ghana with a specific context on the building blocks, survival and sustainability of Ghanaian businesses. I am Ni Lati. Thank you so much for joining us this time around. Today we are coming your way with a very important topic about starting right, business registration and compliance simplified. Mind you, the 2026 edition of the City Business Festival is powered by 97.3 City FM as well as Channel One Television in partnership with Absa Bank. We are proudly sponsored by MTN Zonatech Ghana Limited as well as Petra Trust. Stay with us. When I come back, I'll tell you who my guest is and then we begin the conversation. Don't go away.
Well, my guest is Frank Opoku Dakun. He is Assistant Chief Company Inspector at the Office of the Registrar of Companies. Frank, good to have you. Welcome. How are you doing?
Good. Thank you for having me.
Indeed, it's amazing having you on this particular episode. You know, the Office of the Registrar of Companies is a very big office, but more often than not, we do not know what you guys do. There's a fine opportunity for you to tell us exactly what the company does, how important, and why you matter in the scheme of things.
All right. So thank you for the question. Let me start off by explaining the differences between the Registrar General's Department and the Office of the Registrar of Companies. So it used to be the Registrar General's Department, established in 1963 under Act 179. That is responsible for the registration of businesses, companies, registration of marriages, estates, and all of these. So it used to be one. And it has served us for 56 long years.
Indeed.
Yeah. So it was not until 2019 that a new act came into being. So the new act establishes a new office, Act 2019, Act 992. So this new office is the Office of the Registrar of Companies.
Very different from the Registrar General's Department.
So
that was a decoupling. Okay.
Yes. So this office is now clothed with the responsibility of registering businesses and companies in Ghana and operating, regulating that space.
So it's a separate entity.
It's a separate entity.
I see. So you guys register businesses after the decoupling. Yes. But how many forms of business structures do we have in the country?
So we have the very popular one, sole proprietorship businesses. We have partnerships, and then we have the companies. So the company, we have limited by shares, limited by guarantee, and then we have the external companies.
I see. So sole proprietorship, one-man business, as we used to call them. And then we have the partnerships, where two or more people come together, and then we have the companies. But even with the companies, we have different types, right?
Yes.
Are you able to break them down?
So with the companies, we have the limited liability companies. So with this, the liabilities of the shareholders are limited. So whatever we have in our coffers, if there are any liabilities, that's what we use to, offset the debt. With the limited by guarantee, that one there's a minimum amount that's guaranteed. That's 7,000 cedis under the new act. So if in the case of winding up the company, that minimum amount will be contributed by the subscribers or the members. So it is a limited amount that is guaranteed. So with a limited liability to the liabilities are limited to that of the contribution.
Limited by guarantee. Is it the same as NGOs?
Yes, those are the NGOs, non-profit organizations, and or civil societies, and all of that.
I see. Where do external companies come in the form of the structures?
So an external company is a liaison office. So it's a branch office of a mother company outside of the shores of Ghana.
So I see three broadly: sole proprietorship, partnership, as well as companies. You've explained companies. Let me take you back to sole proprietor and then partnership in the lens of the Office of the Registrar of Companies.
So the sole proprietorship, what we usually call one-man businesses. So the owner is the business and the business is the owner. You can't separate the two. They are one and the same. So the owner actually dies with the business. In sole proprietorship businesses, you find out that the owner is the CEO, the owner is the accountant, the owner is the HR, the owner does virtually everything.
Is even the transport officer.
Yes, except in few instances that you see some structures, but basically the owner is the business is the owner.
So regardless of the business structure, the registration falls under the Office of the Registrar of Companies.
Exactly. Unlike first that the Registrar General's Department used to be in charge.
So when we say business registration, really, what are we talking about? Is it just about formalization? Is it just about meeting a legal requirement?
So business registration is registering your business, coming to our office and going through some procedures, going through some processes to get your company or your business registered. So I don't know if you want us to go through one after the other.
Yes, you can go ahead.
So with a sole proprietorship, which is a one-man business, you come to the office with your Ghana card, and you need a TIN. Although the Ghana card is now the TIN, but with us we still need the TIN,
the Ghana card, and the tax
TIN.
identification number.
The old one, the one that starts with the P00.
Okay.
Yes, we still need it. This is because if we restrict it to the Ghana card, and somebody is outside the shores of the country and doesn't have a Ghana card, the person will not be able to register. So we still use the TIN. And so when you don't have a TIN, or if you don't have a TIN, we would apply for one for you. So there's GRA on our premises that we would issue you with a TIN to be able to register a business in Ghana.
So the first most important document when it comes to business registration is the Ghana card
and your TIN.
And the TIN. Yes. Okay. What more is there to it?
So depending on what you are doing and what we will require from you. So the sole proprietorship, one-man business, will need your personal details, where the business is situated, the GPS address of the company, the postal address of the company, and so on and so forth. Yes.
I see. But what talk to me about this bit of the registration process, name search and reservation, because I know you can't just walk up to the office of registrar of company with any name. Perhaps somebody might have taken that name already. So what is the picture like when it comes to the name search and reservation? It's part of the registration process, right?
Yes. So when you come with a name, we advise that you come with 3 set of names. So if the first one does not go through, the second one doesn't go through, the third one. So we will conduct a search on the name to see whether the name is available before you'll be able to use it.
And how long does this take?
Instant. So at the click of the button, we'll see whether the name exists or not. So, but there are different layers. So the company inspector, or the one that you meet in front of you, will search on the system to see whether the name is available. And then sometimes it goes for a second opinion. And then at the second instance, it can be refused. Maybe the limited liability or the limited by guarantee or external companies will go to the lawyers for final approval. The name can, at that stage, also be refused. So, but we need to search on the name and see whether the name is available or not before you can use the name. And then to talk about the name reservation, you can reserve a name for about 2 months.
That's 60
and maybe
days.
Yes, you are not ready to use to register. So you can bring a name. We would check if nobody has it. We'll reserve it for you for 2 months, and then you can further extend it. Yes, to 2 more months, and then after which you can extend it in longer. You should be ready at that stage.
So if after that 2 months you are not able to come in for that name, somebody else can take
the name. Yes.
But you were explaining to me about the registration in terms of the sole proprietor. What does it also look like for partnerships and companies? 2 partners, everyone Ghana card, and then also the 10 companies. And how even different is the registration of partnership from company?
Okay, great question. So in partnership, their liabilities are not limited. So if you have any debts and what you have in the coffers is not enough to offset the debt, we can come for the individual properties of the partners. So we can come for your car, your property, your buildings, and all that. So usually you will find the professionals registering partnership. So the law firms, the accounting firms, architectural firms, because you can take the advice they give you and run with it. And should you fall into any problem, then because their liabilities are not limited, we can come for them. Their personal properties to offset the liabilities. So when you want to register a partnership firm, it comes with some benefit. The tax people can go into it further, but because the liabilities are not limited, you should be mindful which one you would choose. With the limited liabilities, the liabilities are limited. So usually the accounting firms would opt for a partnership. The law firms, architectural firms. So usually you find the more professional, organizations registering as partnership and unlimited liability companies.
Wonderful. You had mentioned that if I want to do this kind of registration, I need to get a lawyer. Is it a separate lawyer, or the office has lawyers that can help individuals go through this process?
Okay, so you would usually, contact a lawyer before you come to us.
Okay.
But if you come to us and you're not sure which one you should register, we'll look at your peculiar situation. So somebody, you are not ready to hire the services of a company secretary. So the new act, is very strong on good corporate governance. And if you want to register a limited liability company, for instance, you need a board in place.
Okay.
The board, they have responsibilities. You need shareholders. You need a company secretary who will ensure compliance. If a beginner comes to you and wants to register a business, obviously it's not a limited liability company that you would suggest to such a person, unless maybe they are more and they can afford the services of a company secretary, and there's a board in place, they have shareholders and all that. So basically you find a lot of people starting or beginning as sole proprietorship businesses and later grow and converting it to limited liability companies.
All right, thank you very much, Frank Opoku-Darko, Assistant Chief Company Inspector at the Office of Registrar of Company. We are still live here on the Honor Series of the City Business Festival 2026. I am Ni Latte. We are taking a short break. When we come back, we'll talk about the cost and the practical steps in registering your business, as well as the compliance bits of this whole registration process. Don't go away. Well, it's still a conversation about starting right business registration and compliance simplified here on the Honor Series of the City Business Festival 2026. I'm Ni Latte. Thank you for staying. My guest is Frank Opoku-Darko, Assistant Chief Company Inspector at the Office of the Registrar of Company. Frank, before we went on that break, we were talking about the procedure and the different forms of business structures that we have now. My basic understanding is that once I have my Ghana card and my TIN, which is the tax identification number, I can come to your office and then register.
Yes.
Now let's talk about the cost aspect of it. How much does it cost to register your business? Is it different, looking at the different kinds of structures that we have? And even the registration process, how is it like? Is it manual, is it digital, or a combination of both?
Okay, so with a sole proprietorship, with just 130 Ghana cedis,
okay,
you can register your business.
Okay.
Yes.
Do I have to pay manually or online?
So you come to our office,
okay,
and then you pay. We had a pilot basis where there were a few people that had online access of registration. And those ones can actually key everything online and pay online, just for few. But ideally, you need to walk into our offices, and then you provide your details, you sign with your Ghana card and TIN, and then you have our people input the data into the system, and then you make payment.
Which means you have branches across
we have
the
branches.
country?
We have branches across the country. We have zonal offices.
Okay.
We have the Western region. We have Sunyani. We have Tamale. And then we have Western region, Takoradi.
Okay.
Yes.
So it's more of manual registration.
if that's what you want to.
Okay, so I walk into your office, sole proprietorship, 130 Ghana. Is that the only payment
no,
I make? Okay.
So yeah, with the sole proprietorship, it's only 130 cedis. Okay. And the limited by guarantee is 490.
Okay.
With the limited liability companies, you pay 550 plus 1% duty.
1%
of the duty, the stated capital you state.
Okay.
Yeah, so if your capital is, let's say, 100,000, you pay 10,000 cedis,
okay,
1%, okay, plus the statutory fees. Yes.
What about limited by guarantee?
So 490 cedis.
490. Okay. What about external companies? Because I know the JIPC recently made some revisions to the minimum capital requirement, which some was, eliminated. If you can educate me on that.
So that one has to do with the limited liability companies where there are foreigners who are shareholders.
Okay.
So then we still use it, though as the new act has been passed. A lot more has to be done before we stop, implementing that.
Okay.
So if it is wholly owned and they are in the service sector, the minimum capital should be $500,000 US.
US dollars.
Yes. And if there is a Ghanaian shareholder, the foreigner's equity drops to $200,000.
Okay.
But if it is trading, no matter whether there is Ghanaian involvement or not, it's $1 million.
Okay,
yes.
I see.
But we are doing away with this
so those are the thresholds
because of the new Act, GIPC Act.
But from how you've explained everything, what I gleaned from your conversation is that it's quite a simple process, very friendly, isn't it?
It is, but with the easiest is the sole proprietorship.
Okay.
So
But
most
there are
people tend
complications,
to register the sole proprietorship, as against registering the limited liability.
With the sole proprietor,
companies.
do you also have a minimum estated capital?
No, there's no minimum capital for
so
sole
even if
proprietor.
it's 1 cedi, I can register
You
my
can.
business.
So you pay the statutory fee, that's 130,
Okay.
and then that's it. You register your business. But with the limited liability, because you need a chartered accounting firm. I forgot to add that.
Okay.
And even with the guarantees, so you need a chartered accounting firm that will be auditing you. After 18 years of first registration, you need to bring your audited account. Okay. And then subsequently every year. Otherwise, you fall foul of the law. I'm sure we'll go into the compliance bit of the
Indeed. So my question with that had to do with the practical aspect of this whole registration.
Okay.
So when I walk to your office, how many forms am I going to fill? How many forms do you have? If you can just walk us through it.
Great. So with the sole proprietorship, it's just one form.
Okay.
Form A.
Form A.
Yes.
That's for sole proprietorship.
Yes.
Form A. Okay.
Great.
Okay. So that's what I see here. Okay. Registration of Business Names Act.
Yes.
1962.
1962.
Yes.
Act
1962 Act
151.
151.
Yes.
Registration of Business Names, Sole Proprietorship, Sections 2. And we have to fill all of this in block
So you
letters.
provide us with the business. So you give us three names. We check which one is available. Then you put that one down.
Okay.
Yes. Then you tell us the nature of the business.
Okay. So
what the business does.
Okay. So I see legal, utilities, tourism. Can one business fall in multiple categories?
Multiple, yes.
Okay.
So provided your name is not restricted.
Okay.
If your name is an open name, so it is not Franco Computers.
Okay.
So then you've restricted yourself.
Okay. Okay.
But if it's an open name, something ventures, you can do as many businesses as you want.
Okay.
So then you take. But there are some you can only do one.
Okay.
I don't see how a law firm can go into selling of spare parts or doing manufacturing and all that.
But are there limits as to the number I can pick?
No.
As
If
many
your
as
name
you
is
can.
open, you can do tourism, you can do oil and gas, you can do construction, and others. So if what you are doing is not part of the things you can yes, and then you explain, you tell us what it is that you're doing.
Then we come to C, principal business activities. Select the international standard industrial classification code numbers. Are you able to explain that?
So if some people are able to search online what they are doing and get us the ISIC code. If you are unable to find it, come to our office, we'll get it for you.
Okay.
So the data entry clerk is able to get the number and put it there for you.
Then the next one is business address information.
Yes, so
I'm
you
sure
provide
we'll
us
leave your digital address.
Digital address, the place of the business. You give us a landmark.
Okay.
Ghana, our addressing system is a bit problematic. So give us a landmark. Most people give us GPS address, and I'm with the compliance and inspection directorate. We go around to inspect companies and all that. You realize that the GPS addresses that they give us, they are not correct. So if you give us a landmark and you are in a billing pay and probably there's only ADB Bank there, I said near the ADB Bank, it's easier to locate you or find where you are.
Okay. Can we just move on and then see the other forms of information that are required in terms of the registration?
So the postal address is
the postal address. Do we still use postal address in the country?
We still.
Okay.
If you don't have, you can use the door to door.
Okay.
Yes.
How different is the principal place of business from the other place of business?
So other place of business, you have the registered office or the main place of business, and then there are other places that you do business. So you can be doing business in multiple places, even in Accra or other regions. So if there are other places, you know, that you have the business.
So simply put branches. Or
branches. Simply put.
Okay.
Branches, yes.
Then your contact details are also required. Phone number 1, phone number 2.
Yeah.
Your fax and what have you.
Email address of the company. So those ones in asterisks, they are compulsory.
It looks like a lengthy, form. Or
yes, but when you are filling it.
Okay. All right.
The sole proprietorship is easy.
So then after you are done with the important data, then you come to the declaration, right?
Yes, so you give us your name, you sign, and then the date that you are submitting.
So I also see business operating permits requests.
Yes.
What does it mean?
We used to require that you would get a business operating permit, but now you register before you go to your municipal assembly or district assembly to go and get a work permit.
Okay.
But you register with us first. We're working together. They had a place in our premises that, you would immediately get the permit and then register. But now you just register and go to your municipal assembly and get the permit after. So you come to us first.
Okay.
But there's that collab that used to exist. Just like we have that working relationship with GRA also.
I see.
And then we used to even have Senate on our premises that you need to get Senate before you register and all of that.
So I get this form after I pay my 130 Ghana cedis, right?
No, you fill it.
Before you come
The data
there.
entry clerk will key it for you. The payment slip will be generated. Then you make payment.
But I pick it up from your office.
You can download it. It's on our website.
Okay. As well. So what was the website, if you can just mention it?
www.orc.gov.gh.
Okay.
Yes.
I see important information here. MSME classification. Okay. So micro, small, medium size enterprises as we
So that's 1 to 5. You are micro.
A micro business.
And then small 6 to 30 according to this data. And then medium 31 to 100 staff, permanent staff. And then that's the turnover. $25,000. Then between $25,000 and $1 to $1 million. And then from $1 million up to $3 million turnover.
So is it in US dollars or even the cedi equivalent? I'm
So
just
cedis equivalent.
So I see. So
but you find most people understating when they come the turnover, they just state something very low. So I'm sure GRA, when you go to GRA to start paying tax, that's where they would actually look at all of that.
I see. So with this registration, is it a one-time off registration or
one
subject
time?
to
One time. So every year, then you will need to renew.
Okay. All right, Frank. It's been amazing, but we are not done. We are going to have another leg of this particular conversation, but this has been the starting right business registration as well as compliance simplified episode of the honor series with our friends from the office of the registrar of companies. Frank Opokudako is assistant chief company inspector at that particular office. I'm Neil Late. Thank you so much. Mind you, the 2026 edition of the City Business Festival is powered by 97.3 City FM as well as Channel One Television in partnership with Absa Bank. We are sponsored by MTN, Zondatech Ghana Limited, as well as Petra Trust. Thank you so much for staying with us. We'll come your way same time tomorrow. If you are listening to us on radio, this is 97.3 CTFM. If you are watching us on television, welcome to Channel One Television. I am Ni Lati, welcoming you again to another honor series of the City Business Festival 2026, still in week 1, talking about the business registration and how to remain compliant. My guest is Frank Opoku-Darko. He is Assistant Chief Company Inspector at the Office of Registrar of Companies. Today we have a two-part show for you. First, we'll be talking about the non-compliance bits of business registration, and then later we'll go into the subject matter of beneficial ownership. Thank you so much for joining us this time around. Mind you, the 2026 edition of the City Business Festival is powered by 97.3 CTFM and Channel One Television in partnership with APSA, and we are proudly sponsored by MTN, Zonatech Ghana Limited, as well as Petra Trust. Frank Opoku-Darko is my guest today on the honor series of the City Business Festival. He is the Assistant Chief Company Inspector at the Office of the Registrar of Companies. Frank, good to have you.
Same here.
Yeah, always a pleasure talking to you. Today we are talking about compliance in business registration. And this is a conversation that matters a lot to businesses as well as your office in particular. And so at what point do we say that a business is compliant or non-compliant?
Well, so let me put it plainly. To be compliant simply means adhering to statutory obligations.
Okay.
And compliance is not supposed to be punitive. It is actually for our own benefit. Let me take your listeners through, some importance of compliance, and then we can delve deeper. When you comply, you safeguard your own reputation. It builds customer trust. So people send us correspondences, they write to us, they want to do due diligence on companies. And then we write back to them, if you are not compliant, we tell them that your company is not compliant. Look at the reputational damage.
Okay.
Look at the trust issue. And you will find people, rushing or thronging to our premises just to be compliant only when they hear that there's a penalty that will be rolled out. Or let's say an investor, somebody wants to put money in, and they know that the person will do a background check on them. So then they come and want to comply with statutory obligations. But when you comply, it inures to your own benefit. It boosts investor confidence, access to finance, and what have you. So it is in the interest of businesses and companies to comply with statutory obligations.
You mentioned 4 key important, metrics when it comes to compliance, in terms of reputation, trust, access to finance, and even investor confidence. But this, you say, can only come if you adhere to the statutory obligations. And what are these statutory obligations?
Good. So with a sole proprietorship, every year you are supposed to come and renew.
Okay, so
annual renewal.
Renewal is 1.
Yes.
Okay.
With the companies, they file returns. So the chartered accounting firm, the auditors, will prepare audited accounts for the year that they are coming to file.
Okay.
And then you fill annual return form. Then you come and file. So the same audited account that you send to GRA is the same audited account you bring to us.
From our studios at number 5 Oula Hansen Lane, hello and welcome to the Channel One Newsroom. I am Inu Safo. Coming up. Severe rainstorm kills 12-year-old girl at Yendi in the northern region.
Then back when ma can I won't yelling come out of sorry. Mbokule dete, come at me shall come until I not come now. Now I won't to Sula Bossable, I won't now mammy nunda. There's a yellow campaign and won't now my son.
Minority in Ghana's parliament describes 2026 mid-year budget review as empty and uninspiring. NPP flag bearer Dr. Muhammadu Bawumia meets Ashanti regional executives following incarceration of its chairman, Bernard Entry Boisiako.
Today, bill is being weaponized. You have a very strange judgment coming out of the court, and he strongly believes that there's also a coordinated attempt to mount a very serious assault on the branded.
Bon Traditional Council endorses Northern Business Fair organized by City FM and Channel One Television.
Channel One is my favorite channel. It was City News to Channel One. Every program that you have, I'm with you. And I'm so very grateful about it. So I don't think if you have a program in Northern region, we have to ignore it.
In Channel One Business. Government maintains 2026 macroeconomic targets after first half economic performance. In Channel One Sports. Black Stars campaign in 2026 FIFA World Cup cost Ghana 58 million cedis. Many thanks for staying with us. Let's settle for the details of our stories. A severe rainstorm that hit the Yendi municipality in the northern region at dawn on Wednesday has claimed the life of a 12-year-old girl, injured several others, and destroyed more than 40 houses and properties. The devastation has left several families homeless, forcing many victims to seek refuge with relatives and friends. Channel One News' northern regional correspondent Mohammed Aminu M. Alabira reports.
A severe storm that swept through parts of the Yendi municipality in the northern region on Wednesday, July 22nd, has left a trail of destruction, claiming one life and injuring several others. More than 40 houses were reportedly destroyed, with several homes completely reduced to rubble, and their occupants left homeless. The disaster has also destroyed personal belongings and farm produce, leaving affected residents counting their losses and appealing to the government, individuals, and philanthropic organizations for urgent assistance.
Farm products, some of it are spoiled because when the rain took up the roofing sheet, and the rain soaked all the maize and then the groundnut. So we don't have food to eat, not talk of place to sleep. So we are urging people to come to our aid to help us.
Some of us, the houses destroyed, the roofs taken off. Those houses that are destroyed, they moved to the nearby houses that is not affected. Some of us were even devastated. We don't know what to do. We are just mingling around. I don't know. So as we are standing now, we are devastated. There's nothing what we can do.
The rainstorm claimed the life of a 12-year-old girl after a room collapsed on her. The mother of the deceased girl, overwhelmed with grief, could not hold back her tears as she appealed for support for their family.
The family son and living in Swanty. When you're not Swanty now, and so the meeting and dish and a minute be maza, when Palama can now only go to Swanty. Cut then back when ma can now win Yelena. Come out of sorry. Mbokule dete. Madame Shaka because until I not time now. Now I wouldn't suit to Sula Bossable, but one now mammy nunda. There's a yellow campaign and one now my son. A man demanguna. nkongo zongo dabsel ngwa ala ameshingo nkongo nyete non konta ben yara pregre to nsanya.
Officials of the National Disaster Management Organization, NADMO, who were still assessing the extent of damage, described the destruction as extensive.
Currently, we've not finished with our assessment yet, but we've noticed that about 30 plus houses so far has been affected. And some houses, there's not even a single room left. The whole house, they are homeless. And it's quite unfortunate. Actually, I called our national director and informed him, our regional director as well, and then the municipal executive is aware of it.
One person has been remanded into police custody, whilst 3 others have been granted bail by the Asin Fosu District Court. This follows the violence that broke out during the NDC's branch executive election in Asin Fosu in the Central Region. Central Regional correspondent Akosiado has more in the following report.
The process to elect branch executives for the Bamboo polling station in Asin Fosu on July 16 turned chaotic and violent. At the close of polls for the women organizer position, 25 ballots were counted, even though 17 delegates were recorded to have voted. Matters quickly escalated, leading to a scuffle. One of the victims of the brutality, Iyao Ousu, an aspirant of the Asin Central Constituency Youth Organizer position, suffered life-threatening injuries and was rushed to St. Francis Xavier Hospital in Asin Fosu for initial treatment. He was later referred to the Cape Coast Teaching Hospital for further treatment. Medical reports indicate that he suffered a fractured neck, an eye injury, head injuries, and suspected spinal injuries.
We are kaya bana mane dia na 17 no enipa 17 na abroso amafe dia be 25 te me kasa na se na baba ma no alasa eni fuseni eni wo mo akiri ba bi ono so na etewie o eni wo mo nyonko bi se na alasa na fa machi hu yanze waso me kon echi me kon hu yanze ni nua ba ko na pani na bomani atransmeni na se no apai ne emoja afi o mota wiane ne o monyonko no bia free baby ba na obebo mi bi nipa for nia so bo aka se bo se ye bu ni papa de o mo bo me pa ma me ami hu se ewi ase ye 90 kan me kon intimate achia.
The injured aspirant has called on the NDC's national executives to intervene as he alleges sharp divisions in the party leading to factions.
Se be from so a media yo mte mesra na china se owura otitre ne ese dun ketia se wotie ya omomblem fifi anu ko te mesra wo mo nyina omomblem wa san central ha na omoma mebe na nyame nko na MC ne ma no mo de edi me boni o mo di ne hansem mo kan zo papa ya MC ti so mo bu kra na enkonkosi hwe.
Appearing before the Asin Fosu District Court, presided by His Worship Abdul Majid Ilyasu, on Thursday, July 23, one of the suspects who have been arrested in connection with the violence, Hussein Mbepwa, was remanded into police custody for 1 week. Hussein Mbepwa, together with Hassan Adams Bepwa, Yahuza, and Baba Stranger, has been charged with assault and conspiracy to commit crime, to wit, assault. The remaining 3 accused persons, Hassan Adams Bepwa, Yahuza, and Baba Stranger, were granted bail in the sum of 15,000 Ghana cedis each, with 2 sureties. The case has been adjourned to 27th July 2026. Hassan, who also claims to have suffered an eye injury, wants party executives to take control of the matter, even as he trusts the court to exercise fairness.
In other news, former Vice President and the New Patriotic Party's 2028 presidential candidate, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, has led a high-level party delegation to Kumasi for a closed-door meeting with the Ashanti Regional leadership following the sentencing of the party's Ashanti Regional Chairman Bernard Entry Boesiakun, popularly known as Chairman Muntumi. The NPP says it has begun the process of appealing the 20-year prison sentence handed to Chairman Muntumi, describing him as a political prisoner. ChannelOne News' Middle Belt Bureau Chief Hafiz Tijani reports.
Dr. Bawumia arrived in the company of Ekuapim North MP Sami Ewuku, Efijase Sokori MP, Dr. Nana Eyu Efirie, and several members of parliament from the Ashanti region. The closed-door meeting attended by constituency chairmen, constituency secretaries, and party elders, according to sources, assessed the implication of Chairman Wuntumi's conviction, its impact on the party, and strategies for the way forward in the Ashanti region. Spokesperson for Dr. Bawumia, Sami Ewuku, spoke to ChannelOne News on the importance of the meeting.
Details of the meeting I cannot put out, but definitely he also did assure them of his determination and willingness to support the embattled Ashanti Regional Chairman throughout the process, offering every assistance that the party can give him, and also stand by the Ashanti Party toe to toe, shoulder to shoulder, and let them know that they are not alone. And these are the things that he believes that should also energize our base, encourage our supporters for us to work hard to correct the current anomalies in the system. Today, bill is being weaponized. You have a very strange judgment coming out of the court, and he strongly believes that there's also a coordinated attempt to mount a very serious assault on the brand NPP.
Regional executives and constituency leaders also called on party supporters to remain resolute and rally behind Chairman Wuntumi.
To party supporters, this is a time to show solidarity because our opponents are using Wuntumi's conviction to test our resolve. Supporters must remain calm and look up to the National Party for direction.
The MPP says it will organize vigils and continue what it describes as a lawful campaign against the intimidation of opposition figures while pursuing its appeal through the courts.
Now, government has announced proposed amendments to the Excise and Customs Duties Act aimed at plugging revenue leakages and improving tax collection. Presenting the 2026 mid-year budget review to Parliament, Finance Minister Dr. Kasia Latto-Forson expressed concern over the persistent under-collection of excise and customs duties. ChannelOne News' Ni Ayikwe Okan reports.
The Finance Minister, Dr. Kasia Latto-Forson, appeared before Parliament on Thursday to present the 2026 mid-year budget review. He highlighted some key reforms that are expected to take place at the port to tackle revenue leakages.
Prices of wine and spirit imported between 2023 and 2025 shows a taxable revenue of over 5 billion Ghana cedis. However, about 78%, worth 4 billion Ghana cedis, entered customs procedures such as warehousing and transit. In other words, almost 4 out of every 5 cedis of the potential excise tax based on wine and spirit escaped the tax net. Mr. Speaker, only 1 cedi out of every 5 cedi was subjected to excise duty. That is neither efficient nor sustainable, and this must change. The excise duty bill before this House introduced a comprehensive package of reforms to close these leakages.
He also disclosed that an amount of about 111 billion Ghana cedis of DDEP coupons are due for payment within the next 2 years.
In 2027, DDEP bonds that will fall due is 58 billion Ghana cedis. Another 53 billion Ghana cedis will fall due in 2028. In 2 years alone, Ghana has to repay 111 billion cedis. 111. Mr. Speaker, this is the true Agenda 111. The domestic debt exchange program was not designed to solve Ghana's debt problems. It was designed to postpone it. Deliberately, knowingly, and cynically, unfortunately. Mr. Speaker, its architect mortgaged tomorrow to survive today. Mr. Speaker, they had a duty to fix the roof. Instead, they moved the leak to another room and declared the house repaired.
The Finance Minister, Dr. Kasiela Toforson, also announced the construction of 1,200 state-owned power plants to help deal with the increasing cost of electricity tariffs.
The first 600 megawatt phase is expected to be commissioned in 2028. Right, Honorable Speaker, to reduce costs, government secured the gas turbines directly from GE Vernova, achieving savings of between 35 and 45% compared with third-party procurement. Right, Honorable Speaker, the project will lower electricity generation costs, help reduce electricity tariff by 10 to 20%, and create more than 2,000 direct and indirect jobs during the first phase.
Following the presentation, the Minority Caucus, led by the ranking member on the Finance Committee, Dr. Mohammed Amin Adam, spoke to journalists.
This government, from what has been submitted in Parliament, can best be described as talk more, do little government. Because the review has confirmed our description of the original budget, the 2026 budget, as having only bones, no meat. And for that matter, can best be described as Koscielko budget. The minister tried his best to do what he does best, propaganda. But his own data gave him out. His own data showed that the honeymoon is over. They are now faced with the reality because this budget is empty. And because it has no meat and they have no story, again, the minister resorted to blame game.
Well, the assurance from the Finance Minister, Dr. Kasiela Toforson, is that Ghana is moving forward, and under the leadership of President John Dramani Mahama, the economy will not return to the emergency room. Reporting for Channel One News from Parliament, I am Ni Ayukweyi Okain.
Away from that story, the High Court has ordered the Attorney General to amend 2 counts in the criminal case against former National Food Buffer Stock Company Chief Executive Officer Hanan Abdul Wahab Aludiba after ruling that the charges failed to adequately state the alleged false representations at the heart of the offense of defrauding by false pretenses. The judge further dismissed in whole an application to strike out the entire charge sheet. There's more in the following report.
The ruling followed an application by counsel for the first accused, former Attorney General Godfrey Yeboah-Dame, who challenged the validity of the charge sheet. The defense argued that the charges breached constitutional and statutory requirements by failing to provide sufficient particulars, improperly combining multiple transactions into single counts, and charging the same transactions as both stealing and defrauding by false pretenses. Delivering its decision on Thursday, the court held that prosecutors are required to provide enough particulars to clearly inform an accused person of the allegations they must defend against. The judge noted that the details in the charge sheet should also enable any reasonable reader to understand the nature of the offense. The court, however, rejected the defense's broader challenge, ruling that all but 2 of the charges contained sufficient particulars. It also found no merit in the claim that the prosecution had improperly combined multiple offenses into single counts. On the issue of charging both stealing and defrauding by false pretenses over the same transactions, the court ruled that law permits both offenses to be preferred in separate counts. However, it clarified that an accused person cannot ultimately be convicted of both offenses based on the same set of facts. The court, nevertheless, agreed with the defense that counts 9 and 14, both alleging defrauding by false pretenses, were defective because they failed to expressly state that the representations allegedly made by the accused were false. The judge directed the Attorney General to amend the 2 counts to specifically state that the representations relied upon were false representation or false pretenses, while allowing the remaining charges to proceed. The case has been adjourned to July 29, 2026. Meanwhile, lead counsel for Hanan Abdul Wahab Aludiba Godfred Yeboadame has served notice of his intention to appeal the ruling.
Supreme Court has been made that clear. Recently, in the Buff Body matter, you disclosed all the facts. First and foremost, made an application for disclosure of documents. That application has not been satisfied, and then we are asked to proceed. We cannot do so at all. Secondly, even Ernest Thompson, Public Register Ernest Thompson, 2021, a case that was dedicated on by the Supreme Court. They ordered the prosecution to provide relevant particulars of the charges when the same complaints that we are making today was made at that time. And so if it was right for Ernest Thompson, it must be right for Hanan Abdul-Wahab. Thank you.
You're still watching the Channel One Newsroom on Channel One TV. Still to come. Government maintains 2026 macroeconomic targets after first half economic performance. We have those details shortly. Do stay.
This is the old way. Let me show you a new and a better way. EduPack. EduPack? Yes, EduPack. A GS-approved and supported initiative for all first-year students going to SHS. By Prospectus Ghana Limited. Now you don't need to go to the market. All your trunks, mattresses, pillows, including plastic chalkboards, are all waiting for your child at the school. Note, all our wooden chalkboards are being changed to plastic ones to avoid bedbugs.
You can also register by dialing *713*821# following the prompts, or you can visit www.edupackgh.com and tap register. You can also register at any ADB branch near you at a very affordable price. EduPack, approved and supported by GES.
Imagine a life where every moment flows effortlessly, where every choice brings you closer to the life you've always wanted. Give yourself more ways to receive joy. Have more time to party. With G Money, every moment flows seamlessly. Just pay and keep the good vibes going. Instantly top up airtime or data so you never miss life's special moments, because your memories together should matter more. Give yourself more freedom to celebrate. Pay bills quickly and seamlessly so nothing disrupts your moments. Have more financial control. With G Money, you can effortlessly manage bulk payments and keep your business running smoothly. Dial *488# or download the app and explore the new G Money today. G Money. Give yourself more.
Your health is in your hands, but at some point, it passes on to us. At Mintuba Hospital and Coloproctology Center, we believe that quality healthcare isn't a privilege, it's a right. Equipped with cutting-edge technology, we are fully prepared to effectively deal with all colorectal and proctological conditions. Our team of highly skilled doctors, surgeons, and nurses are renowned for their expertise in minimally invasive and painless laser, ligature, and longoproctological surgery. We are committed to providing a wide range of services to meet the diverse needs of our patients. Mintuba Hospital, your health is our priority. Visit Mintuba Hospital today or call us at 0244 581 541 or 0271 054 204. Mintuba Hospital, in to serve a peculiar health need.
You're welcome back. Up next is Channel One Business with Nashika Caesar.
Channel One Business is brought to you by MTN and EcoBank.
Hello, my name is Pamela from Customer Service. Please revalidate your account by texting your Ghana card number to 0500,000 247.
Hey, Abili, wabadim.
Madam, give me the numbers behind your ATM card. I'm calling from the head office.
An email was delivered across to our customers this morning.
Confirm if this is your bank account 100,100,100.
Thanks for sending your bank card details.
Send the OTP now to avoid cancellation.
EcoBank will never call, email, send an SMS asking for your PIN, OTP, bank card, or Ghana card details.
Don't get played. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
Hello, please, I'm calling from Customer Experience Center.
Hello? I had to send you your Momo ready.
Oh, what?
I go here. Start rushing home.
There comes a time when money matters get tricky. When paying back feels hard, we get creative. But here's a beautiful fact. Every time you pay back, you keep the line going. You make space for someone else. So don't break the chain. From Quick Loan and Smart Loan to Extra Cash, Easy Cash, Agent Flex, Ahomka Loan, Express Loan, Busia Loan, and many more. It's all in your Momo app when you need it. Borrow, sort out, pay back.
Momo.
Because when you do, Momo Day for everybody.
Now, I'm sure the business desk was a lot busy today.
It was. You know, the finance minister was in parliament today.
Yes, he
with
was.
The budget statement.
Give us more details.
Right, coming up. Now, government has maintained its 2026 macroeconomic targets after first half economic performance surpassed expectations with stronger growth, lower inflation, improved fiscal outcomes, and a faster than expected improvement in the country's debt trajectory. Here's more.
Presenting the 2026 mid-year budget review in Parliament on Thursday, Finance Minister Dr. Atuforsen did not seek a supplementary budget, saying revenue and expenditure remain broadly on track to meet government's fiscal objective.
The provisional fiscal performance for the first half of 2026 is presented against the following approved 2026 fiscal target. Overall deficit target on commitment basis of 2.2% of GDP, primary surplus of 1.5% of the GDP, overall deficit on cash basis of 4% of GDP, and primary surplus on a cash basis of 0.4% of GDP. But Mr. Speaker, provisional fiscal outturn for the first half of 2026 was stronger than anticipated.
The finance minister also announced that Ghana is expected to conclude its IMF Extended Credit Facility program next week, with the IMF Executive Board set to consider the final program review.
Next week, the Executive Board of the IMF is expected to approve the final review of Ghana's Extended Credit Facility program, bringing to a successful conclusion the financial bailout IMF program. The Executive Board is also expected to approve a 36-month policy coordination instrument, a non-financing arrangement designed for countries that no longer have and are not expected to face balance of payment needs.
Meanwhile, industry players welcomed some of the measures while calling for prudent implementation.
If you listen to the speech, you can see a lot of the careful considerations, okay? And he's very careful about what they're doing. You can also see that He's looking for savings on interest and all of that, debt management, to clearly make sure that he doesn't exceed the deficit target. So he's been careful on spending. We expect that there will be a bit more spending, to be honest, so that the economy can take.
Yeah.
But I think everything seems to be a very controlled budget.
Overall, this is fair to expect. I mean, our local manufacturers, especially for food use, will be excited to hear this, and then we can grow local industry, support local agriculture in order to supply industry.
Moving on, Ghanaians lost nearly 300,000 cedis to online restaurant and personalization scams in the first 6 months of 2026 as cyber criminals increasingly hijacked Google business listings to trick unsuspecting customers into paying for food that was never delivered. According to the latest Cybersecurity Authority alert, reported cases almost doubled to 112 between January and June this year, up from 61 during the same period in 2025. Here's more.
The over 296,000 cedis in financial loss is more than 3 times the 84,552 cedis recorded during the same period in 2025. According to the authority, fraudsters are targeting legitimate restaurants and food vendors by altering their contact details on Google Search, Google Maps, and other online platforms. Unsuspecting customers then place food orders using the fake contact details and are instructed to send payment through mobile money or fraudulent payment links. Once payment is made, communication ends and the food is never delivered. In other instances, victims are lured into entering personal and banking information on fake payment pages, exposing them to further financial losses. The Cybersecurity Authority is therefore urging customers to verify restaurant contact details through official website, verified social media pages, or trusted food delivery platforms before placing an order.
Let's now bring you an update on crude oil prices and how the local currency is performing on the interbank market. And that's it for Channel One Business. I am Nashika Caesar, and back to you.
Thank you very much, Na. Let's do some more stories. The kingmakers and elders of the Dagbon Kingdom have endorsed and given their blessings for the Northern Business Fair organized by Channel One TV and City FM, describing it as a timely initiative to unlock investment opportunities and showcase the economic potential of Northern Ghana. The endorsement came during a courtesy call by a delegation from Channel One TV and City FM to the Bewa Palace ahead of the event. There's more in the following report.
The Northern Business Fair 2026 will take place on July 25 and 26 at the Jubilee Park in Tamale. The two-day exhibition, scheduled to run daily from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m., is expected to bring businesses, entrepreneurs, investors, and exhibitors from across Northern Ghana and beyond to showcase products, services, and investment opportunities while fostering partnerships and business growth. Some stakeholders who expressed joy ahead of the event welcomed the initiative as a major boost for enterprise development and innovation in the North, while calling for more of such events.
As reps of the president, we always take it to make sure that we try to expose at least the opportunities that our people have, especially regarding the business sectors most of the times within this zone, 80 to 90% of the people are farmers. And so we are thinking of doing value additions so that we will not just be thinking of sending raw materials, raw food from the farm gates to the market square. We need to make value for addition so that we can also match up to the international markets.
The present vision is to enhance or to make the economy better so that we live in the country well. So if this fair comes, it has a lot of benefits that we get.
During the visit to the Gbewa Palace, the kingmakers and elders of Dagbon Kingdom who endorsed the Northern Business Fair commended ChannelOne TV and City FM for creating a platform that highlights the region's business strengths and attracts investments.
ChannelOne is my favorite channel. It was City News to ChannelOne. Every program that you have, I'm with you. And I'm so very grateful about it. So I don't think if you have a program in northern region, we have to ignore it now. But now that we are mourning, that is our problem. We are mourning because our head is gone. And so we said, no, if we don't install the regent, we don't want any noise at all in northern region. So if it is only, exhibition, I don't think it's a problem. We are okay. You can go ahead and then continue the work.
Still in the north, management of City FM and ChannelOne TV have paid tribute to the late overlord of Dagbon, Yana Abukari Muhammad II, describing him as a father figure whose reign strengthened the long-standing relationship between the Dagbon Kingdom and the media organization. A delegation led by the head of events and partnerships at ChannelOne TV and City FM, Frema Edunyame, signed the Book of Condolence at the Gbewa Palace and conveyed the company's sympathies to the royal family and the people of Dagbon. ChannelOne News' Christopher Kevin Asima reports.
The great king of Dagbon passed away, and his family at City FM and ChannelOne TV is here in Yendi at the Gbewa Palace to pay homage.
Following the passing of the overlord of Dagbon, Yana Abukari Muhammad II, dignitaries from across the country have continued to visit the Gbewa Palace to pay their last respects. Joining the growing list of mourners, management of City FM and ChannelOne TV visited the palace to sign the Book of Condolence and present items in support of the organization of the late king's final funeral rites. The delegation also met with the regent and palace officials to express their condolences and reaffirm the company's solidarity with the Dagbon Kingdom during the period of mourning.
We were not expecting news like this. It came in as a shock to all of us. We've really enjoyed a very great relationship with him. We've always been received as family members. And don't forget that our CEO, Samuel Atamensa, is a development chief, in the area as well. And so if such an unfortunate news has happened, it is a step in the right direction, to just come and pay homage and to commiserate with the Gbewa Palace and the family. And also to assure the people of Dagbon and the palace that the relationship that we have always enjoyed with Ayana will not end with his demise. And that relationship will continue. So this is an assurance that we have been family members. We will continue to be family members to honor the memory of the royal dynasty himself.
Secretary to the Gbewa Palace, Alhaji Abdul Rahman, expressed appreciation to the management of City FM and ChannelOne TV for their visit and support. He thanked the organization for standing with the palace during this difficult period and indicated that preparations for the final funeral rites were progressing steadily.
The burial process will still continue until the installation date. So from now till that time, the Book of Condolence will still be open for the general public to come and sign, and then the burial processes will also continue. You can see a lot of people trickling in, coming to present their burial, coming to do their donations to the family so we can take care of the visit. So currently, these are the activities we are taking through to make sure that everything goes on successfully. Reporting from the Great Gbewa Palace here in Yendi, I am Christopher Kevin Asima, reporting for ChannelOne News.
Residents of Bebe Seshiabu in Dansoman could soon see an end to years of destruction caused by tidal waves, with the Ablekuma West Municipal Chief Executive assuring of the completion of the 5-kilometer sea defense project within the next 2.5 years. Channel One News' Rachel Engman reports.
Construction is steadily advancing on the long-awaited sea defense project, which is expected to protect vulnerable coastal communities from tidal waves and recurrent flooding while reclaiming portions of land lost to coastal erosion. When Channel One News visited the site, residents expressed excitement over the ongoing construction work, but appealed to contractors to accelerate work so they begin to enjoy the full benefits of the project.
The project has so far has helped us very, very much, because if not of the sea defense, like the sea have even come to the town, and they should hurry up and do it, because nowadays the way that the sea is being, it will very, very be difficult for us.
No, me bien. So far, choosing some of you. Choosing your beer when sure about coffee, Ketty. Why, I just get Griffy. Kawabia, Wadan beach here. She wanna get the beach as a guy show coin. If I fit your beer, no, but now continue. A channel care. When I got a fake about the
Ablekuma West Municipal Chief Executive George Pakwaluti says about 95% of the growing structures have been completed. He expressed confidence that, barring unforeseen setbacks, the entire project will be completed within the next 2.5 years.
So far, we are supposed to have about 7 grounds. And from look of things, the contractors have done well. So far, they've almost finished. They've done about 95% of the grounds. What is left with the back of the grounds? They left those ones because they need space for the trucks to come in. So they have to go back to the ground one and to cover the back of the grounds to hit the cliff. The purpose of this also is to reduce the tidal waves, so that we can accumulate enough sand to reclaim the land. We are told we are left about 2.5 years to have this place finished.
He urged residents to help preserve the project by ending illegal sand winning, refraining from dumping refuse along the shoreline, and avoiding new developments within the coastal buffer zone.
The community should also support, so that at least they will stop winning the sand as we claim the land. Going forward, some of the structures here need to be pulled down to create access, or of course to before you realize that Dansoman beach is one of the cleanest beaches in Greater Accra, but for this we have other unnecessary structures sprinkled up. So when we are done with this activity, we are sure to bring in some investors, also to plant this coconut tree to also help in claiming the land.
For years, flooding and tidal waves have threatened residents of Bebe Seshiabu. Residents are now hopeful that the sea defense project will bring some relief. Reporting for Channel One News, I am Rachel Engman.
This is still the Channel One Newsroom on Channel One TV. Still ahead. Black Stars campaign in 2026 FIFA World Cup cost Ghana 58 million cedis. We have the details shortly. Do stay.
As the sun rises over the city of Accra, its warm glow settles on one of the city's most thoughtfully planned communities, Lakeside Estate, and once again, something exceptional is unfolding. After the successful sale of our 4-bedroom Orca at Lakeside Hills, a new masterpiece is about to make its debut. An exquisite 4-bedroom story Orca home overlooking a breathtaking landscape of the Abri Mountains. This remarkable home now features a total floor area of 330 square meters, set on a generous 7,140 square foot plot. Step inside and you're welcomed by a spacious foyer leading to an open living and dining area, paired with a modern fitted kitchen with a stylish island crafted for the ultimate cooking experience. On the first floor, family living takes center stage. Spend quality time together and enjoy the convenience of a newly added infinite kitchenette, perfect for warming up your coffee or tea. For our esteemed homeowners who value privacy and productivity, a dedicated study area has been beautifully integrated into the design. This new home is a testament to trust, craftsmanship, and modern living. A space where elegance, comfort, and style come together effortlessly. Book your spot today by calling our sales expert on 020-477-5040 or 020-477-5042. Lakeside Estate, quality homes for all.
In today's fast-paced African business landscape, human resources is no longer just a support function. It's the strategic heartbeat of your organization. Are you prepared to lead that change and redefine your professional impact? Welcome to the HR Connect Conference 2026. This year, we are diving deep into our professional theme, from certification to competence. Why elevating HR is critical for business growth and competitive advantage in Africa. We are profoundly honored to host our guest of honor, His Majesty the Gamanche, King Takitaiko Churu II, alongside our distinguished guest speaker, Honorable Haruna Pelpo. Over 2 transformative days at the prestigious Labadi Beach Hotel, you will go far beyond traditional theory. We have curated an immersive experience designed to challenge your thinking and sharpen your edge. You will have the opportunity to participate in our expert-led masterclass sessions, including personal branding and mastery, the CDAT compensation and benefits masterclass, our critical labor law masterclass, and the forward-looking SHRP future of work masterclass. Beyond the masterclasses, you will gain rare, high-level perspectives during our exclusive C-suite sessions, engage in intimate fireside chats, and participate in our interactive table talk sessions focusing on HR mentorship mastery and the latest in HR tech. Proudly partnered by CDAT Consult and SHRP, this is the premier gathering for HR professionals ready to shape the future of our industry. Mark your calendars for July 30th and 31st, 2026, starting 9 a.m. sharp each day. Elevate your practice, drive your business. Join us at the HR Connect Conference 2026. We look forward to connecting with you there.
Yes, next. Hey, Nadia Benson,
Me didn't tum. Mr. Femi Kakalika, just call me cockroach. Now, Mr. Femi once now.
Hey, is that you?
Improve car.
Yeah.
Captain Mosquito, double the action. Me did this sasso spray. Mr. Femi sasso quell. Yeah, to my sasso
Sasso, come tum preko.
You're welcome back. Up next to Channel One Sports with Bernard Abekwatri. Abeku, how are you?
I'm fantastic. How are you too?
I'm good, thanks. I'm surprised you didn't say your regular
I'm a
line.
miracle.
So the Black
Yeah.
Stars are in the news again. 58 million.
That's good money, right?
Very good money.
Let's get into it.
Given.
Well, the government of Ghana spent 58 million Ghana cedis on the Black Stars' participation at the 2026 FIFA World Cup. Finance Minister Dr. Kasiela Tuforsen has disclosed. Presenting the 2026 mid-year budget review in Parliament, Dr. Forsen said the amount was released as part of approved government expenditure to support Ghana's campaign at the tournament. He said the disclosure reflects government's commitment to transparency and accountability in the use of public funds.
An amount of 104 million as teacher training allowance has been paid, Right Honorable Speaker, to support nursing training. An amount of 144 million as nursing training allowance has been paid, Mr. Speaker, to strengthen grassroots governance. An amount of 93 million as assembly members allowance has been paid, Mr. Speaker, to promote skills development and entrepreneur. An amount of 45 million for the National Apprenticeship Program has been paid, Mr. Speaker, to support Ghana's participation in the 2026 FIFA World Cup. An amount of 58 million has been paid.
Let's move to Glasgow now, and Ghana's Abdul Wahid Omar will be the first Team Ghana boxer in action at the 2026 Commonwealth Games when he takes on England's Patrice Magazai in Glasgow. The bout marks the start of Ghana's boxing campaign with 10 black bombers and black haters aiming to add to the nation's proud Commonwealth Game medal history. The boxing competition will feature 201 athletes from 43 countries competing at Hall 5 of the Scottish Event Campus. My colleague Gabby Ofer has more in this report.
2026 Commonwealth Games is here, and it's happening all the way in Glasgow. Now, Ghana's Abdul Wahid Omar will lead Team Ghana's boxing campaign at the 2026 Commonwealth Games when he takes on England's Patrice Mogauzia in the men's 65 kg prelims round later on Friday, July 24. Now, the 32-year-old Ghanaian is scheduled to face the 24-year-old English boxer at exactly 6:45 p.m. at the Scottish Event Campus Hall 5. This will be Omar's second appearance at the Commonwealth Games after representing Ghana in Birmingham back in 2022 when he won bronze medal at those games, reaching the semi-finals before losing to Richano Collin of Mauritania in that competition or in that category. But on Sunday, attention will then shift to another boxer, and that's Abdul Wahid Omar's teammate in Amadou Mohamed, who is also scheduled to compete at 11 a.m. in the men's 55 kg round of 16 at the same venue. In the women's 54 kg round of 16, Nancy Bamfo of Ghana will face Northern Ireland's Nicole Clyde at 5 p.m. as she bids to secure a place also in the quarterfinal stage. Meanwhile, in the women's 57 kg round of 16, there's another Ghanaian who will be featuring. Her name is Adelaide Dede Jabate. She will take on Fiji's Yasmin Dauna Kama with a place in the round at stake. In the next round at stake. So what it means is that we have 4 Ghanaian boxers scheduled to compete over the opening days of the tournament, and Team Ghana will be hoping to make a very strong start in one of the country's most successful disciplines at the 2026 Commonwealth Games.
Well, let's travel international now, and Jurgen Klopp, who will be unveiled as Germany's new head coach on Friday after signing a contract that runs until the 2030 FIFA World Cup. A former Liverpool manager replaces Julian Nagelsmann, who stepped down after Germany's round of 32 exit at the 2026 FIFA World Cup. Klopp leaves his role as Red Bull's global head of soccer to take charge of the 4-time world champions. Klopp will be presented to the media on Friday, July 24, before beginning preparation for his first game in charge against the Netherlands. Well, that's the very latest from the world of sports, and I am Bernard Abekoche. That's your sports.
Thank you very much, Abeku. And that's how we wrap up today's bulletin. Do visit our website, channel1newsonline.com, for more information on our top stories and more. Subscribe to Channel One TV on YouTube for more exclusive video content from Channel One TV. Download the Channel One Newsroom app on the Google Play Store. I am Eno Safu. Many thanks for watching.
Looking for everything made in Ghana? All in one place? Then get ready. The This is Ghana Exhibition 2026 is here. A bold celebration of Ghanaian creativity, innovation and excellence. From rich traditional crafts to modern cutting-edge solutions, experience the very best of Ghanaian products and services. Explore excellence across key sectors including automobile, agriculture, education, health, hospitality, fashion, technology, food and beverages, creative arts, beauty, retail, and more. This is the biggest Made in Ghana fair, bringing together SMEs, startups, manufacturers, local creatives, indigenous corporate bodies, entrepreneurs, and innovative businesses all under one roof. Discover brands redefining quality, connect with industry leaders and innovators, experience the energy of Ghanaian enterprise and creativity. The date is 29th and 30th of August 2026. The time is 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. daily. Venue, the A4 Sutherland's Children's Park. Call 0205 973 973 or 0558 973 973 to register. Come explore, come connect, come be inspired. Discover the brands redefining Made in Ghana and experience the future of Ghanaian excellence. The This is Ghana Exhibition 2026 is powered by Channel One TV with support from City FM. This is Ghana Exhibition 2026, celebrating Ghana, showcasing excellence.
This August, join us on Channel One TV as we bring you sights and sounds from our unforgettable journey that began on the 1st of March to the 8th of March 2026. The Heritage Caravan 2026 Diaries is about to hit your screens here on Channel One TV. Relive the unforgettable moments from the 10th edition of the Heritage Caravan as we take you back to the events that took place within those 8 days across 14 regions of Ghana, from the rich culture and history to the stunning landscapes, mouth-watering cuisine, and unforgettable experiences. Every episode celebrates the beauty and diversity of Ghana.
So from Asante Osei line, maternally are the rulers of the Asante Kingdom since 1690.
Basfa is now known as Awa International.
Don't bend so marvel, now to the champion. Don't bend so marvel, now to the champion. What's up? What's your tiny goo? What's up? What's your tiny goo? Wait now, you be that. What's up, come the goo? What's up? What's your tiny goo? What's up? What's your tiny goo? Wait now, you be that.
Stay with us here on Channel One TV this August as we take you back in time. Let's relive the memories, shall we?
From across Ghana to the heart of Tamale, the very best of made in Ghana products, services, innovation, education, enterprise, homegrown businesses, and indigenous corporate organizations are all coming together at one exciting event. The Northern Business Fair 2026, your one-stop destination to discover, shop, connect, network, and explore new business opportunities in Northern Ghana. Whether you are an entrepreneur, investor, student, business owner, or consumer, this is where Ghanaian excellence meets opportunity. Join us on Saturday 25th and Sunday 26th July 2026 at Jubilee Park Tamale from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. daily. Are you ready to showcase your business to the nation and beyond? Call 0205-973-973 now and secure your spot. The Northern Business Fair 2026 is powered by Channel One TV with support from City FM, and it's proudly sponsored by EcoBank, the National Petroleum Authority, the Ghana Export Promotion Authority, North Shore Apparel Ghana Limited, and SIC Insurance PLC. The Northern Business Fair 2026, your market, your connections, your growth.
What if your ideas could shape the future of education in Ghana? If you were a brilliant pre-secondary student aged 11 to 15, this is your moment to shine. Welcome to the Literacy Challenge 2026, the national literacy competition that celebrates young thinkers, great writers, and future leaders. This year's challenge is all about artificial intelligence and education. The topic: in not less than 600 words, write a letter to the Minister of Education as a youth consultant discussing the advantages and disadvantages of the use of artificial intelligence (AI) in education. Advise on how Ghana can effectively integrate AI into basic schools to improve teaching and learning, while ensuring that students in rural and underserved communities are not left behind. Remember, your essay must be in your own handwriting, must be endorsed by a parent, guardian or teacher, and include your full contact details. Submit your entry by Thursday 30th July 2026 at the front desk of Channel One TV or PO Box GP 14123 Accra Central. Stand a chance to win 10,000 Ghana cedis cash, a laptop, and earn the title of Ghana's most outstanding all-round pre-secondary student. For more information, call 0205-973-973. The Literacy Challenge 2026 is powered by City FM with support from Channel One TV. And it's proudly sponsored by Prospectus Ghana Limited, SIC Insurance, and Advocates Publishing.
Hello, good evening. Welcome to What the Papers Are Saying. On this program, we look at the key stories that newspapers and news houses have churned out in the week. We go behind the headlines and bring you incisive analysis on them with our guests who are persons who have good understanding of those issues. As always, the week has been great. A number of things have happened. The first matter we want to look at is the Chairman Wontumi conviction and sentencing. The Ashanti Regional Chairman of the New Patriotic Party is being sentenced to 20 years in imprisonment with hard labor after the court found him guilty of some offenses related to illegal mining activities or mining activities, that he facilitated an unlicensed mining operation, and that he permitted people to mine in his concession without authorization from the minister, as the law prescribes. These are the two issues that nailed him, and he's to spend 20 years in jail. Yes, so that is quite straightforward, but it's the matters around the conviction and the sentencing that have generated a lot of discussion, and we'll look at some of them. People think that this is political witch hunting. People think, in fact, the minority in parliament has called him a prisoner, a political prisoner. Do you accept that, or you think it's about time persons in responsible positions are held accountable to what they do? To whom much is given, we say much is required. Should he have known better? Others also think that it is his own utterances that took him to the cross. What do you think? We'll be interested to know your views on that. You can join the discussion by joining via WhatsApp on 020 on our WhatsApp number, the WhatsApp number will be on your screen in a couple of minutes. But also, Musa Danko has been rating MPs. Some MPs have not taken kindly to that. His polls have rated some MPs. Some have done very well, others have not, and others have been complaining that he did not have to rate them. Indeed, it's not the first person to do that. In the past, we've seen other institutions, CSOs, rating MPs. MPs have normally not taken it kindly. Those who are scored highly are happy, but as it is in any endeavor, those who have not done so well are really not happy. The media budget was read today, and the Minister for Finance says the economy is doing well. They've promised to build 10 new senior high schools. Some taxes have been scrapped off fruit juices and a number of things. But the minority says that the budget or the mid-year budget review has been uninspiring, and that it's been full of propaganda and untruths. We will delve into that as well and see whether indeed the indicators that the finance minister says are doing well and indeed appear so having any impact on your life as a Ghanaian. These are the matters before us today. I'll take a short break. I'll return. I'll tell you really what the papers are saying by way of headlines, and then we will introduce our guests and get a discussion. And once again, this is what the papers are saying. You're welcome.
From across Ghana to the heart of Tamale, the very best of made in Ghana products, services, innovation, education, enterprise, homegrown businesses, and indigenous corporate organizations are all coming together at one exciting event. The Northern Business Fair 2026, your one-stop destination to discover, shop, connect, network, and explore new business opportunities in Northern Ghana. Whether you are an entrepreneur, investor, student, business owner, or consumer, this is where Ghanaian excellence meets opportunity. Join us on Saturday 25th and Sunday 26th July 2026 at Jubilee Park, Tamale from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. daily. Are you ready to showcase your business to the nation and beyond? Call 0205-973-973 now and secure your spot. The Northern Business Fair 2026 is powered by ChannelOne TV with support from City FM, and it's proudly sponsored by EcoBank, the National Petroleum Authority, the Ghana Export Promotion Authority, North Shore Apparel Ghana Limited, and SIC Insurance PLC. The Northern Business Fair 2026, your market, your connections, your growth.
Hello, you're welcome back. This is what the papers are saying. My name is Salom Adunu. The show, as always, is live and interactive, and you can join us via WhatsApp line 020-444-7033, and we'll be happy to share your views with the rest of the world. Chairman Wuntumi has been convicted and sentenced to 20 years in jail in hard labor. The media budget review was presented today to Parliament by the Finance Minister, Ato Forson. And also, Musa Danquest Global Info Analytics is being polling and rating MPs. Do you know how your MP fared? Are you interested in knowing? We will speak to Musa on that, so he makes us appreciate what went into it. All right, so let's start off with the Chemawuntumi matter. The Ghanaian Times: fight against illegal mining. Wuntumi jailed 20 years. MPP rejects conviction. Heads to Court of Appeal. The Archives: Galamsey, inverted commas, swallow first kingpin as Wuntumi jailed 20 years. Anti-Galamsey campaigners demand harsher punishment. The Spider: political earthquake. Wuntumi jail term ignites national firestorm. Political earthquake. Wuntumi jail term ignites national firestorm. What a headline. The Chronicle: minority declares Wuntumi political prisoner. GraphicOnline.com: MPP will appeal Wuntumi conviction. Describes judgment as flawed. CityNewsroom.com: Bawumia visits Wuntumi, assures him of MPP's support. We look at the second matter, the 2026 media budget review. Question is government spending in a prudent way and delivering value for money? GraphicOnline.com: funds to be allocated in 2027 budget for a permanent solution to flooding issues in Accra and elsewhere in Ghana. Ato Forson. CityNewsroom.com: government to scrap 20% excise duty on locally made fruit juices. Ato Forson. ChannelOneNewsOnline.com: Ato Forson: Ghana's economy won't return to emergency room under Mahama. 3news.com: mid-year budget. Clearly, Ghana is working again. Mahama Ayariga. MyJoyOnline.com: full of English, empty promises. Afenyo marking attacks 2026 mid-year budget review. All right, let me deal with the matter of Wuntumi. So now Samuel Atachia, the lead counsel for the MPP Ashanti Regional Chairman Bernard Enchibosi, popularly known as Chairman Wuntumi, has criticized the trial judge's decision to proceed with judgment without referring constitutional issues raised in the case to the Supreme Court. He recalled that the defense has filed an application raising constitutional issues that required interpretation by the Apex Court. He spoke to Channel One News' Endo Safo on Tuesday, July 21.
Surprised because serious constitutional issues have been raised before the judge. And by now, you know, the forum for constitutional interpretation is not the High Court. In terms of Article 130, it is the Supreme Court. So I thought that in all fidelity to law and also due process, the judge will make a referral. I thought I could get a date when I return from my trip abroad, which was just, I'm returning tomorrow. God be my help. But the judge said no, she will not have any of that. And that she wants to go on and give a bench ruling that she has interpreted the Constitution and there's no need for her to make a referral to the Supreme Court. I believe that we could pursue this further and get the whole decision quashed.
Counsel, have you had any communication with Chairman Wuntumi since the sentencing was handed down?
No, please, because he's in Sawan prison. Probably when I come into the realm, I'll find him.
Well, the NPP has indicated that it intends to appeal, and his former lawyer, Andy Apiakubi, has expressed a similar view. Are you still Chairman Wuntumi's lawyer, and will you be leading any appeal on his behalf?
Well, what I've heard, which I will not subvert, is a hard fact that the NPP legal team want to have a collaboration with me, which I will not resent. For one simple reason, that when you have a congregation of lawyers, the quality or the output is always good. So unless you are cocky, that you resent the fact that some lawyers are joining you to do a good job. So it will be a collaboration, and I welcome that.
All right, so you heard Lawyer Tachia, counsel for Chairman Wuntumi, in that matter that saw him sentenced and is currently serving a jail term, a 20-year jail term at the Insawan prisons, we understand. He was speaking there to Endo Safo on ChannelOne News on Tuesday, 21st July. He was speaking obviously from his base abroad, where he left, or he went ahead of the decision, the judgment on the day. If you recall, he had applied to the court for adjournment, but the court refused the application. And it also must be said that adjournment is for the convenience of the court, and adjournment is at the discretion of the court. So a lawyer applying for adjournment is not a done deal. The court will have to decide. The court will have to see if it is convenient to the court, and the judge or the court has discretion to do so. So refusing an adjournment application is something judges do every time. Judges do that every time. I have suffered it myself. Sometimes you want an adjournment on this date, the court will tell you, I cannot give you that date. So let's do it now, or let's do it on the day that we have set. So it's pretty normal. And there were other issues that also came up. So in their written submission, they challenged a few things, and they wanted the court to refer the matter, which they deemed a constitutional matter, to the Supreme Court for interpretation, because they refer to Article 19, which in essence, amongst other things, talks about the fact that you cannot be convicted, or you cannot be tried and convicted on the law which does not state certain things and which does not prescribe the punishment. They had issues with Section 14 and 99 or so of the Minerals Act, on which Chairman Wuntumi was tried. The court said that no interpretation issue in its view arose, and if anything at all came up, it was a statutory interpretation which the High Court was entitled to decide, and it was not a constitutional matter. It will be interesting to see how the lawyers for Wuntumi deal with that. But to help me do the discussion today, Gordon Asare Bediakun, he is a journalist, editor-in-chief of the ABC News, and also host of the Betrim program on Wuntumi TV, which actually airs from 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. on Saturday. So the Wuntumi conviction, he appears to have first-hand experience of it. He's here in the studio, and he'll help us, do the discussion. And also Musa Dankwa, who's a pollster, executive director for the Global Info Analytics. He has been causing difficulties for a few MPs, but we'll get into that. Gentlemen, you are welcome to the program. Let me start off with you, Gordon. Interesting, but those of you have some engagement or some interest in Wuntumi's TV station. Interest as in you have a program there.
Yes.
Did you guys see this coming, that on the judgment day, your boss Wuntumi would be jailed? Do you guys see that coming?
Thank you very much, Selo, man. It's a sad day for me. Since Monday, I've had sleepless nights. Beside the fact that I work at Movement TV, which is one of the media houses that is owned by Chairman Wuntumi. We have personal relationship. even before I started working for him, at least once a month, once a month, like first Sunday of the month, he would call and check up on me, even when I was working at Ken City Media.
Wow.
Yeah, and I've known Chemawun to me for about 30 years.
30 years?
Yes, about 30 years. I attended Pukwari.
Okay.
And he attended Prep College. Yes, so I've known him since.
Will you say you are contemporaries?
Almost.
Not quite. Almost.
Yeah, almost.
Wow.
Well, he's 50 now.
He's 50 now,
I'm 40. I'm 4 years shy of 50.
Okay.
So I've known him for years. He hasn't really changed. He doesn't really like talking.
Oh, he doesn't like talking?
No.
But he doesn't come across like that. For those of us who don't know him personally, we only see him on TV and at events. We don't see him as someone who doesn't like talking.
No, he's a bit weird. Yeah, he's a bit weird unless you are a bit closer to him. But when he's in his elements, doing politics, of course, he'll be out there. But he doesn't really like talking. He doesn't really even like mingling with a lot of people.
Really?
He doesn't have friends.
Really?
Yes. He doesn't have friends. Few people. I've gone to his house to see him sitting alone in his house. And I tell the chairman, no, you need to have people around you. So he's a different person altogether. On Monday, what we feared most happened.
Whoa.
Yeah, what we feared most happened. And
why did you fear it? Did you fear it because, given the facts as you knew them, that were the facts before the court, you thought that your boss, could be found guilty, or you thought political hands may disturb, even though it's a judicial matter and the courts were dealing with it?
I'm being very careful with my choice of words because we are going to go on appeal to seek to overturn the ruling by the High Court. And so if you are not careful and you go out there to bastardize the court, it is the same court system that you are going to use to correct the so-called injustice.
Yeah.
And so you should be a bit cautious as to how you approach the whole issue. I was worried about the commentary people were making whilst the case was ongoing. I was tempted to believe that the Ghanaian is more inclined to alternative dispute resolution as compared to hardcore court litigation. Because the issues which were being dealt with in court were not the same as the issues which were being discussed outside. A lot of people were saying that, Chemawun should go and apologize to the president, Chemawun should go and apologize to the family. And I kept asking myself, what has that got to do with the case in court? But I'm a realist. Okay? I kept asking that, but as I say, I'm a realist. And so somebody will say that may influence, not the judgment, but that may influence the decision to send, to prosecute Chemawun.
The decision to prosecute often is a political one. That's why the Attorney General initiates that.
Exactly. And so when somebody draws in political images, political lines, you cannot fault the person. You cannot, because it is a political decision.
People think that his utterances, maybe when he had power, when he was in power, may have landed him in trouble. Do you share that? And so that's why it's quite strange you are saying that he doesn't like talking. He's a quiet guy.
Yeah.
But here's a man people think his utterances led him to this point. Did you share in that?
You see, to some extent, I would share in that opinion because I spoke to a lot of people within the NDC and the MPP, some neutral people. They kept on talking to us that we should find some prominent people whom the president reveres, so that they can go to him and then apologize on behalf of Chemawun to me, or even Chemawun to me goes there himself and apologize to him. I happen to get closer to some people relatively closer to the family of the first to the first family. One of them told me that Chemawun to me made a certain comment about one of the daughters of President Mahama, and it's really hurt the president and the girl herself when she went to school. And it painted a picture that some of the political comments by Chemawun to me didn't help.
But were those things he said factual, or he was just in this political element and said those things?
For me, some of them were when he was in political elements. Politicians do that, okay. And so I also wonder, they've all done it to each other. So why would you take offense when it is done to you? Remember, the president, then in opposition, called the whole tribe or ethnic community Achimsa Kawa Mafia. All these things have come. But for me, politicians will be measured with whatever that they say.
I see.
That one beside, the first day that we went to court, the first court hearing, I was there with Chemawun to me. I think either court 1 or court 4. When we were done with one of the courts, and we were about leaving the courtroom, in fact, I had stepped out, and then a source told me that they were preparing to arrest Chemawun to me if he decided to leave that courtroom. And I said, but what is this? So I went to alert lawyer Andy Apiakubi that this is what I've heard. So he also decided to go out and then confirm. So when the court hearing was over, lawyer Andy Apiakubi said we should not step out of the courtroom and that Chemawun to me should stay behind. Then lo and behold, we saw security people, the police, CID, national security, saying that we should move out of the court premises. And then the people said, no, this is a public place. The court hearing is over, but we can decide to sit here for a while. Then 15-20 minutes time, we had a confirmation that he had another court hearing. Okay, in another court. And I don't know whether it was, so he's been going in between court 1 and then court 4. So we went, in an hour's time, we went to the other court. When his charges were read, almost the same charges. The difference was that the difference was the location. The first one was Samra Boy, and then the second one was Tano Nimri Forest. A lot of people, some of the lawyers there, though they were young, they said, but then why don't they join the case? So because virtually the charges are the same, they didn't join. Then later on, this case was supposed to be adjudicated virtually every day or every other day. So to me, whose official residence is in Kumasi will have to come to Accra virtually every other day. It was problematic. And the kind of things that we heard, we didn't anticipate. Honestly, we didn't anticipate that Chemawun to me will go scot-free. We realized that it was more political than a judicial process. And then the judgment was handed down to him. Of course, no matter how modest the judge wanted to be, she couldn't have come down less than 15 years per the law. So I think she chose the middle line between 15 and then 25.
I think she said the mitigation and things.
And the first time offense.
And all of
yes,
that.
and that kind of thing.
Let me take Musa's opening remarks on this. Musa, so yes, you have been doing a lot of political polling, you've been a political watcher, etc. This matter was in court, decided by the court. What was your initial thoughts when you heard Amuntumi was in court on matters like this, and subsequently or eventually it was Judgment Day? What were your thoughts, given all the things which were happening?
Chairman is the MPP, is the regional chairman for Ashanti region. For that matter, MPP's heartbeat. So he is a very prominent political figure. And Galamsey has been top of the issues for many years. And people were crying about Galamsey. And I think when he was arrested and charged for those offenses, initially I think we thought that he was caught doing Galamsey himself in those forests. Until the charge sheet were read and we realized that someone else is in the forest mining, and the prosecution claims that he kind of authorized someone to work on his lease without approval from the minister, which is a criminal act under the law. So he was being persecuted. But I think it was Very difficult. I don't want to be circumstantial, but being a gold miner and his story in gold mining, it was difficult to say that he wasn't aware of what the guys were doing there. I think it was really difficult. Even though you couldn't prove it, as the lawyers say, prove beyond reasonable doubt, probably they couldn't do that. But I think his involvement in mining did not help him to that extent. But in terms of political, look, he's politician, so definitely, yeah, it has been political decision. But once it's in the courtroom, at that point, I think it needs to be political anymore. Unless we think that the judges are politically biased in what they do. Once it's moved from the Attorney General, because he could have decided to withdraw the case and not pursue it. And that would have been political, all right? But they do file non-prosecutor in many cases. But here they pursued it. But once it went into the courtroom, it wasn't political.
The facts and the evidence.
And the evidence. And
so talking about the facts, not to talking about the facts. So there are a number of cases Wontumi has. There's a Tano Nimri forest matter and a few other cases. But this was in relation to the Samri Boy mining case. And the facts of the matter are that, he has concession, he has license to mine in a certain part of that area. He mined a part of it, and then he, now not allegedly, the court found that he allowed two gentlemen or two persons who were later used by the court as prosecution witness to mine in the areas. And the law really is that it is the minister who can give you authorization to transfer your license or to transfer your lease or your right to somebody in the manner he did. And it's a huge offense if you do it on your own. So that was the matter. So it wasn't as if he was engaged himself in illegal mining. He had the license. He was not mining particularly in that place. That's not the matter. The matter is that he transferred his rights to somebody else without authorization from the minister. And it's such a huge matter that said that it, to the extent that it attracts, a jail term of between 15 and 25 years. 15 and 25 years. And also, a fine of not less than 10,000 penalty units and not more than 15,000 penalty units. And the interesting thing about some of these offenses and the punishments attached to them is that it's together. So there's the fine and the prison terms. There are times you hear a fine or the prison term. This one is the fine and prison term. So having established all the facts with the evidence, etc., the judge's hands pretty much were tied. The judge could only sentence him to between 15 and then 25 years. The judge couldn't have sentenced him to 5 years in jail or 10 years. The minimum would have been 15 years and maximum would have been 25 years. But the judge decided to give him the middle, term, which is 20 years. So the judge didn't give him the lowest. The judge didn't give him the highest. The judge gave him 20 years. So that is the situation. What do you make of people who think that indeed his arrest and prosecution and subsequent sentencing signals a certain momentum in the fight against illegal mining? These are the kingpins we talk about, and now we began arresting and caging the kingpins. You share in that view that this paves the way for more kingpins to be arrested and punished?
No, I think so. It's big enough character in the political space. And that will give the current government the right to pursue their own, because they cannot overlook some of their kingpins, which we know they are involved. I don't know how closely or how far they are.
You know some of them to give them the lead.
We heard them that their people are involved. I didn't say it. The president said that. So I think once you have caged opposition chairman, it will be very difficult for you to turn a blind eye on your own. That will be very untenable for the government, and they need to pursue them wherever they are, whoever they are. I don't believe anybody has the right to destroy the forest and mine illegally and destroy the environment as we've seen it in recent times. No.
Let me. So I mean, I know there was a whole strategy about changing lawyer, etc. These things happen, but on the day of the judgment itself, his lawyer was not in court. Of course, his lawyer had representation in court, lawyers from his firm. How did you take that? Those of you close to him, when you heard that his lawyer had written to the court that he will not be around on that day, and so the court should adjourn the proceedings or the judgment to a later date, what did you people close to him think? And the fact that he would not be around, and later on we heard he was attending the graduation ceremony of the daughter and all of that.
Well, I'm sure you answered it earlier. In fact, even on that day, that very day, I'm not sure lawyer Tachan was going to move any motion or make any application or whatever. So whether he was there or not, for me, it was immaterial. Yeah, it was immaterial. But I just want to come back to what you said earlier. You actually tried to situate the whole matter appropriately. But there are so many lingering questions. If I'm a leaseholder and I contract somebody, okay, to come and do hauling, to come and do blasting, does that amount to assignment of deed?
But you see, the issues may not be the same. He claimed that the people involved were to do land reclamation.
Yes.
And his own expert witness admitted to the fact that land reclamation was an expensive exercise. And also you needed a license or authorization to do the reclamation. Now, the gentleman said, no, the discussion was not about just reclamation. And he didn't give him money, or he didn't take money from him. And the discussion or agreement was that he would do the mining and he will use part of the proceeds to do the reclamation. And one to me never said, or he never indicated anywhere that he gave the gentleman money to do the reclamation. And the reclamation is it's work. The reclamation doesn't really bring money. It is expenditure. It's expensive.
Won't to me denied. Won't to me, if you read the judgment, won't to me denied ever telling Henry Okun to mine the other side of the lease or of the land to undertake the reclamation exercise. He denied
but that's just between the two of them. And so the judge said there was no direct evidence.
Exactly.
So the judge relied, and rightly so, on circumstantial evidence.
You cannot use circumstantial evidence to jail somebody on criminal charges.
Who said?
You have to be able to prove beyond reasonable doubt.
No, yes,
circumstantial evidence.
Yes.
Somebody's word against my word.
No, not circumstantial evidence is not somebody's word against your word. It's looking at the circumstances and drawing the conclusion that this particular conclusion is, or the facts available lead to a particular irresistible conclusion, which will be the only conclusion. And the conclusion will be incompatible with the innocence of the accused. So circumstantial evidence is being used in many criminal cases.
That is why we have the appellate body.
Yes. So for example, if somebody goes to maybe kill somebody, nobody is there to see it.
Yes.
But sometimes you can see the blood dripping, like you can see things, DNA. You can see a few things. And maybe just after it, you saw the guy walk through here. Somebody, you can put all of those things together to point to a particular direction.
I'm sure you might have read the O.J. Simpson case.
Look,
but the facts are very different.
So you see, sell on.
Let him
so let me say something. The fact that somebody is supposed to undertake mining activity doesn't mean you are mining. Okay? If you're the leaseholder and you subcontract somebody that come and do this thing on my land, it doesn't amount to assignment of deed.
No, wait. But the gentleman was mining. So it was his word against Wuntumi's word.
Yes.
But it was his word against Wuntumi's word.
Yes. That is true.
Wuntumi said he asked him to do land reclamation.
Yes.
And the gentleman said no. He asked him, the agreement was to mine and use some of the proceeds to do the reclamation. But on what basis did Wuntumi ask him to do land reclamation? Did he give him money to do the reclamation?
So he's planted coconut
seedlings, yes.
More than 15,000 seedlings.
But there were parts which had to be reclaimed.
And see, all these things that we are saying, do you think the three of us, when we are put in separate rooms, all of us will come to the same conclusion that Wuntumi told him to mine?
No, but that
is why it is always dangerous.
The fact it's settled.
It is always dangerous.
No, it's a settled matter. Circumstantial evidence is being used to deal with even murder cases. it's a lot of the things will happen when you are not there.
It makes nonsense of the fact that you have to prove beyond reasonable doubt.
No, the circumstantial evidence will help you prove beyond reasonable doubt.
No problem. That's why I'm saying that because we are going to go on appeal. I don't want to.
But the discussion really in legal circles hasn't been about circumstantial evidence, because it is a means of gathering evidence in criminal matters.
But the judge used substantial evidence to jail him.
Yes, but that's correct. It's done. It's correct. I'm saying it's in respect of the evidence.
No problem.
As he could use circumstantial evidence.
Musa said something. Yeah. Okay. You know Adamu's money resources.
Mm-hmm.
Adamu's money resources had their lease revoked by the Lands and Natural Resources Minister. Why? Because an investigation carried out by the Minerals Commission came out that the mining company had brought Chinese people to undertake illegal mining. They had also assigned their deed to people without the express consent of the minister. In their case, the current government decided to just revoke their license. That's all. To the extent that Adamus is even fighting the minister that the report was not correct. So they have petitioned the government to take a second look at the report. Why not in the case of Chemamuntumi? Why not in the case of Akonta mining? You think he doesn't deserve second chance? You think that he doesn't have the right to be heard outside the courtroom? Why didn't they opt to also revoke his license for him to also have a day, to also have the 90-day period to petition? But you decided to go after him. We are looking at what's going to happen to what's his name? Yamin. Yamin is the national organizer of the NDC. According to the Attorney General, national security reports, media reports, and all sorts of reports have indicted them, seen them as the main kingpins of Galamsey. Together with one of the first vice national chairman of NDC, Abanga Yakubu. It's been a year since the Attorney General held a press conference, mentioning their names, and he said he had ordered the IOCO to undertake investigations. What has been heard about that?
We need to take a break. So yes, where do we go from here, Puta?
I think Wontumi has the right to appeal, and he's doing so for sure. But I mean, from halfway through the trial, when he had to change his lawyer, I knew things were not going well. And then he got a new lawyer, and then on the very day that the trial, the ruling was going to come out, the judge was in abroad. I mean, it tells you how serious they took the client's case. I thought probably they thought that, I mean, there was no way out for the client, and they just didn't commit enough into defending their client very well.
Okay, so let me just give you a quote from the Wuntumi's witness, who was an expert witness. He said, this is a question from the Attorney General, Deputy Attorney General. In your expert opinion, does it cost money to reclaim a mined land? He said, definitely. Question, tell this court if you know how much does it cost to generally reclaim a 1 kilometer square piece of land? Answer, my lady, it differs from site to site. Question, can you give us a range? Answer, the range is specific to the ground conditions. Question, do you know, since you are so confident in your witness statement, that A1, who is Wontumi, only authorized PW2 to carry out reclamation only and not mining and reclamation, if A1 has given any money to PW2 for the reclamation that he has asked PW2 to carry out on the concession? He said he had no idea about that. The judge analyzed. So the guy said, I funded the reclamation works using proceeds from my mining operations on the concession, and A1 was fully aware of that. You know, so this is a court speaking. PW2 was not cross-examined on this critical piece of evidence. And if you leave out such important things, it raises issues. Neither did the first accused put before this court any evidence to show that he had advanced any money to PW2 to fund the reclamation. Thus, PW2 has maintained throughout the trial that first accused had permitted him to do two things in the concession, namely to mine for gold and use part of the proceeds to reclaim the damaged land. In fact, during cross-examination, the PW2 repeated his claim counsel for first and third accused did nothing about it. This was what happened. Let's hear it. Question: were you able to extract some gold in your operations? Answer: yes, of course. That was my aim of going there. Question: and when your staff were arrested from the site, they took away some amount of gold. Is that correct? Say, yes, my lady. Question: and this gold was not from illegal miners, but from your operations? Yes, my lady. Which meant that they were actually mining. I mean, time is flying. We'll take a short break. When we come back, your messages, are coming thick and fast. We read some of them and then jump into the budget, and we'll conclude with Musa's post. This is what the papers are saying. We'll be right back.
Ghana is built on stories. The dreams we chase, the challenges we face, and the change we demand. At ChannelOne TV, we bring these stories to light with truth, fairness, and courage. We listen, we question, we amplify. Because when your story is told, change begins. ChannelOne TV.
Yeah, welcome back. This is what the papers are saying. My name is Selim Adun. A number of your messages have come through. Let me read a few of them. This one from Tony says, the anti-Galamsey crusaders who did everything to make sure Wontumi is jailed have done well. But if this doesn't stop Galamsey in the country, God will not forgive them, including those who are in government doing the same and those who have to make sure that Galamsey ends. Honorable Bosu Yao Akpache inside Nketepa says, I'm Honorable Bosu Yakpache from here. Mr. Host, good evening to you. Chairman Wontumi shouldn't be discussed at all. I wonder upon what Chairman Wontumi has done to the good people of Samre Boy, and you are not feeling for the damage he caused. In fact, politics is not a good job. He has damaged and killed the people. That's what you say. His damage, I'm sure you damaged the place and the livelihood of people of Samre Boy, and you are still supporting him on your medium. No, we are not supporting him. We are just discussing the matters. Dote Daniel says, good evening, Salom. Wontumi went through the court process and was found guilty. Why all this noise from the MPP? All the noise is just reverse psychology. His other cases will continue whether MPP likes it or not. Kwesi Alex from Tema Community 9 says, please kindly emphasize the fact that Chairman Wontumi was not jailed because of mere Galamsey, but because of not seeking proper documentation. Please, let's be clear. From Kwesi Alex. Well, I don't know what you're saying, but yes. So your messages are welcome. 020-444-7033 is the number. Now let's get to Parliament, and today the media budget review was read. A few things were said. Government to scrap 20% excise duty on locally produced fruit juice. Government to build 10 new SHSs, upgrade 50 others under the $300 million loan, facilitate education to help the education sector, and a number of things. And as you expect, minority had its own say on the budget. They said it was empty. They said it was uninspiring, and it had nothing for Ghana. And indeed, Afeno Makin, the minority leader, could not resist the temptation of mentioning Wontumi and a few things, asking that Wontumi be released and that he was a political prisoner. The concern really from many people is that yes, the economy has been stable. The various indicators are showing good signs, but the effect is not being felt on the ground the way it should be felt. In essence, the figures are looking nicer than the feeling on the ground. Musa, will it take time, or did you listen to the budget review, and what were your takeaways?
Yes, I did listen to the budget review. And, every economist, unless you want to be dishonest, in the first year that he started the budget, he want to stabilize the economy. after stabilization, it takes time before some of the fruit of the policies begin to yield physical or actual results. But regardless of what the delay is, I think we've seen some reprieve. I mean, if you look at the broader inflation figures, it's come down quite significantly and it's having an impact. The impact may not necessarily mean that prices are coming down. It means that the rate at which they were going down, they were going up before, has reduced. And that's quite a big thing. I mean, if you have an income that has not gone up by that much with a higher inflation, then your disposable income completely disappears. That has improved a bit. And if you look at the numbers that was announced today, broadly and largely, they are in line. The revenue targets are in line. I've heard a comment that they are slipping. But normally, annual revenues are not straight line. You know, it's cyclical. So you may be slightly behind now if you do the normal 260 divided by 12. But some of the months will yield much more revenue than others. So it's not just straight line curve. But if you look at the numbers broadly, they are quite in line, which means the stability is being continued. And I believe that we should be able to sustain this towards the end of the year. When we do that, I think 2027 should be a year that people will lose patience to begin to see a lot of things happening. And in 2027, if nothing happens, I think there could be trouble.
I see. Gordon, what are your thoughts on the budget? Any takeaways for you?
Well, I couldn't really monitor it because of the situation in which we find ourselves in. Just that it would be hypocritical on the part of anybody to say that the government hasn't achieved anything on the economic front because of the figures, inflation, exchange rate. They are all down. But I think that if you compare the figures that we are having now and what we read in economics books and others, you will say, there what really is happening? It seems the correlation, we are not feeling that much. Because this is an economy where the government is still struggling to pay cocoa farmers. This is an economy where the health minister even says we are going to go back to the quota system, where we can't employ, we cannot recruit people into nursing training colleges because we don't have much money to pay the nurses. And so even though the schools have the capacity to admit, let's say, 1,000 students, we're going to give them quota. We're going to pay 600.
There are there's a backlog of nurses to be employed. Okay. Since 2021, nurses who completed school have been home.
No, not 2021. It started from 2014.
Okay,
yes.
So all of them, but I'm talking about those home now.
Yes.
I mean, they've been trying to clear them.
Yes.
So those home now, 2021 to 2025, they've been home. I think recently about 5,000 or 6,000 were employed or were recruited. So why do you keep training more if you are unable to deploy those who have completed?
Oh no, it's a sensible thing to do, but it is sensible because we don't have the money. It is sensible because we think that we cannot sustain it. You understand? But when you go to the hospitals,
you need the people.
We need the people. Nurse to patient ratio, we are lagging behind.
Yeah, but the argument is also that a lot of those people want to be in Accra and Kumasi and the capitals, when indeed you need them in the hinterlands. So it's when you go to the hinterlands that you feel this lack. You know, and indeed Ghana actually is doing well with the WHO.
Salom. Who doesn't want to be in Accra or Kumasi?
So that's a bigger problem, not a health minister's problem per se.
No. I'm a trained teacher. I'm a professional teacher. I was born and bred in Kumasi. I attended Wesley College. When I completed school, they sent me to Asante Achim South. I had to go. I taught for 3 years.
And you left eventually.
Yes,
now you're in Accra.
Because that's what I told myself, that let me complete school. Let me do my 3 years after that. Then I left that, attended what do you call it, journalism school. It is the system. Haven't we had presidents come and go, promise that when you are deployed to the hinterland, you'll be giving incentives? Do they give to them?
So that's the problem. I see. So talking about the good numbers reflecting on the ground, what should we do? I mean, the cost of things in the market haven't improved as much as the figures have improved.
Yes.
Is it the attitude of the Ghanaian, or there's just a reason economically from the numbers why we are not feeling the reprieve the way we should?
Well, I think, unfortunately, a lot of people want to profiteer. You understand? And that has been for so many years. A lot of people want to profiteer. At times it was go higher, but when even the exchange rate comes down, it will still remain over there. Look at the argument by GPRTU over the years. In fact, when fuel prices come down, then they raise the issue, spare parts, this engine oil, and all manner of things. You understand? So for me, if we're having all these indicators, which are very good, I think they only satisfy the books. But to the ordinary people, we are not feeling that much. So for me,
there should be more advocacy.
Yeah, there should be more advocacy.
Getting the figures down also in the market.
Yes, because look, let me tell you. Good. We have yam. Don't we have yam all over?
But a lot of them are seasonal.
Of course.
Yeah. So when they are in season, maybe the price goes down.
Yes.
And when they are out of season, the price goes. So that's normal economics. But yes, now let's deal with our last matter. Musa has been rating MP. Some of them are not happy because obviously they didn't do well, and some nearly cried. Others feel happy because they've been rated highly by their MPs. Musa, why did you decide to do this?
Look, Selo, as part of the national tracking pool, when we do ask people to rate the president's performance, and also those of that of the government, we do ask them to rate their MPs as well in the same interview. We do that every time.
So now you are just taking it thought by thought. Thought
by thought. So, and in fact, if you look at what we've been doing in the past, it will get to that point where we present one slide showing a lot of indicators from that constituency to give the MP a hint of what might be going on. This time around, we just aggregated those who are saying excellent, very good, or good into one block and use that to rate the MPs. It is not my assessment. It is the assessment by your own constituents. In the case of some other people who assess MPs, they were using more technical kind of issues to judge the MPs. His contribution to the floor, committee work, and so on and so forth. For us, it is about what the people think about your performance.
So, for example, I mean, in Sawamedu Ejiru, their MPs scored 98%, followed by Tonon, 94%. You didn't include the names of the MPs, so not everybody will be able to.
Can you imagine if I put the names there?
Relate.
Can you imagine if I put the names
so
there?
if they are doing well, they'll be happy. If they are not, they will not be happy.
No,
But
I mean,
we don't care.
People can Google Sawamedu MP and they'll find
so I see. Tyne MP, 94%. Navrongo Central, 93%. Ofinso North, 91%. Kwando, 88%. Tano North, 88%. Pimwa, Kifu, Atimokwa, 86%. Old Tafo, 85%. Akimodan, 83%. Buem, 81%. It goes on and on and on. And it goes to places like Asini Manso Akroso, 9%. Takrady, 9%. Yes.
He scored 9% when you combine his excellent, very good, and good.
So that's average?
No, his average score is poor, very poor, is 87%.
Oh, okay, but that's not bad.
Poor, very poor.
Poor.
Yes.
Or very poor. It's
Yes.
Wow.
It is
and Takrady,
okay.
13%.
Excellent.
15%. That's interesting. That's Chum's area. Acheasi 16%. Bole Bamboy 21%. That's the deputy lands and mines minister's place. In Shaiso, 23%. So this is Stiker's place. Stephen Amoa. Jobbing 25%. Subin 29%. Pusiga 29%. Pusiga 30%. Fantiakwa South 31%. Mensha North 31%. It goes on and on. Yendi, my friend Jofa, 34%. You'll not be happy with it. You see you. All right. So that's it. Let me take a few of your messages that have come through.
Yeah, I want to make a comment.
Okay, quickly.
Did you attend University of Ghana?
No, I didn't. I attended Cape Coast.
Okay, so at University of Ghana, level 100, you do numeracy skills. That's mathematics. Apart from numeracy skills, the course I dreaded most was research methods. I'm wondering how he does it.
I think he has a system.
Every other day, Musa is able to churn out something.
It is not Musa. It is a global info analytics. It's a company with about 50 people working there every day.
And like he said, so maybe there was a poll sometime back. He asked a number of questions.
There are so many questions. So we're just
this one,
it.
for example,
well, they will
is
have to
about
visit you.
Yes, you should. In fact, you are invited.
Yes. And for me, I don't rubbish any poll or research or prediction or whatever. I take them in my stride and I say, let me look at this thing and then how to better myself.
Very well.
So you're welcome.
Let me take a few of your messages that have come through. Daniel from Ho said the decision of the court to impose a sentence on Wontumi, as confirmed by the legal process, must be viewed through the lens of justice and fight against illegal mining, which has caused severe damage to Ghana's environment and natural resources. Okay, you go on and on, but that's fine. Honorable Mwagu, it says, good evening to you and your guests and cherished listeners. I'm watching you live from Banyami, Tamale North. Chairman Wontumi was sentenced based on facts and evidence available to the court, so MPP should give us a break. Regards to the hardworking member of parliament, Alasan Suini of Tamale North, and the chief of staff, Julius Debra, you say. Jerry Finn in Takwa says, let Gordon know that the Minerals and Mining Act holds the mine owner responsible for any illegality or infractions that happens on his mine. Therefore, it is right Wontumi is punished for the harm caused by his subcontractor. If Wontumi is not a political prisoner, then what happens to the NDC members who were referred to Iyoko? Garibu Musa from the Upper East says, and this one from David from Kufrodia says, if it is truly about fighting Galamsey, as they want us to believe, why weren't the two witnesses convicted? Two witnesses?
They were used as prosecution
witnesses. It's part of the deal.
And so for me, whatever that they said in court, I took it with a pinch of salt.
No,
they could have been coached.
Not necessarily, but that's what the judge.
They should have been prosecuted.
That's why the judge is there.
To be used as prosecution
the judge looks at everything. The judge is not under any obligation to take hook, line, and sinker what a witness says.
Yes.
That's why the judge is trained to watch and listen to everything you are saying and puts everything together to come to a certain conclusion. Well, this is how we conclude today's edition of the program. My name is Selom Adonu. My guests, Musa Dankwa and Gordon Asari Beriako. Have a good evening.
How long will you wait to feel ready? Ready to start, ready to step out, and ready to fulfill your purpose in life? What if I told you that readiness is a myth? And what if I say that confidence is built only in motion? This is Lifeline. You are welcome. This is where we combine theology with psychology to help you to make that move you need to make. Don't go away. There is something helpful coming.
Every day across Ghana, stories unfold. Stories of hope, struggle, courage, and progress. At ChannelOne TV, we tell your story with truth and heart, giving voice to the people, holding power to account, and empowering change that moves our nation forward. ChannelOne TV, telling your story, empowering change.
A lot of times we wait to feel over-prepared. We wait to build confidence. We wait to be double sure before we start anything and everything. But like I said, what if I said to you that readiness is a myth and confidence only comes when we take little steps? Now, psychological research says that 1 in 5 adults struggle with procrastination. That means 20% of adults, they struggle with the issue of procrastination. It is also said that 70% of all people will experience this syndrome called imposter syndrome. I will explain that to you. And in Ecclesiastes chapter 11 verse 4, the Bible says, the farmer who waits for perfect conditions will never plant. If you sit down and wait to feel confident, competent, ready before you step out, you will never do anything worthwhile. So the good book says, don't wait for perfect conditions before you step out. Are you part of this statistics? Are you part of the people who are affected by procrastination? Are you part of the people who suffer imposter syndrome? That's why we're here. Let me ask you this question. Why do you think sometimes you want to wait until you feel prepared? You want to wait until you feel confident enough. You want to wait until every T is crossed and every I is dotted before you take a step. Why is it like that? There is something the psychologists call perfection paralysis. When you feel that you are perfect, when you feel that you have to wait until you get everything in place before you step out, that idea will paralyze you. That idea will make you wait and not do anything worthwhile. Perfection paralysis. There is also a concept called imposter syndrome. And this is very interesting. No matter how competent people are, no matter how brilliant and intelligent they are, sometimes they say that 70% of people will feel this imposter syndrome. And what is it? When you get the opportunity, there is a small voice in you that says to you, you don't qualify, you are a fraud, you will be found out, you are not competent enough. Have you experienced this before? I remember many years ago, maybe 26 years ago, I went with my mentor to another country for ministry, and then he was about to be introduced. Then he made a very shocking statement. He said, Osofo, I don't know when I will feel ready enough to preach, worthy enough, and I will feel anointed enough to do this work. And I was surprised because this is a mentor. This is a great man of God. This is a man who picks the microphone and heaven kisses the earth. Yet he had imposter syndrome. The thought that you don't deserve this is just lack. The thought that, it just happened. It is not out of your competence. It is not out of what you can do. You don't even have the qualifications. There is another factor, which is the fear of the unknown. You see, we are psychologically wired to always be in control, psychologically wired to always feel that we need to understand the step we are taking. We need to be familiar with the step we are taking. We need to analyze everything and understand everything before we take a step. And many people fear the unknown. If they don't know it, they don't want to risk. You see, your mind will tell you it is safer to stay in the familiar than to attempt the unknown. So the fear of the unknown keeps people from stepping out. Are you one of them? There is that vision you need to start acting on. There is that dream you need to pursue. There is that purpose you need to live. But what is happening to you? The fear of the unknown. I heard a story of a war in a certain place when soldiers were captured, and then the general will say, I will give you two options, two windows. Then they will give them two windows. He says, this one leads to death through torture, and this one leads to the unknown place. Do you know that a lot of soldiers chose what they knew? At least I know. When I know and understand, I'm in control. That's the trick your mind plays on you. So the fear of the unknown. And when you look through scripture, a lot of the times we are not able to take steps of faith. We are not able to do things because we trust ourselves more than we trust God. But you see, through scripture, God specializes in using people who are not ready. When he called Moses, he said, I cannot speak. In other words, I'm not ready. When he called Jeremiah, he said, I am a small boy. In other words, I'm not ready. When he called Isaiah, Isaiah said, I am unholy. There is a call on your life. There is a call to higher heights and deeper depths. But what is that voice that keeps answering that higher call? That you are not ready. Another spiritual reason I found in the scriptures is fear. You heard about the parable of the talents. A man traveled to a far country. He called his 3 servants, gave one 10,000 talents, gave the other 10 talents, gave the other 5 talents, and gave the last one 1 talent. And the Bible says the one who had received 5 worked with it and doubled it. Likewise, the one who received 10 worked with it and doubled it. But the one who received 1, out of fear, did not do anything. So that gift was taken from him. A lot of people find themselves in this category. And if you read that passage carefully, scripture said he was afraid. Fear. Fear is simply an emotional and a psychological expectation of an evil outcome. Hear that again. Fear is simply a psychological and emotional expectation of an evil outcome. A lot of people need to step out. A lot of people need to start. But this fear, psychological and emotional expectation of evil outcome, they are thinking that, what if I fail? What if I do and it doesn't work? So fear. And then sometimes there is something we call delayed obedience. But you see, in the scriptures, delayed obedience is equal to disobedience. Oh yes. When you are waiting, God says, do this. You feel it within you. I need to do this. I need to do that. Yet you are waiting because of fear. Fear paralyzes people. Fear will make you go to the zone of inaction. Fear will tell you, you can't do this, it can't work. Fear will make you think and always look at the other side, look at the bad side of it, and so you will never take a step of faith. Break it. Break that fear. I am saying to you, you will never be prepared enough. I am saying to you, you will never be confident enough. I am saying to you, you will never be ready enough. So what you have to do is to start anyway. What you have to do is to step out anyway. There is a text in Daniel chapter 11 verse 32 that says, such as do wickedly against the covenant he will corrupt with flatteries, but the people that do know their God will be strong and do exploits. Look at this scripture carefully. It says the people that do know, the people that do know. Look at these two words, do know. Knowledge and action. The people that do what they know. I know knowledge is okay, But I used to believe that knowledge was power. You know, when you know to do something, when you have you have gathered some knowledge about something, it gives you power. No, knowledge is potential power. What is power is the application of knowledge. What is power is stepping out to do something. Do you know that sometimes what we are afraid of is also afraid of us? Oh yes. Yes. The children of Israel have gotten to Jericho. They have gotten to the promised land, and the Bible says Jericho was strictly shut up. Every door was locked. Why? Because the people were afraid of the Jews. They had heard about the things God did through them and with them. They had heard about the glory of God. They heard about the Red Sea. They heard about manna coming down from heaven. They heard some fantastic miracles that God did. So they were afraid of them. And the Israelites were also outside the camp, afraid of them. It is only when you confront your fears that fear runs away from you. Fear doesn't want to be confronted. So whatever is intimidating you, if you can gather courage and face it, you will get a breakthrough. Do you know that Moses was not ready enough? David was not ready enough. Sometimes the opportunities that come to us that will give us lifetime breakthroughs, they come at a time we feel we are not ready. Can you imagine? David is going to deliver bread. He was a delivery guy. He wasn't going to fight. Then opportunity meets him. If it were you, you would look for time to go and prepare and come and maximize that opportunity. But David took it head on. David confronted every fear, and David moved forward, and David took action. What am I saying? Don't keep waiting. Don't keep waiting. A lot of these people in scripture felt unprepared, unworthy, incomplete, but God will always say to them, if you read the encounter between God and every one of these people, God will always say to them, I am with you. I am with you. I am with you. I am with you. Break that fear and step out. Start anyway. Because there is something about courage. There is something about confidence. You don't gain confidence to start. You start to gain confidence. And this is in scripture, and this is in psychology. When you take little steps, every step you take builds your confidence. Every step you take registers on your mind. Every step you take moves you a step towards your destiny. So do not be afraid. Do not trust in your resources more than the grace of God. I am saying to you, wherever you are right now, you can start anyway. When you start, confidence will come. When you start, you will build momentum. So the problem is not the lack of ability. The problem is not the lack of opportunity. The problem is our inability to start. Don't go away. We will be back where I will equip you to break this and go to the other side of life.
From across Ghana to the heart of Tamale, the very best of made in Ghana products, services, innovation, education, enterprise, homegrown businesses, and indigenous corporate organizations are all coming together at one exciting event. The Northern Business Fair 2026, your one-stop destination to discover, shop, connect, network, and explore new business opportunities in Northern Ghana. Whether you are an entrepreneur, investor, student, business owner, or consumer, this is where Ghanaian excellence meets opportunity. Join us on Saturday 25th and Sunday 26th July 2026 at Jubilee Park Tamale from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. daily. Are you ready to showcase your business to the nation and beyond? Call 0205 973 973 now and secure your spot. The Northern Business Fair 2026 is powered by ChannelOne TV with support from City FM, and it's proudly sponsored by EcoBank, the National Petroleum Authority, the Ghana Export Promotion Authority, North Shore Apparel Ghana Limited, and SIC Insurance PLC. The Northern Business Fair 2026, your market, your connections, your growth.
Welcome back, dear friend. We have been talking about how to start even when you don't feel ready. How to start even when the confidence is not there. How to start even when you don't feel confident enough. And I'm saying to you, there are certain things you should do to break this procrastinating attitude, to break this fear that has paralyzed you, to break this that has kept you in that little corner forever. In Deuteronomy, God comes to the children of Israel and says to them, you have dwelt around this mountain for too long. Break camp and advance. The children of Israel had been around that camp for almost a year. And God said, no, you need to move forward. You need to do something. You need to break whatever is holding you at this point, whatever is intimidating you, whatever is not allowing you to live your authentic life. You need to break it. And let me put these keys in your hand. How can I start? How can I do it anyway? How can I go beyond the way I feel to live my authentic life? First of all, break that perfectionist mindset. A lot of the times we say to ourselves, oh, I want to get it right. Oh, I want to get it nice. And so I'm waiting and I'm preparing and I'm getting ready. But no. As a matter of fact, what your mind is telling you is that you may make a mistake and people will perceive you in a certain way. So what is keeping you is what I'm telling you. Break that perfectionist mindset. You are not perfect. Nobody is. Everybody has a part that cries against them. When God called Moses, he said, I cannot talk. When God called Elijah, he said, I am a small boy. When God called Jeremiah, he said, I'm just a youth. Everybody feels ill-prepared. But you see, the beautiful thing about God is that he specializes in using people who think they have shortcomings, people who think they are not ready enough. There is a text in a good book that says, God has chosen the foolish things of the world to confuse the wise. God has chosen the weak things of the world to confound the strong. God has chosen the lonely, the base things of the world to confound those who are proud and high. The scripture says, so that no flesh will glory in my presence. God does that so that we will give him all the glory. God does that so that we will give him all the praise. So number one, you are not perfect. It is only God who is. So break that mindset. That mindset of perfection. That mindset of, I don't want to make a mistake. I don't want people to laugh at you. And you see, sometimes our concern is not even the mistake, but the emotions that will happen as a result of that mistake, perception of people, how people will view us and how we will feel. So break it. You will never feel ready enough. You will never be qualified enough. Do it anyway. Another point is that you have to learn how to take small steps. See, there are times that we want to do everything one time. Someone said, there is a way to eat a full elephant, and that way is eating it small, 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 small. There is no vision you cannot attempt. There is no dream you cannot push through. The Apostle Paul said, I can do all things through Christ who gives me strength. And the way to do it is to start small. If you are waiting to go big, you may be waiting for a very long time. Start small. Take small steps. Small, tiny steps. No matter how insignificant it may seem to you, go ahead and take that step. You see, psychologically, your mind will give you more confidence after every success. After every little success, you build on your confidence. After every little success, you build on your confidence, and then you can move on and do well. You want to write a book? Start writing a paragraph. Or start writing a sentence. Take small steps. Pick a phone and make that phone call. Maybe you have 100 people you want to call. Start by calling one. Once you call one, you will gain the energy and the motivation to continue. You see, there is something about action. When you take action, the mind will support you. When you take action, something supernatural happens to your system to move on and keep moving on. Another way to deal with this is to change your self-mindset. You see, there are times that the way we see ourselves is very different from the way God sees us. There are times that we see ourselves as grasshoppers. There are times that we see ourselves as nobodies. But you have to break that mindset. Scripture says in Romans chapter 12 and verse 2, renew your mind to transform your life. When you renew your mind, transformation will follow. In other words, transformation is automatic wherever there is mind renewal. Confront those lies that your mind is telling you. Confront those cognitive distortions and replace them with the truth of God. Who am I? Ask yourself, who am I? Change that mindset about yourself. Change it. Change it. One time God met Jacob, and God wrestled with him according to the scriptures till daybreak. Then the angel asked Jacob, what is your name? Then Jacob says, my name is Jacob. Then the angel said, that is the problem. Your problem is your mindset. Your problem is what you have believed about yourself. Your problem is what people have conditioned you to believe about yourself. Mama said you are a supplanter. Daddy said you are a trickster. Everybody called you 419 Jacob. So you have accepted it. Change that mindset. You see, the moment the gentleman changed that mindset, because God told him, your name is not Jacob, your name is Israel. Your name is a prince. So begin to develop a prince mindset instead of a supplanter mindset, instead of a deceiver mindset. Change your mindset about yourself and you will have enough energy to take off. Knock those thoughts off. Those thoughts that your mind keep bringing into your head. Knock them off and see yourself through the mirror of the Word of God. If you want to discover who you are, if you want an authentic identity of yourself, go to the mirror of the Word of God. What does God say about you? I can do all things through Christ who gives me strength. Let the weak say, I am strong. Fill your mind with the scriptures and you will empower yourself to do well. Another point I want to talk about is practice courage daily. Practice courage daily. Every day, do something to boost your confidence. No matter how small, no matter how big, do something that will give you result that you will be proud of. Wake up in the morning, make your bed, It will give you a sense of accomplishment. Do something, wash your socks, do something, and you will build courage. One thing about courage is that the more you do stuff, positive stuff, you build your courage. And then the last one is this: trust in God rather than yourself. Scripture says, trust in the Lord with all your heart and lean not on your own understanding. Most times we are leaning on our understanding. We are analyzing. We are planning. I'm not saying these things are bad, but I'm saying don't do them forever. There is time for everything. There is time for planning and there is time for execution. Trust God. As you step out, trust God to help you. As you step out, trust God to support you. As you step out, trust God to be with you. That's what he kept saying to the men of faith and the women of belief in the Bible. I will be with you. I will be with you. The Lord bless you. I am challenging you. No matter where you find yourself right now, take that step, because what you're looking for will find you after your next step. God bless you and see you next time. Bye for now.
Today, we're coming to you from Accra, from a place where authentic Ghanaian food is celebrated with the intentions of using traditional methods such as wrapping banku in fresh plant leaves and offering a taste of heritage. But first, here is what is coming up on the show.
Claude Ledron returned to Cote d'Ivoire with an European design degree, but his biggest discovery was waiting back home. Think Mauritius is just a paradise island. Merlin Ballou reviews why it is the ultimate unexpected living gallery. In Cape Town, to celebrate the World Cup, we meet the new voice behind Freshly Ground.
I am KMJ and you're watching Afrimax. Lagos really never sleeps. But before the traffic gets busy, one community is already on the move. For these two sisters, cycling is more than just fitness. It changed their lives.
Okay, saddle up, people.
Lagos at 5 a.m. is wild, quiet, but full of pressure. And while most of us are hitting snooze, these two sisters are already outside, choosing discipline over comfort again.
The hardest part is waking up in the morning. Oh my God, it's, I had to snooze. My alarm typically wakes me up at 5:20 a.m.
At the beginning, I wasn't sure I could do it. I didn't feel that I was strong enough. I didn't think I was fit enough. I didn't think it was for me. And those fears are fears that, sometimes you take for granted and you don't understand how it translates to what you do.
So what does it take for these two sisters to turn cycling into a source of health, discipline, and belonging in a city as demanding as Lagos?
I started cycling 10 years ago, and the biggest inspiration was actually to get fit. We keep doing it, we keep pushing, we keep trying, and here we are. The Psychology Tribe is a fantastic tribe. After the ride, we gather around, we have a cup of coffee, we chat, and it's always been a community of like minds.
Let's be real. Cycling in Lagos is no joke. The traffic alone can humble you.
As a new rider 10 years ago, the roads were scary, it was tough.
New riders freak out. Some quit after one ride. and stepping into a big, fast group, it's intimidating.
But, over time and the fact that we ride in groups, it made it all safe and made me more comfortable in riding, but then it's still challenging.
Now imagine doing all that after having a health scare. That's Buki's story. She's not a pro, not a fitness girl, just a woman rebuilding her strength and taking it to the next level.
Unfortunately, I fell ill. So when I fell ill and I went to see the doctor, I was anemic, quite a lot of health issues. So when I got better, the doctor said, well, so what can also help is exercising. And I thought to myself, okay, why don't I take up this cycling idea? So at least I have people that are cycling already, so I just need to join the bandwagon. And that's how I started riding.
Yejide's breakthrough wasn't cinematic. It was consistency. The boring kind. The wake up and do it even when nobody sees you kind.
Cycling, showing up, has given me that discipline to be able to say I can achieve anything.
For Buki, the breakthrough was even softer. One tiny ride, then another.
Cycling, it's a jealous sport, right? So if you say you don't cycle for 2 weeks, you're going to struggle in the third week. Because at the end of the day, it's so jealous that the minute you stop, it's an effort to catch up again.
Now it's not even about the bike anymore. It's about showing up. For yourself, for your people, for your health, for your mind, and for a community that actually makes Lagos feel lighter.
First of all, they inspire other ladies, and we have other ladies in the group. So people like Yejide, people like Buki, they show up all the time, and if they keep showing up, they will build the capacity, they will get strong and all that.
My cycling journey has made me meet amazing people all around the world. Having started here in Lagos and cycled in London, in South Africa, Cape Town, in Johannesburg, in New York, in France, Cannes, Mallorca. I've met various people, I've made networks, I've met people professionally, personally, and those relationships have kept me going.
If I look at what cycling has done to me overall, it's pushed me past what I believe I could do. It's pushed me to think that if you get your fitness level up, there's advantages all around, not just on the bike, but even at work, even in relationships, because you have time to spend with friends as well.
At the end of the ride, when Lagos starts waking up, the sisters look like they've already lived the whole day. Grounded, reset, better. And maybe this could be your start too.
I'm still young, I would say. The oldest member of psychology is about 71 plus years old. And here I am in my 40s, so hey, I still have a long way to go. So I'm not quitting anytime soon.
In Lagos, cycling isn't an escape. It's connection, a way to rebuild health, keep discipline alive, and belong to something bigger than yourself.
These days, anytime I go to a race and I see someone 60, 70 years old cycling, I look and I say, that's me when I'm that age. I want to be somebody still on my bike at that age, for sure.
You can tell a lot about a city by what people eat at lunchtime. Here in Accra, it often means banku. Today, we are here at the Vine restaurant where Chef Selom is taking a dish most Ghanaians grew up with and finding ways to keep it relevant. What exactly is banku and why do people love it?
Okay, banku is a smooth, slightly fermented corn and cassava dough, cooked until it becomes stiff for human consumption. It is delicious and satisfying.
What are you doing to sustain this traditional food?
You always make sure there's a consistency, the food tastes the same. Serve the banku in a leaf and then different variety of stew and soups.
Our banku is ready, so we're going to go to serving right now, and you can see I've got this one here over here, this one over here. So technically, this will have our banku, this will have our stew. All right, great. All right, so this is how our first bowl of banku is looking. This is very healthy. A new generation of designers is redefining what luxury looks like across the African continent. In Abidjan, Paul Lejoie is doing this by drawing from his own contest rather than importing someone else's.
Most people in Abidjan, Cote d'Ivoire, think this is trash, while Paul Lejoie believes it's the future of African luxury. Paul is betting that soon Ivorians will furnish their dream homes with pieces that feel like art. So he turns rejected wood and scrap metals into museum-worthy masterpieces.
I'm trying to design objects in which people can recognize themselves. Objects that fit our culture, that represent our culture, object that is a reflection of who we are.
Paul came back to Abidjan with a degree in design from Europe. Like many young Africans returning from abroad, Paul was uncertain about what lay ahead of him. But in the midst of all this confusion, he had a lingering thought. What legacy should I build?
I decided to come back to Côte d'Ivoire and let's say to the continent, generally speaking, because I felt like I could actually make a difference. To me, being just another creative in Europe felt like living a bit of a selfish life, meaning that, I would work in a company, get a salary and just enjoy a nice life. But at the end of the day, what am I giving back to the community? What change am I making? And this is something that was in the back of my mind.
With no money and a new market used to cheap imports, Paul had to consider a couple of things if he was going to be successful. Everyone told him if you want quality, import wood. But Paul didn't want to build a career copying Europe. So he chose to go deep in his roots to find the most unique pieces of wood to work with.
So the one you have here is called Sejan, which means long legs in Bambara, Malian, like the most spoken language in Mali. It's made out of Amazakwe wood, which is one of the local essence we have in Côte d'Ivoire and in the West Coast, generally speaking. Realistically, the wood I've used here is not well known, and I like to work with those sort of materials. So it's a question that comes a lot, like, oh, I love this wood, what is it? So it's called Amazakwe. It's a wood that's really interesting because the range of colors you can get out of it is really wide, and most of my pieces are made out of wood. I think there is something that can be said about the richness by working with wood essence, which are less known, let's say.
A residency in Saudi Arabia pushed him harder. Metal, fire, brass, new ideas. He came back a different designer. And in this workshop, Paul discovered palm leaf, material that was overlooked, affordable and full of character.
Last year, I took part in a design residency in Saudi Arabia, which we had the exhibition for in January and February this year. I felt very drawn to that, and I want to explore and really really just explore those materials. So these are the main two things I have going on at the moment. Natural fibers. I have this composite material I created in Saudi Arabia with palm leaf. So basically what I did is use the Japanese washi paper technique, and I adapted it to palm leaves, and I used this paper to make lamps.
He also found a mentor who saw potential in what he was doing.
There is something a bit more down to earth, a bit more human, which tends to be lost in Europe. He really played a big role in helping me adapt my ways of thinking to the actual realities of the continent. I'm going to be very honest, it's challenging, but it's so rewarding because you feel like your job has an actual impact on people's lives, on the way people see their culture and see themselves. And what I'll say is that despite the challenges, it's really, really gratifying.
Now his pieces live in real homes, not galleries, but living rooms, proving that luxury doesn't have to be imported. This is Paul's 2026 collection, Built for Africa by Africa.
A lot of African chefs are redefining local cuisine. Do you think that Ghanaian food is having its moments globally?
Yes, Ghanaian food is experiencing a major breakthrough. A lot of people come from outside to taste our food.
The modern way of serving banku is in transparent plastic bags called rubber
but health experts warn that it could be harmful to the body because of the heat and toxic chemicals from the plastic.
Chef, where does tradition draw the line, convenience or culture?
Culture. Rubber is convenient, although it's easy, but it's dangerous to our health. By wrapping banku in a banana or plantain leaves, give more herbal aroma to our food, and it's good for our health.
I just love the aroma from the food. It tastes delicious.
Nothing beats the taste of banku wrapped in leaves. It's definitely a better option as compared to banku in a rubber. On any given day with friends, it's a banku thingy and it feels like home.
Mauritius is African, but not how you expect it. Every street, rhythm, and flavor tells a surprising story about art. Here is Nalin Balu with 3 reasons why it's the region's most unexpected art island.
This is the most unexpected art island in the African region. My Mauritius. Let's go. A cultural canvas where every street, every rhythm, every flavor, and all its natural beauty tells a surprising story about art. And then, during World Arts Day, the island transforms, becoming a living gallery. The 2026 theme, Spice, pays homage to the island's roots. Just like Spice, Mauritius's African identity isn't a single thread. It's layered, complex, evolving. And artist Gaël Froger explains that beautifully.
Is something very unique because when you put Mauritius in the pool of African art, it feels totally different. It sounds different, it looks different because we have influence from France, from England, from India, from China, and it doesn't sound like what we expect from usually from Africa, and it doesn't look like it, but yet it is strongly African, but it's mixed. It's Creole.
It's this fusion that gives Mauritian art its unmistakable voice.
Avec ton canif, tu veux être calife à la place du caïd, on n'est
For
pas dans
others,
un film.
spice is memory, trade, migration, identity.
So different culture mixed together give our art different kind of unique pieces. You have black, you have Chinese, Indian, Muslim, and white, and I'm a mixture of these 4.
And in such a multicultural setting, it's very difficult to negotiate identity. But with through collaboration, interaction, and creativity, we strive to build a strong island nation where diversity would be a force and where people of different cultures would be living together, not only among themselves, but also with nature. And in all that endeavor, art is a very essential ingredient.
Mauritius isn't just beautiful, it's relevant. It expands what African creativity can look like, beyond expectations, beyond categories. It shows that cultural power doesn't always announce itself. Sometimes it's layered, subtle, unexpected. And just like spice, the island's creative identity collaborates, blends, and reinvents itself. But first, a blessing.
So that we get the whole team is blessed. We're going to do a group prayer, okay?
Artists from across the globe visit Mauritius not just to participate in art events, but to be captivated by it, interpreting its stories through their own lens. For me, that's what makes the island's art events so meaningful.
Each country had the theme already prepared, so they had to imagine spice in their own way, and they brought their spice that they use in their country. It was an exploration.
Spice starts with heritage. It lives in the everyday.
spice is integrated in our daily life. It is part of our history.
For some, spice is emotion.
I opted for cinnamon, and getting that sense of smell, that good smell of the cinnamon while working, the reaction that our body has when we sense something good.
And for Jessie Guria, spiciness is a way of talking about identity.
For a better first, we are one of the most spiciest creatures on earth.
By bringing their spice to Mauritius, it's another way of sharing the culture. An opportunity for them to discover Mauritius, our culture.
And once you felt it, you will never see the island the same way again. You don't come to Mauritius to see art. You come here to experience what it means when a place lives creatively.
Zamina mina, waka waka, zamina mina wangaria. This stands for Africa. If you remember 2010, remember the song had the whole world spinning. Now, South African band Freshly Ground has a new voice. We meet Mbali Makoba, the singer, stepping into the spotlight and helping the band write its next chapter.
2010 World Cup, proudly hosted in Africa, had a distinct anthem. Waka Waka introduced millions around the world to Freshly Ground. But this is them now.
It's a lot of pressure because I feel like we must come with a mega hit song, you know? Everyone must be talking about Freshly Ground the way they were talking about the Four.
For more than 2 decades, they were one of Africa's most iconic bands. But after their lead singer stepped away to pursue her solo career, one question remained. Can the band still sound like Freshly Ground? Their answer? Mbali Makoba, a 20-year-old singer from Cape Town.
Well, I'd like to think I brought in a little bit of spice, you know, and a little bit of Gen Z in there, you know, playful. I just bring in some new life in there, like a new vibe, man, you know. I am vibey, so.
Long before the rehearsals and new releases, there was Imizama Yetu. This is where Mbali grew up and where music first took shape.
Imizama Yetu played a very huge role in my music taste because I take little bits of everyone. I feed off of everyone. It influenced my music in a lot of ways. Just the diversity. Now I'm versatile enough to do anything. I could sing jazz for you. I could sing hip hop for you. I could sing contemporary African music like Miriam Makeba's because of the place that I grew up and its diversity.
But it was also a place she needed to escape, and lead guitarist Josh Hawkes helped her do that.
No, but yeah, I was in a really tough time of my life back then. It was really difficult. I think at some point I was homeless. It was just really horrible, to the point where he was just like, you know what, just come over to my house, chill, watch a movie. It was cool because he helped me escape a very traumatic reality of my life. It's cool. We have a really special bond.
The heart is trying to find something to hang on.
Music became both an escape and a way to imagine something bigger. Josh was desperate to find a new lead singer so he could get the band back together.
She was still at school, she was in matric, and then we had a few months where we'd write a couple of songs together to hang out, and then I mentioned Freshly Ground to her. She actually didn't know who we were when I first mentioned Fresh. She's like, who's that? But once she heard some of the songs, she'd go, oh, I know you guys.
Josh introduced Mbali to the band and it was an instant hit.
I said to the guys, I think I might have found someone who can really do the job. You know, within 3 minutes of being in the room with her singing, the guys were like, cheap as I can. Mbali's incredibly musical. She can pick up anything and play something. And she's got huge ears. She hears a lot of stuff. She writes.
I'm still pinching myself. Hey, am I really in this band? Like the Waka Waka My AA guys? Do we do? Because they have done so much iconic things. I still cannot believe it to this day. But the vibe is amazing. They're cool guys.
She has brought younger sound. She has made fresher. You understand? We are kind of freshly fresh, you know. It captures so much the attention of the younger crowd.
Joining Freshly Ground meant stepping into a role many South Africans associate with one person. For almost 20 years, the band's frontwoman was Solani Mahola.
Filling in the shoes of this iconic former lead singer, it's a lot. And I'm just 20 years old. It's difficult, but I'm having fun with it.
That mindset is exactly what the band was looking for.
Mbali brings her own energy and her own story to tell, you know, and she's a fantastic performer. She moves beautifully on stage.
The sound has changed. You know, we still us, but Mbali's brought a whole nother aspect to the writing. Not only can she sing, she's also very gifted at lyrics, melody, emotion.
The response to Freshly Ground's return has been immediate. Now comes the next test, a European tour that will introduce audiences to this new era of the band.
You know, we started touring Europe in 2006, and now this is 20 years later. This is the biggest tour we've ever done.
I think Mbali's just kept everyone on their toes. Everyone's quite excited about where we're at and that we're playing music again. Our set list is 50-50 old and new, so we've still got songs that people want to hear. We intersperse the set.
20 years ago, Freshly Ground introduced millions of listeners to a distinctly African sound. Today, they're doing something equally important, creating space for a new voice to be heard. And as Mbali Makoba steps onto the world stages, she's not just carrying the weight of the band's past, she's helping shape its future.
Oh my God, what just happened? Perfect. Peter, what do you think?
Whether it's on a bicycle, in a workshop, through arts, or in a studio, today's stories reminds us that innovation can take many forms. Don't forget to go to dw.com/Afrimax for more. We will see you next time.
This is more than news. This is your story. Channel One TV, telling your story, empowering change.
Looking for everything made in Ghana? All in one place? Then get ready. The This is Ghana exhibition 2026 is here. A bold celebration of Ghanaian creativity, innovation and excellence. From rich traditional crafts to modern cutting-edge solutions, experience the very best of Ghanaian products and services. Explore excellence across key sectors including automobile, agriculture, education, health, hospitality, fashion, technology, food and beverages, creative arts, beauty, retail, and more. This is the biggest Made in Ghana fair, bringing together SMEs, startups, manufacturers, local creatives, indigenous corporate bodies, entrepreneurs, and innovative businesses all under one roof. Discover brands redefining quality. Connect with industry leaders and innovators. Experience the energy of Ghanaian enterprise and creativity. The date is 29th and 30th of August 2026. The time is 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. daily. Venue, the A4 Sutherland's Children's Park. Call 0205-973-973 or 0558-973-973 to register. Come explore, come connect, come be inspired. Discover the brands redefining made in Ghana and experience the future of Ghanaian excellence. The This is Ghana Exhibition 2026 is powered by ChannelOne TV with support from City FM. This is Ghana Exhibition 2026, celebrating Ghana, showcasing excellence.
From our studios at number 5 Oula Hansen Lane, hello and welcome to the Channel One Newsroom. I am Inusafo. Coming up. Severe rainstorm kills 12-year-old girl at Yendi in the northern region.
Mbokule dete kama besha kami kaza antila na kitamla na wonu sote sula bosebo nguna ma me nangla bezo yalla kankpa nguna ma san.
Minority in Ghana's parliament describes 2026 mid-year budget review as empty and uninspiring. NPP flag bearer Dr. Mohamed Balmia meets Ashanti regional executives following incarceration of its chairman, Bernard Enchi Boesiako.
Today, bill is being weaponized. You have a very strange judgment coming out of the court, and he strongly believes that there's also a coordinated attempt to mount a very serious assault on the branded.
Bon Traditional Council endorses Northern Business Fair organized by City FM and Channel One Television.
Channel One is my favorite channel. It was City News to Channel One. Every program that you have, I'm with you. And I'm so very grateful about it. So I don't think if you have a program in Northern region, we have to ignore it.
In Channel One Business. Government maintains 2026 macroeconomic targets after first half economic performance. In Channel One Sports. Black Stars campaign in 2026 FIFA World Cup cost Ghana 58 million cedis. Many thanks for staying with us. Let's settle for the details of our stories. A severe rainstorm that hit the Yendi municipality in the northern region at dawn on Wednesday has claimed the life of a 12-year-old girl, injured several others, and destroyed more than 40 houses and properties. The devastation has left several families homeless forcing many victims to seek refuge with relatives and friends. Channel One News' Northern Regional Correspondent Mohammed Aminu M. Alabira reports.
A severe storm that swept through parts of the Yendi municipality in the northern region on Wednesday, July 22nd, has left a trail of destruction, claiming one life and injuring several others. More than 40 houses were reportedly destroyed, with several homes completely reduced to rubble and their occupants left homeless. The disaster has also destroyed personal belongings and farm produce, leaving affected residents counting their losses and appealing to the government, individuals, and philanthropic organizations for urgent assistance.
Farm products, some of it are spoiled because when the rain took up the roofing sheet, and the rain soaked all the maize and then the groundnut. So we don't have food to eat, not talk of place to sleep. So we are urging people to come to our aid to help us.
Some of us, the houses destroyed, the roofs taken off. Those houses that are destroyed, they moved to the nearby houses that is not affected. Some of us were even devastated. We don't know what to do. We are just mingling around. So as we are standing now, we are devastated. There's nothing what we can do.
The rainstorm claimed the life of a 12-year-old girl after a room collapsed on her. The mother of the deceased girl, overwhelmed with grief, could not hold back her tears as she appealed for support for their family. Officials of the National Disaster Management Organization, NADMO, who were still assessing the extent of damage, described the destruction as extensive.
Currently, we've not finished with our assessment yet, but we've noticed that about 30 plus houses so far has been affected. And some houses, there's not even a single room left. The whole house, they are homeless. And it's quite unfortunate. Actually, I called our national director and informed him, our regional director as well, and then the municipality executive is aware of it.
One person has been remanded into police custody, whilst 3 others have been granted bail by the Asin Fosu District Court. This follows the violence that broke out during the NDC's branch executive election in Asin Fosu in the Central Region. Central Regional Correspondent Akwesiadu has more in the following report.
The process to elect branch executives for the Bamboo polling station in Asin Fosu on July 16 turned chaotic and violent. At the close of polls for the women organizer position, 25 ballots were counted, even though 17 delegates were recorded to have voted. Matters quickly escalated, leading to a scuffle. One of the victims of the brutality, Iyao Ousu, an aspirant of the Asin Central Constituency Youth Organizer position, suffered life-threatening injuries and was rushed to St. Francis Xavier Hospital in Asin Fosu for initial treatment. He was later referred to the Cape Coast Teaching Hospital for further treatment. Medical reports indicate that he suffered a fractured neck, an eye injury, head injuries, and suspected spinal injuries.
We are kaya bana mane dia na 17 no enipa 17 na abroso amafe dia be 25 te me kasa no se na baba ma no alasa eni fuseni eni wo mo akiri ba bi ono so na etawiao eni wo mo nyonko bi se na alasa na famachi mu yanze waso me kon echi me kon mu yanze ni nua ba ko na pani na bomani atransmeni na se no apai ne emoja afi omo tawiane ne omo nyonko no bi afri ba bi ba na obebo mi bi nipa for ninia so bo aka se bo se ye bu ni papa de omo bo me pa ma me mi hu se ewi ase ye 90 kan me kon intimintin achia.
The injured aspirant has called on the NDC's national executives to intervene as he alleges sharp divisions in the party leading to factions. Appearing before the Yasin Fusu District Court, presided by His Worship Abdul Majid Ilyasu, on Thursday, July 23, one of the suspects who have been arrested in connection with the violence, Hussein Mbepwa, was remanded into police custody for 1 week. Hussein Mbepwa, together with Hassan Adams Bepwa, Yahuza, and Baba Stranger, has been charged with assault and conspiracy to commit crime, to wit, assault. The remaining 3 accused persons, Hassan Adams Bepwa, Yahuza, and Baba Stranger, were granted bail in the sum of 15,000 Ghana cedis each, with 2 sureties. The case has been adjourned to 27th July 2026. Hassan, who also claims to have suffered an eye injury, wants party executives to take control of the matter, even as he trusts the court to exercise fairness.
In other news, former Vice President and the New Patriotic Party's 2028 presidential candidate, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, has led a high-level party delegation to Kumasi for a closed-door meeting with the Ashanti Regional leadership following the sentencing of the party's Ashanti Regional Chairman Bernard Entry Boesiakun, popularly known as Chairman Muntumi. The NPP says it has begun the process of appealing the 20-year prison sentence handed to Chairman Muntumi, describing him as a political prisoner. ChannelOne News' Middle Belt Bureau Chief Hafiz Tijani reports.
Dr. Bawumia arrived in the company of Ekuapim North MP Sami Ewuku, Efijase Sokore MP Dr. Nana Eyu Efirie, and several members of parliament from the Ashanti region. The closed-door meeting, attended by constituency chairmen, constituency secretaries, and party elders, according to sources, assessed the implication of Chairman Muntumi's conviction, its impact on the party, and strategies for the way forward in the Ashanti region. Spokesperson for Dr. Bawumia, Sami Ewuku, spoke to ChannelOne News on the importance of the meeting.
Details of the meeting I cannot put out, but definitely he also did assure them of his determination and willingness to support the embattled Ashanti Regional Chairman throughout the process, offering every assistance that the party can give him, and also stand by the Ashanti Party toe to toe, shoulder to shoulder, and let them know that they are not alone. And these are the things that he believes that should also energize our base, encourage our supporters for us to work hard to correct the current anomalies in the system. Today, bill is being weaponized. You have a very strange judgment coming out of the court, and he strongly believes that there's also a coordinated attempt to mount a very serious assault on the brand NPP.
Regional executives and constituency leaders also called on party supporters to remain resolute and rally behind Chairman Muntumi.
To party supporters, this is a time to show solidarity because our opponents are using Muntumi's conviction to test our resolve. Supporters must remain calm and look up to the National Party for direction.
The MPP says it will organize vigils and continue what it describes as a lawful campaign against the intimidation of opposition figures while pursuing its appeal through the courts.
Now, government has announced proposed amendments to the Excise and Customs Duties Act aimed at plugging revenue leakages and improving tax collection. Presenting the 2026 mid-year budget review to Parliament, Finance Minister Dr. Kasia Latoforsen expressed concern over the persistent under-collection of excise and customs duties. ChannelOne News' Ni Ayikwe Okan reports.
The Finance Minister, Dr. Kasiel Atoforsen, appeared before Parliament on Thursday to present the 2026 mid-year budget review. He highlighted some key reforms that are expected to take place at the port to tackle revenue leakages.
Prices of wine and spirit imported between 2023 and 2025 shows a taxable revenue of over 5 billion Ghana cedis. However, about 78%, worth 4 billion Ghana cedis, entered customs procedures such as warehousing and transit. In other words, almost 4 out of every 5 cedis of the potential excise tax based on wine and spirit escaped the tax net. Mr. Speaker, only 1 cedi out of every 5 cedi was subjected to excise duty. That is neither efficient nor sustainable, and this must change. The excise duty bill before this House introduced a comprehensive package of reforms to close these leakages.
He also disclosed that an amount of about 111 billion Ghana cedis of DDEP coupons are due for payment within the next 2 years.
In 2027, DDEP bonds that will fall due is 58 billion Ghana cedis. Another 53 billion Ghana cedis will fall due in 2028. In 2 years alone, Ghana has to repay 111 billion cedis. 111. Mr. Speaker, this is the true Agenda 111. The domestic debt exchange program was not designed to solve Ghana's debt problems. It was designed to postpone it deliberately, knowingly, and cynically, unfortunately. Mr. Speaker, its architect mortgaged tomorrow to survive today. Mr. Speaker, they had a duty to fix the roof. Instead, they moved the leak to another room and declared the house repaired.
The Finance Minister, Dr. Kasiel Atoforsen, also announced the construction of 1,200 state-owned power plants to help deal with the increasing cost of electricity tariffs.
The first 600 megawatt phase is expected to be commissioned in 2028. Right, Honorable Speaker, to reduce costs, government secured the gas turbines directly from GE Vernova, achieving savings of between 35 and 45% compared with third-party procurement. Right, Honorable Speaker, the project will lower electricity generation costs, help reduce electricity tariff by 10 to 20%, and create more than 2,000 direct and indirect jobs during the first phase.
Following the presentation, the Minority Caucus, led by the ranking member on the Finance Committee, Dr. Mohammed Amin Adam, spoke to journalists.
This government, from what has been submitted in Parliament, can best be described as talk more, do little government. Because the review has confirmed our description of the original budget, the 2026 budget, as having only bones, no meat. And for that matter, can best be described as Koscielny budget. The minister tried his best to do what he does best, propaganda. But his own data gave him out. His own data showed that the honeymoon is over. They are now faced with the reality because this budget is empty. And because it has no meat and they have no story, again, the minister resorted to blame game.
Well, the assurance from the Finance Minister, Dr. Kasiel Atoforsen, is that Ghana is moving forward, and under the leadership of President John Dramani Mahama, the economy will not return to the emergency room. Reporting for Channel One News from Parliament, I am Ni Ayukweyi Okain.
Away from that story, the High Court has ordered the Attorney General to amend 2 counts in the criminal case against former National Food Buffer Stock Company, Chief Executive Officer Hanan Abdul Wahab Aludiba after ruling that the charges failed to adequately state the alleged false representations at the heart of the offense of defrauding by false pretenses. The judge further dismissed in whole an application to strike out the entire charge sheet. There's more in the following report.
The ruling followed an application by counsel for the first accused, former Attorney General Godfrey Yobadame, who challenged the validity of the charge sheet. The defense argued that the charges breached constitutional and statutory requirements by failing to provide sufficient particulars, improperly combining multiple transactions into single counts, and charging the same transactions as both stealing and defrauding by false pretenses. Delivering its decision on Thursday, the court held that prosecutors are required to provide enough particulars to clearly inform an accused person of the allegations they must defend against. The judge noted that the details in the charge sheet should also enable any reasonable reader to understand the nature of the offense. The court, however, rejected the defense's broader challenge, ruling that all but two of the charges contained sufficient particulars. It also found no merit in the claim that the prosecution had improperly combined multiple offenses into single counts. On the issue of charging both stealing and defrauding by false pretenses over the same transactions, the court ruled that the law permits both offenses to be preferred in separate counts. However, it clarified that an accused person cannot ultimately be convicted of both offenses based on the same set of facts. The court, nevertheless, agreed with the defense that counts 9 and 14, both alleging defrauding by false pretenses, were defective because they failed to expressly state that the representations allegedly made by the accused were false. The judge directed the Attorney General to amend the 2 counts to specifically state that the representations relied upon were false representation or false pretenses, while allowing the remaining charges to proceed. The case has been adjourned to July 29, 2026. Meanwhile, lead counsel for Hanan Abdul Wahab Aludiba, Godfrey Yobadame, has served notice of his intention to appeal the ruling.
The court has been made that clear. Recently, in the Bafu Boni matter, you disclosed all the facts. First and foremost, made an application for disclosure of documents. That application has not been satisfied, and then we are asked to proceed. We cannot do so at all. Secondly, even Ernest Thompson, probably was Ernest Thompson, 2021, a case that was dedicated on by the Supreme Court. They ordered the prosecution to provide relevant particulars of the charges when the same complaints that we are making today was made at that time. And so if it was right for Ernest Thompson, it must be right for Hanan Abdul Wahab. Thank you.
You're still watching the Channel One Newsroom on Channel One TV. Still to come. Government maintains 2026 macroeconomic targets after first half economic performance. We have those details shortly. Do stay.
This is the old way. Let me show you a new and a better way. EduPack. EduPack? Yes, EduPack. A GS-approved and supported initiative for all first-year students going to SHS by Prospectus Ghana Limited. Now you don't need to go to the market. All your trunks, mattresses, pillows, including plastic chalkboards, are all waiting for your child at the school. Note: all our wooden chalkboards are being changed to plastic ones to avoid bedbugs.
You can also register by dialing *713*821# following the prompts, or you can visit www.edupackgh.com and tap register. You can also register at any ADB branch near you at a very affordable price. EduPack, approved and supported by GES.
Imagine a life where every moment flows effortlessly, where every choice brings you closer to the life you've always wanted. Give yourself more ways to receive joy. have more time to party. With G-Money, every moment flows seamlessly. Just pay and keep the good vibes going. Instantly top up airtime or data so you never miss life's special moments, because your memories together should matter more. Give yourself more freedom to celebrate. Pay bills quickly and seamlessly so nothing disrupts your moments. Have more financial control. With G-Money, you can effortlessly manage bulk payments and keep your business running smoothly. Dial *488# or download the app and explore the new G-Money today. G-Money. Give yourself more.
Your health is in your hands, but at some point, it passes on to us. At Mintuba Hospital and Coloproctology Center, we believe that quality healthcare isn't a privilege, it's a right. Equipped with cutting-edge technology, we are fully prepared to effectively deal with all colorectal and proctological conditions. Our team of highly skilled doctors, surgeons, and nurses are renowned for their expertise in minimally invasive and painless laser, ligature, and lungoproctological surgery. We are committed to providing a wide range of services to meet the diverse needs of our patients. Mintuba Hospital, your health is our priority. Visit Mintuba Hospital today or call us at 0244 581 541 or 0271 054 204. Mintuba Hospital, in to serve a peculiar health need.
You're welcome back. Up next is Channel One Business with Nashika Caesar.
Channel One Business is brought to you by MTN and EcoBank.
Hello, my name is Pamela from Customer Service. Please revalidate your account by texting your Ghana card number to 0500,000 247.
Hey, Abili, wabadim.
Madam, give me the numbers behind your ATM card. I'm calling from the head office.
An email was delivered across to our customers this morning.
Confirm if this is your bank account. 100,100,100.
Thanks for sending your bank card details.
Send the OTP now to avoid cancellation.
EcoBank will never call, email, send an SMS asking for your PIN, OTP, bank card, or Ghana card details.
Don't get played. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
Hello, please, I'm calling from Customer Experience Center.
Hello? I had to send you your Momo ready.
Oh.
I go here. Start Joshua.
There comes a time when money matters get tricky. When paying back feels hard, we get creative. But here's a beautiful fact. Every time you pay back, you keep the line going. You make space for someone else. So don't break the chain. From Quick Loan and Smart Loan to Extra Cash, Easy Cash, Agent Flex, Ahomka Loan, Express Loan, Busia Loan, and many more. It's all in your Momo app when you need it. Borrow, sort out, pay back.
Momo.
Because when you do, Momo Day for everybody.
Now, I'm sure the business desk was a lot busy today.
It was. You know, the finance minister was in parliament today
yes, he
with
was.
the budget statement.
Give us more details.
Right, coming up.
Now, government has maintained its 2026 macroeconomic targets after first half economic performance surpassed expectations with stronger growth, lower inflation, improved fiscal outcomes, and a faster than expected improvement in the country's debt trajectory. Here's more.
Presenting the 2026 mid-year budget review in Parliament on Thursday, Finance Minister Dr. Atuforsen did not seek a supplementary budget, saying revenue and expenditure remain broadly on track to meet government's fiscal objective.
The provisional fiscal performance for the first half of 2026 is presented against the following approved 2026 fiscal target. Overall deficit target on commitment basis of 2.2% of GDP, primary surplus of 1.5% of the GDP, overall deficit on cash basis of 4% of GDP, and primary surplus on a cash basis of 0.4% of GDP. But Mr. Speaker, provisional fiscal outturn for the first half of 2026 was stronger than anticipated.
The finance minister also announced that Ghana is expected to conclude its IMF Extended Credit Facility program next week, with the IMF Executive Board set to consider the final program review.
Next week, the Executive Board of the IMF is expected to approve the final review of Ghana's Extended Credit Facility program, bringing to a successful conclusion the financial bailout IMF program. The Executive Board is also expected to approve a 36-month policy coordination instrument, a non-financing arrangement designed for countries that no longer have and are not expected to face balance of payment needs.
Meanwhile, industry players welcomed some of the measures while calling for prudent implementation.
If you listen to the speech, you can see a lot of the careful considerations, okay? And he's very careful about what they're doing. You can also see that he's looking for savings on interest and all of that, debt management, to clearly make sure that he doesn't exceed the deficit target. So he's been careful on spending. We expect that there will be a bit more spending, to be honest, so that the economy can take.
Yeah.
But I think everything seems to be a very controlled budget.
Overall, this is fair to expect. I mean, our local manufacturers, especially for food use, will be excited to hear this, and then we can grow local industry, support local agriculture in order to supply industry.
Moving on, Ghanaians lost nearly 300,000 cedis to online restaurant and personalization scams in the first 6 months of 2026 as cyber criminals increasingly hijacked Google business listings to trick unsuspecting customers into paying for food that was never delivered. According to the latest Cybersecurity Authority alert, reported cases almost doubled to 112 between January and June this year, up from 61 during the same period in 2025. Here's more.
The over 296,000 cedis in financial loss is more than 3 times the 84,552 cedis recorded during the same period in 2025. According to the authority, fraudsters are targeting legitimate restaurants and food vendors by altering their contact details on Google Search, Google Maps, and other online platforms. Unsuspecting customers then place food orders using the fake contact details and are instructed to send payment through mobile money or fraudulent payment links. Once payment is made, communication ends and the food is never delivered. In other instances, victims are lured into entering personal and banking information on fake payment pages, exposing them to further financial losses. The Cybersecurity Authority is therefore urging customers to verify restaurant contact details through official websites, verified social media pages, or trusted food delivery platforms before placing an order.
Let's now bring you an update on crude oil prices and how the local currency is performing on the interbank market. And that's it for Channel One Business. I am Nashika Caesar. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Na. Let's do some more stories. The kingmakers and elders of the Dagbon Kingdom have endorsed and given their blessings for the Northern Business Fair organized by Channel One TV and City FM, describing it as a timely initiative to unlock investment opportunities and showcase the economic potential of Northern Ghana. The endorsement came during a courtesy call by a delegation from Channel One TV and City FM to the Bewa Palace ahead of the event. There's more in the following report.
The Northern Business Fair 2026 will take place on July 25 and 26 at the Jubilee Park in Tamale. The two-day exhibition, scheduled to run daily from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m., is expected to bring businesses, entrepreneurs, investors, and exhibitors from across Northern Ghana and beyond to showcase products, services, and investment opportunities while fostering partnerships and business growth. Some stakeholders who expressed joy ahead of the event welcomed the initiative as a major boost for enterprise development and innovation in the North, while calling for more of such events.
As reps of the president, we always take it to make sure that we try to expose at least the opportunities that our people have, especially regarding the business sectors. Most of the times within this zone, 80 to 90% of the people are farmers. And so we are thinking of doing value additions so that we will not just be thinking of sending raw materials, raw food from the farm gates to the market square. We need to make value for addition so that we can also match up to the international markets.
The present vision is to enhance or to make the economy better so that we live in the country well. So if this fair comes, it has a lot of benefits that we get.
During the visit to the Bewa Palace, the kingmakers and elders of Dagbon Kingdom who endorsed the Northern Business Fair commended Channel One TV and City FM for creating a platform that highlights the region's business strengths and attracts investments.
Channel One is my favorite channel. It was City News to Channel One. Every program that you have, I'm with you. And I'm so very grateful about it. So I don't think if you have a program in northern region, we have to ignore it now. But now that we are mourning, that is our problem. We are mourning because our head is gone. And so we said, no, if we don't install the regent, we don't want any noise at all in northern region. So if it is only, exhibition, I don't think it's a problem. We are okay. You can go ahead and then continue the work.
Still in the north, management of City FM and Channel One TV have paid tribute to the late overlord of Dagbon, Yana Abukari Muhammad II, describing him as a father figure whose reign strengthened the long-standing relationship between the Dagbon Kingdom and the media organization. A delegation led by the head of events and partnerships at Channel One TV and City FM, Frima Edunyame, signed the Book of Condolence at the Bewa Palace and conveyed the company's sympathies to the royal family and the people of Dagbon. Channel One News' Christopher Kevin Asima reports.
The great king of Dagbon passed away, and his family at City FM and Channel One TV is here in Yendi at the Bewa Palace to pay homage.
Following the passing of the overlord of Dagbon, Yana Abukari Muhammad II, Dignitaries from across the country have continued to visit the Gbewa Palace to pay their last respects. Joining the growing list of mourners, management of City FM and ChannelOne TV visited the palace to sign the Book of Condolence and present items in support of the organization of the late King's final funeral rites. The delegation also met with the regent and palace officials to express their condolences and reaffirm the company's solidarity with the Dagbon Kingdom during the period of mourning.
We were not expecting news like this. I mean, it came in as a shock to all of us. We've really enjoyed a very great relationship with him. We've always been received as family members. And don't forget that our CEO, Samuel Atamensa, is a development chief, in the area as well. And so if such an unfortunate news has happened, it is a step in the right direction, to just come and pay homage and to commiserate with the Gbewa Palace and the family. And also to assure the people of Dagbon and the palace that the relationship that we have always enjoyed with Ayana will not end with his demise. And that relationship will continue. So this is an assurance that we have been family members. We will continue to be family members to honor the memory of the royal dynasty himself.
Secretary to the Gbewa Palace, Alhaji Abdul Rahman, expressed appreciation to the management of City FM and ChannelOne TV for their visit and support. He thanked the organization for standing with the palace during this difficult period and indicated that preparations for the final funeral rites were progressing steadily.
The burial process will still continue until the installation date. So from now till that time, the Book of Condolence will still be open for the general public to come and sign, and then the burial processes will also continue. So I see a lot of people trickling in, coming to present their burial, coming to do their donations to the family so we can take care of the visitors. So currently, these are the activities we are taking through to make sure that everything goes on successfully.
Reporting from the Great Gbewa Palace here in Yendi, I am Christopher Kevin Asima reporting for ChannelOne News.
Residents of Bebe Seshiabu in Dansoman could soon see an end to years of destruction caused by tidal waves, with the Ablekuma West Municipal Chief Executive assuring of the completion of the 5-kilometer sea defense project within the next 2.5 years. ChannelOne News' Rachel Engman reports.
Construction is steadily advancing on the long-awaited sea defense project, which is expected to protect vulnerable coastal communities from tidal waves and recurrent flooding while reclaiming portions of land lost to coastal erosion. When ChannelOne News visited the site, residents expressed excitement over the ongoing construction work, but appealed to contractors to accelerate work so they begin to enjoy the full benefits of the project.
The project has so far has helped us very much, because if not of the sea defense, like the sea have even come to the town, and they should hurry up and do it, because nowadays the way that the sea is being, it will very be difficult for us.
No, me so far choosing someone over here. Choosing over here when sure about coffee kete. Boy, I just get griffy. Wa be wa dan beach here. She wanna get the beach here say get show kun. E ba fiti over here no be sana continue. E channel care. Wanna ga me fake ba wa. The
Ablekuma West Municipal Chief Executive, George Kwakwaluti, says about 95% of the growing structures have been completed. He expressed confidence that, barring unforeseen setbacks, the entire project will be completed within the next 2.5 years.
So far, we are supposed to have about 7 grounds. And from look of things, the contractors have done well. So far, they've almost finished. They've done about 95% of the grounds. What is left with the back of the grounds? They left those ones because they need space for the trucks to come in. So they have to go back to the ground one and to cover the back of the grounds to hit the cliff. The purpose of this also is to reduce the tidal waves, so that we can accumulate enough sand to reclaim the land. We are told we are left about 2.5 years to have this place finished.
He urged residents to help preserve the project by ending illegal sand winning, refraining from dumping refuse along the shoreline, and avoiding new developments within the coastal buffer zone.
The community should also support so that at least they will stop winning the sand as we claim the land. Going forward, some of the structures here need to be pulled down to create access, or of course to before you realize that Dansoman beach is one of the cleanest beaches in Greater Accra, but for this we have other unnecessary structures sprinkled up. So when we are done with this activity, we are sure to bring in some investors, also to plant this coconut tree to also help in claiming the land.
For years, flooding and tidal waves have threatened residents of Gbegbe-Ise-Shiabu. Residents are now hopeful that the sea defense project will bring some relief. Reporting for Channel One News, I am Rachel Engman.
This is still the Channel One Newsroom on Channel One TV. Still ahead. Black Stars campaign in 2026 FIFA World Cup cost Ghana 58 million cedis. We have the details shortly. Do stay.
As the sun rises over the city of Accra, its warm glow settles on one of the city's most thoughtfully planned communities, Lakeside Estate, and once again, something exceptional is unfolding. After the successful sale of our 4-bedroom Orca at Lakeside Hills, a new masterpiece is about to make its debut. An exquisite 4-bedroom story Orca home overlooking a breathtaking landscape of the Abri Mountains. This remarkable home now features a total floor area of 330 square meters, set on a generous 7,140 square foot plot. Step inside and you're welcomed by a spacious foyer leading to an open living and dining area, paired with a modern fitted kitchen with a stylish island crafted for the ultimate cooking experience. On the first floor, family living takes center stage. Spend quality time together and enjoy the convenience of a newly added infinite kitchenette, perfect for warming up your coffee or tea. For our esteemed homeowners who value privacy and productivity, a dedicated study area has been beautifully integrated into the design. This new home is a testament to trust, craftsmanship, and modern living. A space where elegance, comfort, and style come together effortlessly. Book your spot today by calling our sales expert on 020-477-5040 or 020-477-5042. Lakeside Estate, quality homes for all.
In today's fast-paced African business landscape, human resources is no longer just a support function. It's the strategic heartbeat of your organization. Are you prepared to lead that change and redefine your professional impact? Welcome to the HR Connect Conference 2026. This year, we are diving deep into our professional theme, from certification to competence. Why elevating HR is critical for business growth and competitive advantage in Africa. We are profoundly honored to host our guest of honor, His Majesty the Gamanche, King Takite Kochu II, alongside our distinguished guest speaker, Honorable Haruna Pelpo. Over 2 transformative days at the prestigious Labadi Beach Hotel, you will go far beyond traditional theory. We have curated an immersive experience designed to challenge your thinking and sharpen your edge. You will have the opportunity to participate in our expert-led masterclass sessions, including personal branding and mastery, the CDAT compensation and benefits masterclass, our critical labor law masterclass, and the forward-looking SHRP future of work masterclass. Beyond the masterclasses, you will gain rare, high-level perspectives during our exclusive C-suite sessions, engage in intimate fireside chats, and participate in our interactive table talk sessions focusing on HR mentorship mastery and the latest in HR tech. Proudly partnered by CDAT Consult and SHRP, this is the premier gathering for HR professionals ready to shape the future of our industry. Mark your calendars for July 30th and 31st, 2026, starting 9 a.m. sharp each day. Elevate your practice, drive your business. Join us at the HR Connect Conference 2026. We look forward to connecting with you there.
Yes, next. Hey, Nadia Benson, Asamo.
Me didn't tum. Mr. Femi Kakalika, just call me cockroach. Now, Mr. Femi once now. Hey, is that you? Improve car. Yeah. Captain Mosquito, double the action. Me did it, Sasso spray. Mr. Femi Sasso quell. Yeah, go to my Sasa Tenuya. Come tum preko.
You're welcome back. Up next to Channel One Sports with Bernard Abekwatri. Abeku, how are you?
I'm fantastic. How are you too?
I'm good, thanks. I'm surprised you didn't say your regular line. So the Black Stars are in the news again. 58 million.
That's good money, right?
Very good money.
Let's get into it.
Given.
Well, the government of Ghana spent 58 million Ghana cedis on the Black Stars' participation at the 2026 FIFA World Cup. Finance Minister Dr. Kasiela Forson has disclosed. Presenting the 2026 mid-year budget review in Parliament, Dr. Forson said the amount was released as part of approved government expenditure to support Ghana's campaign at the tournament. He said the disclosure reflects government's commitment to transparency and accountability in the use of public funds.
An amount of 104 million as teacher training allowance has been paid. Right, Honorable Speaker, to support nursing training, an amount of 144 million as nursing training allowance has been paid. Mr. Speaker, to strengthen grassroots governance, an amount of 93 million as assembly members allowance has been paid. Mr. Speaker, to promote skills development and entrepreneur, an amount of 45 million for the National Apprenticeship Program has been paid. Mr. Speaker, to support Ghana's participation in the 2026 FIFA World Cup, an amount of 58 million has been paid.
Let's move to Glasgow now, and Ghana's Abdul Wahid Omar will be the first Team Ghana boxer in action at the 2026 Commonwealth Games when he takes on England's Patrice Magazai in Glasgow. The bout marks the start of Ghana's boxing campaign with 10 black bombers and black haters aiming to add to the nation's proud Commonwealth Game medal history. The boxing competition will feature 201 athletes from 43 countries competing at Hall 5 of the Scottish event campus. My colleague Gabby Ofer has more in this report.
2026 Commonwealth Games is here, and it's happening all the way in Glasgow. Now, Ghana's Abdul Wahid Omar will lead Team Ghana's boxing campaign at the 2026 Commonwealth Games when he takes on England's Patrice Moghauzia in the men's 65 kg prelims round later on Friday, July 24. Now, the 32-year-old Ghanaian is scheduled to face the 24-year-old English boxer at exactly 6:45 p.m. at the Scottish Event Campus Hall 5. This will be Omar's second appearance at the Commonwealth Games after representing Ghana in Birmingham back in 2022, when he won bronze medal at those games, reaching the semi-finals before losing to Richano Collin of Mauritania in that competition or in that category. But on Sunday, attention will then shift to another boxer, and that's Abdul Wahid Omar's teammate in Amadou Mohamed, who is also scheduled to compete at 11 a.m. in the men's 55 kg round of 16 at the same venue. In the women's 54 kg round of 16, Nancy Banfo of Ghana will face Northern Ireland's Nicole Clyde at 5 p.m. as she bids to secure a place also in the quarterfinal stage. Meanwhile, in the women's 57 kg round of 16, there's another Ghanaian who will be featuring. Her name is Adelaide Dede Jabate. She will take on Fiji's Yasmin Dauna Kama with a place in the round at stake. In the next round at stake. So what it means is that we have 4 Ghanaian boxers scheduled to compete over the opening days of the tournament, and Team Ghana will be hoping to make a very strong start in one of the country's most successful disciplines at the 2026 Commonwealth Games.
Well, let's travel international now, and Jurgen Klopp, who will be unveiled as Germany's new head coach on Friday after signing a contract that runs until the 2030 FIFA World Cup. A former Liverpool manager replaces Julian Nagelsmann, who stepped down after Germany's round of 32 exit at the 2026 FIFA World Cup. Klopp leaves his role as Red Bull's global head of soccer to take charge of the 4-time world champions. Klopp will be presented to the media on Friday, July 24, before beginning preparation for his first game in charge against the Netherlands. Well, that's the very latest from the world of sports, and I am Bernard Abeko. That's your sports.
Thank you very much, Abeku. And that's how we wrap up today's bulletin. Do visit our website, ChannelOneNewsOnline.com, for more information on our top stories and more. Subscribe to Channel One TV on YouTube for more exclusive video content from Channel One TV. Download the Channel One Newsroom app on the Google Play Store. I am Eno Safu. Many thanks for watching.
From across Ghana to the heart of Tamale, the very best of made in Ghana products, services, innovation, education, enterprise, homegrown businesses, and indigenous corporate organizations are all coming together at one exciting event. The Northern Business Fair 2026, your one-stop destination to discover, shop, connect, network, and explore new business opportunities in Northern Ghana. Whether you are an entrepreneur, investor, student, business owner, or consumer, this is where Ghanaian excellence meets opportunity. Join us on Saturday 25th and Sunday 26th July 2026 at Jubilee Park, Tamale from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. daily. Are you ready to showcase your business to the nation and beyond? Call 0205-973-973 now and secure your spot. The Northern Business Fair 2026 is powered by Channel One TV with support from City FM, and it's proudly sponsored by EcoBank, the National Petroleum Authority, the Ghana Export Promotion Authority, North Shore Apparel Ghana Limited, and SIC Insurance PLC. The Northern Business Fair 2026, your market, your connections, your growth.
Looking for everything made in Ghana, all in one place? Then get ready. The This is Ghana Exhibition 2026 is here. A bold celebration of Ghanaian creativity, innovation, and excellence. From rich traditional crafts to modern cutting-edge solutions, experience the very best of Ghanaian products and services. Explore excellence across key sectors including automobile, agriculture, education, health, hospitality, fashion, technology, food and beverages, creative arts, beauty, retail, and more. This is the biggest Made in Ghana fair, bringing together SMEs, startups, manufacturers, local creatives, indigenous corporate bodies, entrepreneurs, and innovative businesses all under one roof. Discover brands redefining quality, connect with industry leaders and innovators, experience the energy of Ghanaian enterprise and creativity. The date is 29th and 30th of August 2026. The time is 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. daily. Venue, the A4 Sutherland's Children's Park. Call 0205-973-973 or 0558-973-973 to register. Come explore, come connect, come be inspired. Discover the brands redefining Made in Ghana and experience the future of Ghanaian excellence. The This is Ghana Exhibition 2026 is powered by ChannelOne TV with support from City FM. This is Ghana Exhibition 2026, celebrating Ghana, showcasing excellence.
Life as a newcomer. What's it like to live in Valencia, Spain after moving from the United States? A challenge for locals, how young people cope with high living costs in London. And a favorite spot for regulars, what makes pub culture in Dublin, Ireland so special? These stories and more coming up on Euromax. Leaving your home country and moving abroad takes a lot of courage, and that's what one American family mustered up when they moved from the U.S. to Spain. We met up with them to find out what life is like in Valencia.
I had never traveled out of the United States. I barely even left the East Coast.
Laura and Jeff Apel and their 6-year-old son moved from the U.S. for a new life in Valencia, Spain.
We're absolutely so happy that we moved here. We feel much safer in general, day-to-day life.
But it hasn't always been easy, from leaving family behind to getting by with limited Spanish.
I mostly have to speak in the present and a bit broken.
In 2025, Spain was home to 76,000 people from the US, up 10% from the previous year. Many of them have settled in Valencia, Spain's third largest city after Madrid and Barcelona. Laura and Jeff came to the Mediterranean city from the Washington, D.C. area in 2025.
It just feels like a lot more alive, like you're part of the community, whereas, a lot of times in the United States, you're just driving to a store and coming home, and that's your day.
And we never actually walked anywhere. Even now, even when the weather is bad, we'll go out and we'll walk. We don't even have a car anymore, and I don't feel like we need a car anymore. The Valencia metro system, it runs really well. There's buses, there's trains.
You pay a lot in taxes, but you're happy to do it because you see the day-to-day difference that it makes, whether it's healthcare or the public transportation system.
Laura and Jeff sent their son to an international school because he was struggling with delayed speech. They hoped this would make it easier for him to learn Spanish, something that hasn't been easy for them either.
¿Más grande o no?
No, más grande.
No. Pero ¿cuánto es?
He does more of the listening, I do sometimes more of the speaking, so together we're like one functioning human. Lo siento, mi español es peor por la mañana.
You know, if we need like a plumber or something and they're speaking technicalities, it's a lot more difficult. It's important for us to learn Spanish here when speaking with the locals because, we're living now in this society.
Laura and Jeff live in a residential neighborhood outside the historic center. Jeff co-owns a design business, and Laura is a freelance graphic designer. Laura's Filipina heritage and the political situation in the U.S. under President Donald Trump were key reasons they decided to move.
Hello, Bumblebee.
A week or so after the inauguration was when we were really like, things are changing. I don't think they're going to get better anytime soon. I think we need to leave. I had never traveled out of the United States. I barely even left the East Coast. The way the administration has been treating immigrants is very concerning. I am the child of an immigrant who moved to the United States. I don't look like, your standard white American. We're worried about me potentially being targeted.
The prevalence of school shootings in the U.S. was another reason for the move.
I remember dropping our son off at school every morning and watching him walk into that building with this little body with this big backpack and being like, is this going to be the last time I see my son?
Is it something that's actually going to affect you? Who knows? But why risk it? When there's, if you have the opportunity to live a better life somewhere, why are you going to not take that opportunity?
Dining out is a bonding activity for Laura, Jeff, and their son.
Lágrimas de pollo. Lágrimas
de pollo.
Leaving family behind in the States has been one of the biggest challenges.
Our parents do visit, but it's difficult being so far from them and knowing that they're getting older and soon they might not be able to travel anymore.
All along, their son's future has been their main concern.
I think he'll just have a more adventurous, enjoyable life here. Knowing his education is going to be, much more attainable here. That makes a big difference.
Despite the challenges, Laura and Jeff don't regret their move.
There's nothing here that has not been an improvement for us in our lives, our health, I've stopped taking anti-anxiety medication. It just is different here. You feel just relieved.
Could you imagine starting a new life abroad?
London attracts millions of visitors every year, but for many young locals, the city's becoming increasingly unaffordable. British-Iranian student Avesta shows us his life and what it takes to get by in the British capital.
So London is special. It's the epitome of multiculturalism. And to be growing up in the heart of that is truly a wonderful experience.
With a population of some 9 million people speaking more than 300 languages, London is one of the largest cities in Europe and one of the most expensive. What's life like for young people?
I'm Avesta of Shire Mayor. I'm 22 years of age. I study physics and computer science. I've been born and raised in London, and today I'll be showing you my average day in London.
Avesta starts his day by jogging through his neighborhood in Ealing, West London. Did you know that 47% of London is green spaces? That makes it one of the greenest cities in the world.
Hello, welcome. Come on in.
During the roughly 22 weeks of the year when there are no classes, Avesta lives with his parents in their condominium which his father bought some 30 years ago. He usually eats breakfast with his mother.
So the jam here is a type of quince jam, Iranian quince, and I tend to get it with a bit of cream, just eat it with toast.
Avesta's parents are both from Iran. His mother came to England 25 years ago.
At home, we just don't speak in English, we speak in Farsi or Persian, and everything in the home is practically Persian. We don't really have a very British sort of cultural house, in the sense that I actually never tried proper British food until I went to university. Yeah. I'm ethnically Iranian. I've been born and raised in the UK. That's typical of London because there are multiple people across London who would say that they don't have just one cultural identity, they have several. So British Indian, British Iranian, British anything really. That's very important to me, to maintain both my own ethnic and original heritage cultures and also the culture where I've been born and raised. So this is my room. It's surreal to think that I actually lived here in this room for the past 22 years. And over here I've got my whole multicultural books section, so books in other languages. So I'm fluent in 4 languages, and I'm proficient in 3 more languages as well. So that's English, German, Persian, French, fluency, and proficiency in Chinese, Russian, and Swedish.
But Avesta isn't studying languages, rather physics and computer science at Durham University in the northeast of England, one of the best universities in the country. Unlike in many EU countries, universities in the UK are not free. The fees at Avesta's university are £9,250 per year, some $12,000 US.
I get a full loan because my parents are both pensioners, and I also get a grant, a scholarship on top of that. But I also hold 2 jobs as well, so I work at a bar and I also work in the lab.
After spending time studying, today Avesta has a meeting in the center of London. It takes him around an hour to get there by subway train, called the Tube. Each day, as many as 5 million passengers ride the various subway lines in the British capital. Tourists often block the way in the city center. And the city center is expensive. Avesta can't afford to go out to eat here often, but today he's meeting 3 fellow students in Chinatown. Some 80 restaurants are concentrated here over just a few streets. For Avesta, it's a place where he can practice his language skills.
So, 我下个问题，我可以问你比较什么问题吗？啊，是你中文的哪里吗？你来自哪里？
我是马来西亚。
马来西亚人啊，厉害呀，厉害，牛逼啊！And this is actually one of my favorite spots in London because it's just a tangible sense of Chinese. It's a tangible Chinese community.
The South Bank is a popular meeting place, in part because it's free to just hang out along the Thames River. The cost of living in London is rising. The average rent for new leases on apartments is some £2,100 per month, around $2,800 US.
Young people cannot afford London. They cannot live here. If you want to buy a house, unless you struck gold and make a serious fortune, it's very unlikely that you'll be able to afford a house in your lifetime in London. You have to stick to the outskirts.
Avesta will complete his bachelor's degree next year. Then he hopes to work in either the tech sector or the diplomatic corps and to see more of the world.
I would not be who I am if I had not been in London. Here, everyone speaks different languages. There's not just one language that everyone speaks. That's something that's made me who I am. I just feel so multicultural.
Looks can be deceiving. In a picturesque corner of southern Germany, Nazi dictator Adolf Hitler planned many of his crimes. Today, a documentation center there explores the atrocities of the Nazi era at what is now a popular holiday destination.
Hello everyone, I'm in the Berchtesgadener Land in the south of Bavaria, and I don't think I'm exaggerating when I say this is one of the most beautiful landscapes in Germany. Here you will find stunning mountains and cozy Bavarian towns. There's also one of the most beautiful mountain lakes in Germany. But terrible crimes were planned in the middle of this alpine idyll, at Hitler's Berghof on the Obersalzberg. We start in the city that gave the entire region its name, Berchtesgaden. Rich salt deposits brought money into the town and prosperity to the citizens. Added to this was the idyllic location in the Alps, word got around. Initially, Bavarian kings came here in the summer. Later, it was popular with scholars, industrialists, artists, and even the Nazis. And who comes today? Well, tourists like me. Lake Königssee is considered a jewel of the German Alps. Those steep rocks fall almost vertically into the water. That's why there are no roads or footpaths around the lake, so you can only explore it by boat. A highlight of every tour is the famous Echo Wall. My next destination is the Obersalzberg near Berchtesgaden. Where there is dense forest today, there were a few farms and guest houses 100 years ago. The dictator Adolf Hitler also enjoyed vacationing here, first in a small country house and later in the spacious Berghof. The Berghof was strictly shielded from the public because alongside Berlin it became Hitler's second seat of government. Hitler not only spent his vacation on the Obersalzberg, but also a quarter of the time he was in office. Hitler received high-ranking guests and officials at the Berghof. Political and military decisions were made here about persecution, war, and genocide. After the war, the property was blown up. Today, there is hardly anything of Hitler's Berghof left. Only this supporting wall of the slope is left. Today, only a few tourists come here. The place where they take their photos used to be the large terrace of the Berghof. Hitler's lover, Eva Braun, filmed these videos with her small film camera. Images of a deceptive idol. In 1944, Hitler was at the Berghof for the last time. In April 1945, the Allies bombed the site. The ruins were blown up in 1952. After the war, things became quiet on Obersalzberg. It was not until 1999 that a documentation center was set up, a few hundred meters from the former Berghof. Soon the rush of visitors from all over the world was so great that it had to be rebuilt and expanded. The house reopened in 2023 with a new concept. What do visitors take away from the documentation center?
When you see wrong being done against someone else, that we need to speak up. If we don't speak up now, then later it could be us.
It's unimaginable that a person could think up something like that, naturally with the help of others, and that it then led to such destruction and such brutality.
Well, it just makes you realize how powerful Hitler was and what all he accomplished while he was in command. So it's interesting, very interesting. A lot of information, very, very educational.
I think I didn't promise too much at the beginning. There are only a few places in the world that combine idol and atrocity as much as here in the Berchtesgadener Land.
You can find Irish pubs in almost every country around the world, but what makes the original so special? We traveled to Dublin, Ireland to discover what the true Irish pub experience really is.
Fáilte, welcome. My name is Kieran Ward. I'm the bar manager here at O'Neill's Victorian Pub and Townhouse in Dublin. Let me take you inside and show you what a true Irish bar looks like. I've been here since 1997, so it's 28 years now. You meet different people every day. You're meeting lots of different staff. You're just every day. No day is the same. A lot of people will know me, yeah. We have a lot of regular customers who work locally, who come in for lunch, who sometimes come in for dinner, or come in for after work drinks. So we'll be on first name terms with a lot of our regulars.
Well, I come to this one about twice a week.
good service, nice staff, and then that's it. And a place kind of with a little bit of history like this, it also makes it more interesting.
O'Neill's opened in 1885 and was owned by the same family until the early 2020s. But more on its history later. First to the drinks. When you're ready to order at the bar, you'll notice a few beers that are typical across Ireland.
This is Harp, another very well-known Irish lager. It's a European-style lager, light, refreshing, on a nice warm day. Rare thing in Ireland, but yeah, it's a really good beer. This is Smithwick's, a very traditional Irish red ale. Tastes malted barley, roasted malted barley. Dates from the 1790s, I believe, and it's probably the best-known red ale you'll see in Ireland. Guinness, probably Ireland's best-known beer. It has a creamy, velvety taste. Bitter notes, kind of chocolate, coffee-ish. It's creamy because of the carbon dioxide and nitrogen mix, as opposed to just carbon dioxide, so that's what gives it that creamy, velvety taste. If you pour it straight to 3/4, just above the Harp, and then let it settle, and back pour it, the nitrogen helps it, the creaminess of the pint.
But Irish pubs aren't just for adults ordering drinks.
Everybody's allowed. A lot of bars in Dublin and Ireland nowadays, food is involved. So you get every mix. You get families, you get people with children, you get older crowd. It's not all just coming into the pub to drink nowadays.
But before you're ready to step into the pub, there are a few Irish phrases to know.
Fáilte, welcome. Gurav Mahagut, thank you. Slán, goodbye. Simple. Sláinte, cheers. So some of the simple ones that some have actually practiced before they get here. Am I pronouncing that right? You get a lot of that.
And what about do's and don'ts in an Irish pub?
Please don't order black and tan or an Irish car bomb. Black and tan has a different meaning here to what it might have in the rest of the world, and particularly the States. So black and tans were a British paramilitary unit here who pretty much terrorised Ireland in the early 1900s. And not an Irish car bomb because people died really close to here by a car bomb. So yeah, things like that you just don't do in Ireland. Here tipping is appreciated but not expected the way it is in the rest of the States. The service will stay the same. Nobody will think any different if you tip or don't tip. Behave. Listen, behave. It's simple. You can tell the bars when you come into it. If you walk into a bar like here, we don't want roaring, shouting, singing, screaming.
There are thousands of Irish pubs all around the world, but how are those in Ireland different from those abroad? And how can you recognise an authentic one?
Some are really, really good, and some of them are nothing like an Irish bar. They might be decorated somewhat like an Irish bar, but to me, to an Irish person, they don't feel like an Irish bar.
When you start seeing the same people at the same pub, it's like, okay, you know that like it's not just tourists coming in and out.
And it's easy to strike up a conversation with someone in a pub in Ireland.
People come to Ireland and experience an Irish bar, and they like the atmosphere, they like the way they're run. They're replicated throughout the world, but I don't think ever equals. So not the same.
What do you like about Irish pubs? Have you ever visited one in Ireland? Or are you planning to?
Have you ever heard of Afroletics? Isaac Kira from Berlin is on a mission to get everyone moving, inspired by African dance and fitness.
When Isaac Kira, a Berlin-based dancer, choreographer, and fitness coach, invites people to work out in the park, there's an energetic African vibe in the air. This is no surprise, as the fitness program he developed, called Afroletics, combines African dance moves with African beats.
Afroletics is a fitness concept that I developed. It's a combination of dance, interval, and cardio training based on African rhythms. It's really about getting people to dance and sweat.
Segments of the workout derive from various African dance styles, such as Ndombolo, Amapiano, and Afro House.
The first dance style, Ndombolo, is from the Congo. The defining characteristic of Ndombolo is the hip movement. You have to always keep a light stance at this squatting position. The next dance style is Amapiano, originating from South Africa. My brother Dennis will demonstrate it. Notice the lightness. It's really groovy. We also say the aim is not to sweat.
Okay. Man sagt da auch, the aim is not to sweat.
And finally, Afro House originates from Angola and is based on very quick footwork patterns.
Ganz schnelle Footwork-Bewegungen. Ja, erstmal haben wir Abria.
First we have Abria, okay? And then you can do it. And that's very crazy.
Crazy, yeah?
Isaac is very busy. In 2020, he published his African Dance Dictionary, an online dictionary for African dance styles. The steps and their historical origins are explained in the videos, along with practicing instructions.
I want to help people appreciate our culture and help those who want to learn more about it.
Isaac is a successful dancer and choreographer. He collaborates with renowned artists and serves as an entertainer and content creator, boasting over 11 million followers on TikTok. His videos also feature celebrities such as American singer Jason Derulo and Nigerian singer Tiwa Savage. But he has worked hard for his success. Isaac was born in Ghana in 1991. When he was 4, he and his family moved to Germany, starting in the city of Duisburg. After the sudden death of his mother, his father relocated him and his 2 brothers to Berlin-Neukölln, a neighborhood known for its social challenges.
Even though we never had much money, we still did well because we had each other. It was like, okay, Mom's not here anymore, but Dad is here, and we felt he'll look after us somehow. We just need to make sure we don't mess it up and keep moving forward.
Isaac started dancing at this youth center. As a teenager, he spent several hours a day here with his brothers and friends. They danced hip-hop and crumping, an expressive African-American dance style that originated in the United States in the early 2000s.
Dancing is a form of freedom, meaning every time you'd come home from school and you weren't in a cool mood, you came here and met up with your second family, trained together and developed new moves, which always gave you a sense of fulfillment.
In 2006, Isaac and his brothers won the German Crumping Championship, marking the birth of the MIK family. MIK stands for Monsters in Crump, and Mindset is Key. Isaac also earned individual titles including Best Dancer, alongside completing his master's degree in industrial engineering.
I could never have imagined that I would one day reach this point, having started from such a difficult situation, and now standing alongside such international names on the world's stages.
Isaac has registered the name of his workout, Afroletics, as a trademark, and his dream is
that Afroletics becomes a global movement, that it's danced all over the world, and that the same energy like here at the Mauer Park will spread worldwide.
African rhythms are in Isaac's blood. His workout is not just about fitness, but also about enjoying life.
And with that, we come to the end of the show. Be sure to click and follow us on our social media channels for more from the world of culture and entertainment in Europe. Till next time, goodbye and auf Wiedersehen.
Looking for everything made in Ghana? All in one place? Then get ready. The This is Ghana Exhibition 2026 is here. A bold celebration of Ghanaian creativity, innovation, and excellence. From rich traditional crafts to modern cutting-edge solutions, experience the very best of Ghanaian products and services. Explore excellence across key sectors including automobile, agriculture, education, health, hospitality, fashion, technology, food and beverages, creative arts, beauty, retail, and more. This is the biggest Made in Ghana fair, bringing together SMEs, startups, manufacturers, local creatives, indigenous corporate bodies, entrepreneurs, and innovative businesses all under one roof. Discover brands redefining quality, connect with industry leaders and innovators, experience the energy of Ghanaian enterprise and creativity. The date is 29th and 30th of August 2026. The time is 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. daily. Venue, the A4 Sutherland's Children's Park. Call 0205-973-973 or 0558-973-973 to register. Come explore, come connect, come be inspired. Discover the brands redefining Made in Ghana and experience the future of Ghanaian excellence. The This is Ghana Exhibition 2026 is powered by ChannelOne TV with support from City FM. This is Ghana Exhibition 2026, celebrating Ghana, showcasing excellence.
Welcome to The Point of View. This is your favorite current affairs show here on Channel One Television. On The Point of View, we pick the right topics, get the right guests, and ask them relevant questions on issues that matter to you.
With the complexities of the issues happening around us on a daily basis, it's the hard-hitting conversations and the probing questions of The Point of View.
So what is the Public Account Committee's job?
So what we do is to scrutinize, clarify, and find out why certain infractions have been made.
What do these IMF programs try to do?
The current program is for budget support. Okay. There are no projects attached.
That teases apart the twisted entanglements of politics and governance, as well as religious and social discourse. The Point of View brings you the policymakers and duty bearers and drills down to the very bottom of issue.
What authority do you have?
The Point of View airs every Monday and Wednesday at 9 p.m. only on Channel One TV.
They live for the trouble, but the love inside, that one is double. Oh, meet Papa Blanks and the big man, always talking big, never following plan. Meet Mama Blanks and fire in her hands, she carries the whole house, she gives the commands. Every day is a show, every meal is a test. Welcome to the family that never rests. Hey, the vibe is too much.
Jesus! 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 Holy Ghost! Fire! Holy Ghost! Fire! Holy Ghost! Fire! Holy Ghost! I thought it was the devil coming to me at 3D. Hey, what's happening? The cat. It's a black cat.
at the window in the kitchen. And his eyes were glowing. The eyes were glowing at me. They were glowing at me. It's not ordinary. It's the devil. It's the devil. It's the devil.
But you see, the devil has no business in the dining hall. It's even allergic to your food. Mommy, the devil will rather fast.
Oh, keep joking. Keep joking about it. You go and ask Eve in the Garden of Eden. One conversation with a serpent and about humanity in chaos. Look, the devil is very cunning. He's very cunning. But I know that with this oil, hey, he has failed.
Mommy, but what you're holding is a cooking oil.
Anointed cooking oil. My upgrading.
Good cooking oil. Cooking oil, Papa, over tomato, a whole heap of plantain. You are wasting it just because I can't blink at you.
Hey, Fifi. It didn't just blink at me. You didn't see its eyes. You didn't see its eyes. It was glowing like rechargeable lamps. Hey.
Mommy, cat eyes reflect light. This is a simple biology. It's not witchcraft.
And it probably stopped to stay because of your aroma. Oh, scientists and comedians. How's the moon color eye? But you don't know. You don't know what black animals mean spiritually. You don't know.
Listen. That Eugene's party. I saw you consuming the meat, that goat. And I saw you fighting for the thigh. That full thigh. The goat was black, all black. Are you possessed?
Oh my God. Fifi, that's why I've been having those dreams. But this oil will solve it. I turn this oil into the blood of Jesus. The blood that speaks better things than the blood of innocent Abel. You see, you pour the oil, perfectly good oil, and the devil is still watching.
The devil was watching, the devil will be laughing right now. It's amazing how superstition clouds our mind from a reality. Mommy, black cat brings bad omen.
Do you know that I was scared in the beginning? But Kobe, I mean who them cats now. I would have given it sardine and fed it milk. Mommy exaggerates too much.
Exaggerates too much, One cut. If I'll exaggerate to save my family, then so be it. Your father, he has received his own dose of anointing, and so will you both. Yes.
Daddy? You took a swim in an oil refinery?
Dad, how did mom put you up to this?
Did I have a choice? Did I have a choice? There was a war gecko in the corner of our room. Apparently, they are information ministers who carry information to wizards and witches, according to your mother. If you feel sorry for my grandson, you should go and look at the poor little lizard and what it has been put through.
Hey, you call the devil's informant? Ambassador for communication. A poor little lizard. Hey. Look, tell them the reason why I baptized you in oil. Tell them.
I lost a bid for one of the contracts. Your mother feels that it's not ordinary.
I know it is not ordinary. Oh, you people, you don't even know the difference between ordinary and spiritual. But I don't blame you. Your carnal minds have blocked your spiritual vision. Your spiritual vision is gone.
But you said Dad forgot one of the important documents he needed during the presentation. And he was even not sure that he was going to win.
Wall gecko. Information ministers. Look, wall geckos, they don't just take information from the room. They take information from the brain. And causes you to forget things.
Mommy, this is unrealistic.
You're unrealistic. What's about to happen here? It's real. They back down. every demonic activity around my family, I declare. Katataboshata, Ikatelebekeba, Imalakatea, Atelebeka, hey, Kataya food out, Kaya, Kadiabasha, Ibala, Atia, Paya, Rakadabazon Kenedian Telemahasatene Tank Mat Elos Kerevish. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. Hallelujah.
Your sudden interest in spiritualism has become very concerning. You've soaked us in oil in and out. Isn't that enough?
Fifi, you think that fighting an unsleeping devil is easy? Even the Bible says the violent take it by force. Kobe, where in scripture is that found?
The book Jeremiah, I think, or Nehum.
When no yodel. Ata. Food. That's all you know. Oh baby, at least I know that you would. Tell me.
I think one of the apostles said it in the New Testament.
Jesus! Yes!
Jesus said it. Was it in Act?
Fifi. You see, how could we have let the devil stealthily creep into our house? Look at our children. They are being attacked, Fifi. They are being attacked. They don't even know common Sunday school scriptures. Hey!
These children are fine.
Hey, they are fine. Oh, because you are not fine, you can't even see when someone is not fine. Okay. Morning devotions daily, 4 a.m. sharp. Oh, not only that. Fasting and prayers for spiritual growth, 14 days. Yes, hello, prophet. Yes. Oh, yes, prophet. I have the oil and the salt. Principalities. I think you meant principalities. Okay, also. Okay. Also, Pochochenai. Let me get my notebook and pen. 80 into miss. Pochochen.
The vibe is too much.
The best part of going home is family.
Sit down. Hey, mommy. My wife is cooking something delicious. Is this shit hot pepper sauce spicy? Lizzie Shito, the Shito is Shitole. Lizzie Shito, overfill.
Lizzie Shito, please, can I take some to school tomorrow?
Yes, my son, you can. Lizzie Shito, dear. Ebesu obiasu.
Lizzie Shito hot pepper sauce is spicy. Lizzie Shito hot pepper sauce is spicy.
For bulk purchase, kindly contact 050-168-3344 or 050-155-0998. This advert is FDA approved.
The vibe is too much.
Amen.
Amen.
Now that you have completed your directions, I can assure you that greater manifestations are heading your way.
Amen.
Yes. Yes. I see your sun on the moon.
Sun on the moon. Today eclipse.
Oh. I mean, your son Kobe is on the moon.
Kobe will be an astronaut.
Oh no, these are spiritual prophetic messages with a different meaning. It means your son Kobe will be elevated.
Hey! Mijawasio! Hallelujah! Hey! I knew it. I knew it that amidst all these troubles, my son Kobe will be blessed. Oh God, thank you.
And this also goes for your family.
Amen.
You know, I can see a dark cloud being lifted off your family. Sickness, problems, poverty, taking off.
Amen. Hallelujah.
Amen.
Thank you, Lord.
But you know, in order for something to become something, you need that something for that thing to happen.
Something to become something.
Yes.
Prophet back home. It's fun. I can't understand these, spiritual jargons. Please
yes, we need to plant a seed for that seed to become the point of contact. Yes.
A seed. Okay, Prophet, how much?
Please. Anything from your sweetheart. Biggie, Bigo.
Thank you. Another jargon.
It simply means bigger in, bigger out.
Oh, okay. I get it. I get it. Oh,
yes.
Prophet.
I'm glad you do.
Yes, no problem.
I'm glad you do.
Oh, my son Kobe. Hey, my future world president, my future astronaut, my future millionaire. In fact, billionaire. Welcome home.
Thank you, Mom.
Good. Oh, see, it's good that you have come. Hey, I want you to meet Prophet Baku. Come and sit down. Yes, this is Prophet Baku.
Baku. See, around me, before me, behind me, there's none like me.
Hey,
Prophet Baku. Yes. Hey, come. Shake me. Come and shake my hand.
Go ahead, it's a privilege. Shake him. Hey.
Ow. It has been established.
Amen.
It is revealed.
Thank you.
It is done.
It is done. Thank you, Jesus.
All the evil spirits tormenting him.
Hey.
Run away. Now he's free to live.
Hey, hallelujah. Hey, Kobe, shout hallelujah. What is mommy? Shout hallelujah.
No. Evil spirits in my life?
Oh, yes. They are all over the place. Monitoring us. Even now. Where you were coming from right now, they were following you. You. One is called Awushi. Evil eyes. She was looking at that.
Hey, Jesus, protect my son. Yes. Protect my son.
Mommy, I was in the boys' protest with Mensa play a video game. Yes. It's Awushi or Wushi or whatever.
See, things that happen in the spiritual realm are completely different from what happens in reality. You don't know.
Listen to the prophet. Prophet, don't mind him. He's such an unbeliever. He doesn't even pray. I don't even understand this. Prophet, I want you to inject him with spiritual teachings.
Yes.
You understand? Once I go in there to prepare something for you, you see, the prophet also has to eat. And then I'll prepare that something that will make something happen. Okay. Sit here, listen.
I have to
Okay. I need to pray for you.
Me?
Yes. See?
Else,
you will fail your exams.
Pastor. Exams?
Yes.
I've not seen all my exams.
Yeah. Are you sure?
I don't have any exams to write again.
Huh?
Prophet Bakope, I have a proposition for you.
So you mean Mom has been brainwashed by a fake prophet all this while?
Extorting money from her as well. No wonder I'm having chop money issues with her. Can you imagine? She's charging me wife allowance fees, saying that it's a privilege to me that she's carrying my name. All because of a fake prophet.
He's faker than the word fake. He was able to beat Mom's unbeatable intelligence.
You know what these fake people do? They are con artists who study people, and when they find out that they are in their vulnerable state, then they strike. But I, Fifi Blankson, I am going to give him a showdown. Yes. I am going to show him that I am the captain of the shenanigans. Yeah. Before we have a meal, I have a spiritual concern that I think we should address.
Do you want me to go and get my anointing?
No. There's a lot of oil in the food here already. We prayed over it, so it's anointed. I will start with mine. These days, when I sleep, I dream of frogs jumping all over me.
Hey! I knew it. I knew something was off. Because the way you've been snoring hee-haw, like a generator out of tune. You see, this is how the devil uses you to draw dwarfs. Invite them. Yes, you're snoring. It invites dwarfs.
Mommy, I also saw smoke without fire in my dream. I became scared.
God wants to bless you. That's what it means. Yes, but the devil wants to confuse you so that you forget the source of your blessing.
Jesus, to fear God.
But you, Kobe, it is your fault.
What have I done?
The last time when the prophet came here and he was revealing the things in the realms of the spirits to you, you were challenging him. In the physical. You were challenging him physically. You, a common person. Anyway, your dreams, they are spiritual issues.
I agree. But since your prophet is very powerful, why don't we invite him over so that he delivers us at once?
Yes.
I am forced to agree.
You agree?
Yes.
Good. Thank God. Thank God. You have finally seen the light.
The vibe is too much.
Once upon a time, in the heart of Accra, a man in his fancy car sought directions. But the Ghanaian way.
Hello, bro. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you please show me where the Presby Church is?
Oh, sure. Go straight. 10 left at the big mango tree with the broken branches with most of the mangoes falling. Right after that tree, there is a watcher cellar. If you reach, ask there. Anybody will show you.
When the black stars take to the fold, every Ghanaian becomes a coach.
Why Fatika want to be dribble? The coach must go.
The sacred cue for our beloved Gobe. As you wait patiently, rehearsing the perfect vibe.
Have you acted? Mami Gobe Nubi. The cocoa. One Garino. Let us say that we want.
These, my dear ones, are some few moments that makes our Ghana truly special.
And as we share these stories, let us also remember a plate of lele rice, connecting our hearts through the flavors of our culture. Lele rice, yenimno free tete. This advert is FDA approved.
The vibe is too much.
Oh Lord, let the Spirit talk. Let the blood speak. Calling your last stop solution is the right way to go.
Yes.
I am Prophet Bakupe.
Amen.
Your spiritual one touch. The whole no one can challenge me.
Yes.
I am the Zagrigi, the Zagraga.
Thank you.
The oil of Mampubi.
Oh, God.
Also, please. Let's get to the main issue. As for the fans, when you are able to free us, the fans will come.
Fifi, don't you fear?
Fear will come later.
Fear. No fear will come to anyone.
Jesus.
So long as me, Prophet Bakupe, is in this house.
Amen.
When mommy told me about the family predicament, I went to the Lord in prayer.
Oh, thank you, Jesus.
And everything was revealed to me. Mr. Blankson, you see those frogs that you see in your dreams? They are the same frogs that attacked Egypt when Pharaoh and his citizens made Moses to get angry.
Hey!
My God, my Lord, my God.
Ancient frogs.
See,
Hey!
they are here to destroy you.
Hey! That's my husband.
But you see, so long as I am concerned and I am here, wallahi, talahi, nothing can.
Thank you. Thank you.
Wallahi, talahi. From also, hey, boy, that tells you that I am not here to joke.
It's not here to joke. Quiet.
You see, all these spiritual attacks are because when mommy asks you to fast and pray, she tells me you eat. But what you can do to rectify is to give some heavy offering. Otherwise,
we'll give it. We will give it. Prophet, we will give it. Hey, thank you, Jesus.
Jesus! What is that?
Did you hear that? What's that? Hey!
The same thing that happened in my room last night. I saw 3 bats behind my window.
I saw the same thing. These bats were laughing.
Good job. Good job.
Did you say Mensa? Mensa!
Good evening, madam.
What is it with this silly game?
This silly game is to reveal and expose the fake prophet.
Yes.
AC, where's your prophet?
Yes. Please forgive me. I'm very sorry. It was the devil. Look of you only gone by. You see, I thought God had called me, not knowing it was a wrong dial.
A whole me falling for a scammer like you. I feel so ashamed of myself. I feel so ashamed of myself.
Mom, you don't have to say that. I mean, people like him target unsuspecting people, and they do whatever they want to do. He is the one who is supposed to be ashamed.
Oh, please, I'm sorry. Forgive me, just like the Bible said, we should.
Papa, yes, let me tell you something. You will cough out all the money that you have taken from my wife. Every single person. That's the only way we will spare you. If not, the police station is just 2 streets away from here.
You targeted the wrong family. It's a wrong meat.
Oh. Hello?
Not bury you. Not bury you.
Welcome to The Point of View. This is your favorite current affairs show here on ChannelOne Television. On The Point of View, we pick the right topics, get the right guests, and ask them relevant questions on issues that matter to you.
With the complexities of the issues happening around us on a daily basis, it's the hard-hitting conversations and the probing questions of The Point of View.
So what is the Public Account Committee's job?
So what we do is to scrutinize, clarify, and find out why certain infractions have been made.
What do these IMF programs try to do?
The current program is for budget support.
Okay.
There are no projects attached.
That teases apart the twisted entanglements of politics and governance, as well as religious and social discourse. The Point of View brings you the policymakers and duty bearers and drills down to the very bottom of issue.
What authority do you have?
The Point of View airs every Monday and Wednesday at 9 p.m. only on Channel One TV.
Hello and welcome to Face to Face on Channel One Television. I am Umaru Sandamado. On Face to Face, we bring the big names to do the big interviews that would excite and entertain you and possibly open your eyes to things that you may not have thought of or have known about. Today, we are focusing on the New Patriotic Party, well, the party that lost its regional chairman to the prisons yesterday, but the party that is preparing to reorganize itself, the party that has a number of people aspiring to lead it into this reorganization bid. My guest is one of the people who wants to lead the party out of opposition into government. How exactly does he intend to do that? I'll introduce him when I come back. Please stay with us. My guest on Face to Face is Paul Awentam Afoko, or Awentami Paul Afoko, as he would rather have the arrangement done. He once served as national chairman of the New Patriotic Party. I don't know what else he has done with his life before then, and I would also not be sure what he's been doing with his life since 2015 to 2026. But now he wants to be chairman again of the New Patriotic Party. Why the decision to return? What has he been doing the past 10 years? What was he doing before becoming regional chairman? Today, we'll enter the head of Paul Afoko. Sir, you're welcome.
Thank you.
How are you doing?
Well, I'm coping. I'm coping with the strains of campaigning.
I can imagine. I always, whenever I hear your name or think of you, I imagine how a towering figure you are, very huge. Is this like family traits? Are you all very big like this? Huge?
We are tall, yes. But as for huge, I think it's from a different type of lifestyle.
Okay.
And I wish I could slim down and be like you.
I'm also developing a pot belly. I want to be like you. But you're very tall, like, yeah, dominatingly tall.
Yeah, you should see my sons. They are taller than me.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
But it's within the family. If you've heard of the Ayeta family of Sandema, the royal family, you would have heard names like Azantilo. We are all very tall.
So you are from Sandema. Is that Bulsa North or South?
Bulsa North.
Bulsa North, Upper
Yes.
East region.
Upper
So you are a
East.
Bulsa.
Yes, I'm a Bulsa.
You are a Bulsa.
I'm a Bulsa because we are patrilineal, so
Okay.
I follow my dad.
Okay.
On my mother's side, I'm a Kasem,
Oh.
a Vongo.
Oh, so you have Kasim, half. Okay,
Yeah.
interesting. Interesting.
Yeah.
I wanted to know a bit about you. What did you study in school? What did you do? You are a businessman, they say.
I studied a lot. I started, my education was actually stunted because as a kid, my dad was a police officer.
Oh, you must have been roaming around Ghana.
Exactly.
Which regions do you remember going to?
With my memory, the first memories I have is here in Accra. But at that time, I wasn't attending school. I was just about 3 or 4 years old.
So you're born in Accra?
No, I was born in Avungo.
Okay.
My mother always left because after my senior brother, who is late now, anytime my mother was pregnant and she was getting to childbirth, she would go back home to Navongo to her mother.
That's what they do in the culture, right?
Yeah, in the culture.
So like 3 months before delivery or a month before you go stay with your mother until the baby is older, you come back.
Then they come back.
Okay.
And so I was born in Navongo and brought back to Accra to be with my dad, who was a policeman. And
you moved around Ghana a lot.
A lot. We went to, so my earliest memories of school, I was in school in Tamale, in and out. So I went to how many schools in Tamale? I went to Our Lady of Fatima. I went to Baga Baga Primary. I went to Kalpohin Middle, and then off again. And went to Navongo because my mom felt that living in Accra, and these are my own words,
was
she
spoiling
felt-
you.
Yeah.
So
you just done it.
She wanted to
Because
correct you.
I was going to say the way I phrase it is that she thought Accra is a den of iniquity, and she can allow her son,
to grow up
who
there.
was getting to a certain age, to continue here amongst the so-called Kobolo.
So you went secondary school where?
Boko.
Boko, okay.
I went to secondary school in Boko Secondary, much to my mother's disappointment, because she wanted me to go into the minor seminary.
Okay. Oh.
Her intention was that I should be a Catholic priest.
A father.
Yes. She allocated our roles for us.
Oh.
My senior brother Martin, he was supposed to be the one who would inherit our dad. And me, she was giving me over to the church because she was such a devout Catholic. Although she came from a Muslim background.
Oh, wow. Also, you have so historically you have a Muslim blood in you.
Oh, yes. I grew up with my grandmother in Avongo.
She's Muslim?
Muslim, yes.
And your mother is Catholic?
My mother became Catholic because she went to St. Francis in Jirapa. And in those days, there were very few secondary schools around. So she went there, and it was a Catholic school. And the nuns did a good job on her.
They managed to get her to...
A good job on her.
So since she didn't become a sister, she thought the son should become a priest.
Yes.
Interesting, but you decided otherwise.
I didn't decide otherwise. Life happened.
Oh, wow. So you went to Boku Secondary. Is that where you learned your Hausa? You learned Hausa in Boku?
No, from the barracks.
Okay.
From the barracks.
You speak barracks Hausa?
Yes.
That sounds different from the other Hausa we speak.
I met a lady last week who had come for this ECOWAS conference on influence of money in politics. They had a long conference, a 3-day conference. I'm a Hausa woman, and I was speaking. I asked her, so can I change Hausa? She said, yes. I started speaking Hausa. She said, your Hausa is different.
She's from Nigeria?
Yes.
Oh, good.
And I told her, I said, of course.
They think the Ghana Hausa itself is bad.
It's bad.
And yours is like barracks one
Barracks
is
one worse. So I said to her, I'm sorry, you...
And it is a Bulsa one too. That one is even...
you mean my accent?
No, the Hausa from... The Bulsa Hausa or the Kanjaga Hausa, as they call it sometimes. It's like a soldier man Hausa.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, that's nice. So from secondary school, you went to... Where did you university?
I did university outside.
Okay, so what did you study?
I did international relations.
Oh.
And then after that, I couldn't work with international relations in England. That was when I went into exile.
You went into exile?
Yeah.
From Ghana?
Yes.
Who were you running away from?
Rawlings.
Oh, you were one of those. Oh, but why were you doing party things when you were younger?
No. At that age, I just had this strong sense of hating injustice. That's as I saw it.
You thought the PNDC was perpetuating injustice?
No, initially, when Rawlings came up with the AFRC, I was one of those who thought if he is sticking by what he said, which is that, and I was a very young, impressionable student who had just done government.
Studied government.
Yes, studied government, so separation of powers, etc. And if he was coming in to say that this was a coup to end all coups, and that soldiers who had sworn on oath as officers to uphold the constitution and protect the territorial integrity of our country, if they break that oath and go doing coups to overthrow governments, then he has come to end it all. And back in the day, I was, and I still am, I still think that Nkrumah is one of the best leaders we've ever had in this country.
That's interesting. And
Yes.
an MPP member or a UP tradition member who doesn't like or who didn't like the NDC Social Democratic but loves the CPP communist agenda. I don't get it.
No, you see,
or socialist agenda.
As I said, I grew up as a very young man in the country that had Nkrumah running the country. So I was a young pioneer. Well, I started off as African personality and then to transition to become a young pioneer. Now, it's with hindsight that I look back and say he was one of the best leaders we ever had in terms of the development of our country.
What he left behind.
And in terms of his Pan-Africanist view and agenda. Yes, so there's no contradiction there for me.
Okay. So if you were a pioneer, what was the term?
Young pioneer.
Young
yes.
pioneer.
Yeah.
It means you would have been starkly opposed to the UP tradition. At what point did you decide that I'm going to join the UP tradition? It's not from your family, obviously.
No.
Your parents were not political. Your family is not a political family.
It is.
Okay.
It is.
From which side?
My father's side.
Was he UP or was
My
CPP?
father's direct senior brother was an MP for the NPP.
The Northern People's
Party. Yes.
Which was part of the UP tradition.
Yes.
Okay.
The Northern People's Party obviously came together with other parties in the country to form the UP.
So you decided to go experiment with the CPP small and come back?
No, I didn't decide to experiment. Don't forget, in '66, I was in elementary school. I was in middle school. I was attending school at the time. I was in Navungo, staying with my grandmother, going to school. And so when the '66 school happened, an elementary school boy, young, impressionable, I really knew nothing else. I only knew Nkrumah, CPP, and what our teachers were telling us. But at home, I had a contrary view.
So at what point did you become fully UP NPP?
It's difficult to pinpoint an exact time that this thing happened. But what I know is that when I then went on to sixth form and started to learn more about government and about our country and political history, I then realized that we had gone on a trajectory of a one-party state, and it had happened in such a way that expression had been stifled, freedom of expression had been stifled. But having said that, again, it's almost like I'm going around in circles. If you look at the pace of development in China, a one-party state, because in my lifetime, I remember almost every year when China suffered famine and they had to get food aid into China. I remember that clearly. And today, China
is advanced.
It's the second biggest economy, if not on the verge of becoming the first.
With one party ruling
with one party
and
state,
changing leaders every 10 years.
With one party state, and also although they do have
internal
opposition, but it's a one party state. All our energies are channeled. And I read recently, I think the late Dr. Asante, he said, and that's why I say I keep going around in circles. He said that Nkrumah, when he was setting up the atomic energy project, he was looking for a Ghanaian who could head it. And the name that came up, and he was going to appoint the person, he was immediately confronted by his CPP people and told, no, that man belongs to the UP tradition. You can't have him. And they said Nkrumah agonized over it for a while and said, our country cannot afford to divide itself on these political lines. And so, obviously, I believe there were other reasons, some of them personal to him, that made him go down that trajectory of getting our country to become a one-party state.
So you mentioned that you went into exile. Is it that you did something against the Rawlings regime at the time that you were hounded out, or you saw that people were running away, you said, I should also run away? So.
No. What happened was there was a demonstration organized by the PMP members, the Hila Leman's party. And at that time, in Bolga, and at that time, I joined the demonstration. And I headed for the radio station in Bolga. The station they have today had just newly been built with World Bank support. to help in agricultural extension work and all that. And so it was a station that had a big reach. We only had one region at the time.
Upper region.
Upper region. So it extended from the upper region into the northern region, even to places like Wali Wali, and it went into then Upper Volta up to Po. So it had a big reach. And I went to the station with a few guys, and I said to the guys running the station, I said, listen, we are here with a message, and I would want to be given the opportunity to speak. And they were protesting, you can't do that, this. And I asked them whether the man who is making those announcements in Accra has got the right to do that, or you want us to forcibly make you give me that opportunity to speak. And they said, okay, come on, speak. So I just spoke. I said I was opposed to what Rawlings was doing. He had executed quite a few people, soldiers. He went back to the 1966 school and brought people like Afrifa, who was now in retirement but had gone into party politics, brought him to Teshi, the firing range, and executed him. Executed General Champon, whom I think is one of the best heads of state we've ever had.
With hindsight?
Well, with hindsight, yes. Because when you are living it,
you may not see it.
You don't see it. And then he executed lots more. Feli, Amedume, Boachi, all of them, he executed them on that basis. So I said, if you can do that, and then you hand over power to a civilian government,
then you come back.
And you come back and overthrow that government, then you, as also an officer who swore this oath.
So I get the sense that you were happy with the AFRC coup, but not happy with the PNDC coup of 31st December.
You see, I was happy with that coup to the extent that executions had not taken place. But once the execution started, some of it came close to home. Don't forget, as I said, my mother comes from Navungo. I grew up in Navungo. I speak the language perfectly. And I went to school. Yeah, I speak Kasem very well. And I went to school in Navungo, elementary school and all that. And I knew that family. I knew the Feli family. And so when it came close to home, then it wasn't.
So it was personal and political for you.
Personal, but
but what was the final thing that made you escape or run away?
Well,
did they come for you?
Yeah, they came for me. They came for me, and I was fortunate. I'd been warned that a military detachment was coming from Tamale to come and get me, so I escaped.
Otilo. So did you enter Burkina Faso?
Yes, that was Upper Volta then.
Yes.
That was before Thomas Sankara.
Oh, before Thomas. Oh,
yes.
Oh, okay, that great visionary.
The
as well.
person I personally knew.
Oh, yeah.
And yes, I interacted with him. We knew each other. I used to call him Thomas.
So you escaped through Ouagadougou and you were gone?
No, I didn't go to Ouagadougou actually. It was on the back of a motorbike. Took me across. You know the colonial boundaries.
Yeah.
They just split tribes.
Yeah, by the same people.
So I speak the same language here. I cross an invisible line and I'm speaking the same language and I blend. So I was taken on the back of a motorbike to the border. I walked across and I was gone.
Wow.
Then I was there when my father sent for me and said, look, One Akatapuri, who later became...
that name from the NRC?
Yes, Daniel Akatapuri, who later became a friend. That he had come to Bolga. He was a member of the PNDC at the time. And he said, look, he didn't see why I should go sit in exile. I should come back home. So my dad told me to come back. I came back. There was curfew in Ghana those days. I went indoors quietly. But at dawn, the house had been surrounded by soldiers. They came and picked me up.
Wow.
Straight into detention. And then they brought me to Accra and detained me here as well. And it was the jailbreak, June 19th, 1983, when Ali Dujiwa, is Carlos, they came to try to overthrow the government. And they had a lot of friends who were soldiers who were also incarcerated in the prison. And so they needed their friends to bear arms with them. So they would have the numbers to overthrow the government. And they broke the jail.
And you followed?
I had to run away. I don't know how to hold a gun. But I would also sit in there and wait for them to come back. You don't know the kind of retribution, even though they sitting in prison is not.
So it was a chance for you to escape again.
I ran away.
And that one you left Ghana?
Oh, yes. That one I left Ghana. And I left Ghana to Kotoka Airport.
Oh, you flew?
Yeah. I had friends who helped me.
Wow.
Came to where I was hiding, took passport pictures, went and made a passport for me. Friends, those days, I had a friend a junior from secondary school, who was the country manager for Nigerian Airways. So he actually took me from the Nigerian Airways office, which was airside, onto the plane.
You're gone.
Yes.
The story of Paul Afoko, history that we just did, a brief one, where he's telling me about, growing up, childhood, and his involvement with politics, and he having to escape and go into exile. When we come back, he returned from exile. He's a businessman. He joined the NPP. He's been active until 2015. He was, elected chairman 2014. And then in 2015, he was removed. Now he wants to go back to being that chairman again. I'll ask him why the return and more. Please stay.
From across Ghana to the heart of Tamale, the very best of made in Ghana products, services, innovation, education, enterprise, homegrown businesses, and indigenous corporate organizations are all coming together at one exciting event. The Northern Business Fair 2026, your one-stop destination to discover, shop, connect, network, and explore new business opportunities in Northern Ghana. Whether you are an entrepreneur, investor, student, business owner, or consumer, this is where Ghanaian excellence meets opportunity. Join us on Saturday 25th and Sunday 26th July 2026 at Jubilee Park Tamale from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. daily. Are you ready to showcase your business to the nation and beyond? Call 0205-973-973 now and secure your spot. The Northern Business Fair 2026 is powered by ChannelOne TV with support from City FM, and it's proudly sponsored by EcoBank, the National Petroleum Authority, the Ghana Export Promotion Authority, North Shore Apparel Ghana Limited, and SIC Insurance PLC. The Northern Business Fair 2026, your market, your connections, your growth.
Yeah, welcome back. This is Face to Face on ChannelOne Television. My guest is Paul Afoko, former chairman of the New Patriotic Party, aspiring to be chairman once again. Yesterday, the court handed down a verdict on your original chairman for Ashanti, Chairman Wontemi. From where you sat and followed proceedings, what was the feeling like in relation to his incarceration? 20 years. Some said justice has been served. Your party people are saying he was a political prisoner.
In fact, just before we went on the break, we were talking about my prison experience.
Yes.
So when I first heard it, I was on my way from Kumasi coming to Accra, and I thought my heart went out to him because I know what prison is like in Ghana. It's not like Sweden where you have a whole suite to yourself and your private toilet and TV and all that. I know how it is. My heart went out to him, and I thought, gosh, this is too much. 20 years. But then as I started, because I never really followed the case, as I started to ask questions, I was actually told that before the change in the law by the MPP government, the maximum sentence would have been somewhere around 3 to 5 years.
5 years.
And that we had changed it to a minimum of 15 and a maximum of 25.
Yeah.
And so apparently the judge came in between and gave 20. I said to myself, even the minimum of 15 would also have been too much. Having said that, I heard my party subsequently saying that Wontumi should be seen as a political prisoner. I am yet to talk to the party. And of course, the one who announced it, the General Secretary, is a lawyer. And we've got a lot of the fine brains, legal brains in the party. And so if they feel or think that based on what they have before them, Wontumi should be considered a political prisoner, I cannot contradict them without first learning more. I saw myself as a political prisoner in those days.
Yeah.
I was picked up from home, no trial, straight to jail. I would need to be educated. I would need to be enlightened, rather. So I would rather not make any further comments.
Very well.
Not until I have had the opportunity to speak to people like members of our legal committee within the party, people like the General Secretary, to hear more.
That's fair enough. But talking about Sawam, where he's been sent to, your brother was there. How is Gregory doing?
Oh, Greg is okay. He's back home down in Sandema. The good news is that he just got married, I think, 2 months ago.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, his wife, who he was with before he went to prison, didn't wait for him.
Oh.
But he's gotten somebody else. His son is now in law school at Gimpa.
Okay.
And he's gradually putting his life back together.
Yeah,
so he also spent a long time in Nsawam.
Yeah, except that his period in Nsawam may not have necessarily been because a court found him guilty and sentenced him.
No, that's the difference.
Yeah. How did the family take that? They considering that it was your party that was in government and your brother was sent, and there were a lot of human rights lawyers who said that was against the law.
Yes, initially at the time when it happened, I was still chairman of the party. And because of the events leading to that in Bolga, I was clear that if Greg had done this, then they can send him to the gallows. I don't care, because you don't take a human life for any reason. Then, when I got the opportunity to speak to him, and I said, Greg, just as a brother, tell me what happened. Why did you do this? And then he said to me, Senior, you know I've been to jail before for other things. And I didn't give a damn being in jail because I knew what I'd done. But this one, to be in prison for something I haven't done, it hurts. Those were his words to me. And immediately I was convinced, looking into his eyes.
You believed him?
I believed him. I believed him clearly, and it's been vindicated.
Did you think they went for Greg to punish Paul?
At the time, yes.
That's what you think?
At the time, yes, I believed that.
And this was the system doing this?
Yes.
To hurt you or to get to you?
Well, to hurt me, because ultimately the petition that went to the party for my removal actually cited that I would, because don't forget he was first arrested when MPP was still in opposition.
Yeah.
And that his arrest, I would be selling the MPP's secrets to the NDC, in order to obtain my brother's freedom. Therefore, I had to be removed. I challenged it. I even told them that even if my brother was proven to be guilty, guilt is not transferable. You can't transfer my brother's guilt onto me.
Yeah.
But the mood at the time was such that nobody was ready to countenance any other view other than Afuku must go.
I remember those days. Your party headquarters was a very turbulent place.
Yeah.
I remember Hajia Fati, that was her name.
Yes.
I remember the insults that were held against your person.
Yes.
I remember the protests demanding that you leave. How did you feel? And at the time, what was going through your mind? That you had gone and was elected by the party base in Tamale, right?
Yes.
And now the party is removing you. How did you feel going through those days?
You see, even though I was upset to the point where I was angry, beyond upset, I was angry that this was happening, because I believed that I was serving the party wholeheartedly. I didn't harbor any, for example, we had a meeting and we're in conversation, and I just asked the people, senior members of the party, I said, ask yourselves, who benefits from this turbulence in the party? It's not the party. And also ask yourselves, do you think that given the opportunity to sit around the cabinet table, because I think Kufuor said the example,
being better,
chairman and general secretary sit in cabinet, given the opportunity to sit around that cabinet table and to make decisions and to then delve into my brother's case properly, would I pass that and rather go and be under the cabinet table of the NDC waiting for them to drop crumbs at me under the table, and at the same time to be pleading with them for my brother, whom I believe is innocent? I would rather stay and fight and get us into power and then look at my brother's case again. But since they were convinced that it was my brother who did it and that it was at my behest or on my behalf, nobody would listen.
Your supporters at the time said the main person who wanted you out and who succeeded in getting you out was your candidate, flag bearer at the time, now former President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Do you believe them? Did you agree that Akufo-Addo personally wanted you out?
You see, I am now on a certain mission here. And that mission is to put this party back together. I don't want to live in the past. And I don't want to build my bridges into the past, but then I'll remain in the past.
Yeah.
I want to go looking forward, build bridges to the future, open up our party to the younger ones to come and continue.
What's your relationship with Akufo-Addo now?
It's cordial.
It's cordial.
It's cordial. Look, I said this the other day to somebody about Rawlings, who jailed me. He and I became close. He invited me over to his place in Vume.
Tefle.
Yes, yes. And I went there, and just the two of us, with lots of dogs. He has lots. I couldn't count them. And we sat down and we had a frank conversation, walked along the rivers, where sandy beach, like a beachfront, the seafront. And we had conversations. And I actually reminded him. And I said, Mr. President, do you remember me? And he said, oh yes, I forgot, but you're Akufo's friend. I said, no, do you remember me? And then I reminded him. I said, there was one night during curfew time, I was brought from prison to the castle. And I was with the late Captain Kojo Chikata and RSM Tufero. When you walked in, and you were talking about some people who were trying to burn a bridge, and you had caught them, and they were in the guard room. He said, yes, I remember that night. I said, I was the person. And you asked me, when they told you who I was, you said, oh yes, I like courageous young men like you. Look, we are sending some people over to Cuba for training, and I would like you to go with them. And I said, no, I don't think I want to do that. That was the first time I found out that Captain Kojo Chikata spoke Hausa. He just said,
to wait, say that you would go home and think about it, don't just say
yeah,
no.
But I had come from prison, not so going home,
Yeah.
And so he said, oh, yes, yes, yes. And he shook my hand again. And I said, but I must tell you something. I've never blamed you. I have blamed the things that you did, but not you as a person. And some of the things were done in your name, even without your knowledge. I remember Tamale Achao in the north, a pharmacist. They poured petrol on him and torched him, matches. And he managed to save himself. He's dead now. And all those thoughts came, and I told him, I said, things were done in your name. So please.
Is that the same thing? Is that the same way you intend to deal with Akufo-Addo or plan to deal with Akufo-Addo's situation with you?
It's my nature. I don't harbor things.
So you've forgiven, you let go.
Oh, long gone.
And let
long
go.
gone. The space in my head, my friends know what I'm just about to tell you. The space in my head is not for rent to negativity. There's not enough space. I don't rent it out to negative things. I want it to be kept for positive things.
If the system hounded you out as chairman at the time, you would have been expected to be pissing in and borrowing Rawlings' terms. But
From outside the tent.
Yeah, but you went quiet, just away for 10 years. What have you been doing the past 10 years after you were removed?
Well, I tried to get myself busy with things, everyday things. My business had obviously suffered a lot. And I went into farming, been involved with the hospitality industry.
Explain to me, since you mentioned hospitality industry, what's your connection with the Kempensi Hotel? People used to say it's your hotel. Is this for you?
I have an interest.
Okay.
I can't own it outright, but I have an interest.
I mean, if you own that big thing, I would be looking at how much money you have. So
no, I don't own it.
Okay.
I have an interest there,
Okay.
And that I'm not going to run away from it. I do have.
They said you used your connections with Kufuor at the time who was president to do that.
No,
that's not truth.
Interesting. If you look at the structure, we built it on loans. A little bit of equity from the four partners.
Okay.
A little bit of equity, but most of it was loans from the African Development Bank, from EcoBank. That's how we did it.
So you've been busy with business, and you didn't miss politics during that period, did you?
I did, but to the extent that I just had to exercise a lot of control not to speak, because there were things happening that I would have wished.
Yeah.
I'll give you an example. The early days of the Akufo-Addo government, I was called on air and I was asked a question. 100 days of the Akufo-Addo government.
Assessment.
He has failed, hasn't he? I said, why? He said, because all the things he said he was going to do, he hasn't done them. He has failed. And I said, no, you are judging him too harshly. Let me tell you something. The ship of state is like a super tanker. It's not like a sports car that can just do a U-turn. Before it turns, it goes down a wide berth before it will turn. So 100 days is not enough. 3 months and 10 days is not enough for him to even put his whole government in place. At least credit him for what he has done at the top, because the whole government will include going down to district assemblies, DCEs, MMDCs, all of them, even down to presiding officers and others. They are all part of government.
After 8 years, would it be fair now to assess him? And would you, if that radio station called you, what would you say? In one line, how would you explain Akufo-Addo's 8 years?
It would be difficult for me to express myself now in one line. That would be very difficult. But Daddy Lumba, who I love, always loved him way back when I was still in England in exile. He had a one line. And I'm not an account speaker.
Okay, me neither, but try. We'll work it out.
Bema Beyebi. That's it.
So he has done his part, you reckon?
Yes.
Moving forward, you intend to come back and run for chairman. I'm going to take a break. When I come back, I'll ask you why you want to return and not just retire. This is Face to Face on Channel One Television. I'm Umaru Sanda Amadu with Paula Foko.
What if your ideas could shape the future of education in Ghana? If you were a brilliant pre-secondary student aged 11 to 15, this is your moment to shine. Welcome to the Literacy Challenge 2026, the national literacy competition that celebrates young thinkers, great writers, and future leaders. This year's challenge is all about artificial intelligence and education. The topic: in not less than 600 words, write a letter to the Minister of Education as a youth consultant discussing the advantages and disadvantages of the use of artificial intelligence (AI) in education. Advise on how Ghana can effectively integrate AI into basic schools to improve teaching and learning, while ensuring that students in rural and underserved communities are not left behind. Remember, your essay must be in your own handwriting, must be endorsed by a parent, guardian or teacher, and include your full contact details. Submit your entry by Thursday, 30th July 2026 at the front desk of Channel One TV or PO Box GP 14123 Accra Central. Stand a chance to win 10,000 Ghana cedis cash, a laptop, and earn the title of Ghana's most outstanding all-round pre-secondary student. For more information, call 0205-973-973. The Literacy Challenge 2026 is powered by City FM with support from Channel One TV. And it's proudly sponsored by Prospectus Ghana Limited, SIC Insurance, and Advocates Publishing.
Yeah, welcome back. This is Face to Face on Channel One Television. I am Umaru Sandamadu here with Paul Afoko. Mr. Paul Afoko, why don't you retire? Why are you returning to be chairman of the MPP?
Today, as you ask this question, I say to myself, after what I'm going through in terms of campaigning, even this morning, I lay in bed and said, why am I doing this? But then the reality of where the party is today is why I'm doing it. Because I'm sure you know, because you're an astute political watcher, and also your viewers and listeners will also see what I am seeing, that before I was suspended, I had organized the party for the elections. Everything had been done, bar the shouting. Everything had been done. Parliamentary candidates, everybody was in place. Those who lost, and there were over 30 sitting MPs who lost their primaries. Some of them were my very close friends. They accepted the results, and they were ready to fight for the party. And then we got our presidential candidate in, and everything was done. All those who contested him accepted the results. And we went on to win. At that time, people said it was unprecedented. We got 169 seats.
Yeah.
And then we go into power. Without me, though.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting on the sidelines watching and thinking, well, this is going to work. We will fight corruption. People like Martin Amidu were brought in, special prosecutor. And that the country's development was going to leapfrog, building on what had preceded. Then we go to the next elections with all the largesse of power at our disposal. And we drop sharply from 169 to 137. And even we had within the party dissent. There were those who just sat back and said, okay, we are not interested. There were those who said, we've been cheated. Even in the organization of parliamentary primaries, to the point where we even lost, we had one member who actually went against the party and went independent.
And came to save you in
To
Parliament.
save our goat in Parliament. Because we and the NDC were 137 each.
Neck and neck.
Neck and neck. We would have, if he had chosen to caucus with the NDC,
You'll be minority in government.
we would have the executive power, but how can we get our bills passed in
They
Parliament?
didn't have a speaker too.
Oh, exactly. And we didn't have the speaker too. And this was the result of, I would say, not managing and organizing things well. Because Formina shouldn't have gone independent if we had followed the dictates, the wishes of the people, the dictates of power and the wishes of the people. He would have stayed on.
He was hounded out of the party.
Absolutely.
Just before elections.
Absolutely. And even we went to the constituency
Told people not to go for
to
him.
campaign against him.
Sacked him from Parliament.
So, yes. So for me, when that happened, I started feeling some misgivings. Then I thought, well, we will weather the storm.
You get better.
By then, my anger at having been suspended had all gone anyway. By then it was gone. And somebody once asked me, how do you know it's gone? I said, because these days when I go on air, I go on TV and I see the faces of the people I thought masterminded what happened. I don't change channels anymore. I'm able to listen to them, not just hear them, listen and try to work out what they are saying and is it good for the party? Is it good for the country? And so the anger was gone. And then the next election, it was a further decline, steep one.
Worse than
88. And then we had this other seat that came up and we've gone down to 87. At that point, I asked myself, are we going to end up like the CPP? Nkrumah goes, but obviously that was a coup d'etat. And then that tradition was banned. But are we going down that route? How do we climb out of this? And as I sat down and I was analyzing it and discussing with friends, we came to the one conclusion that the one thing that can save us now is to unite the party. Factions, even in the one-party state, there are factions. I've mentioned this before, but even in China. But those factions still work within a certain structure. They know they cannot break that structure just because they disagree with each other internally. Back home in the north, they tell us that your teeth and your mouth occupy the same house. And your teeth and your tongue occupy the same house.
They fight.
But once in a while, the teeth will get the tongue and sometimes it will bleed.
Yeah.
You don't take a stone and knock out your teeth.
No.
You don't. And just this sort of thinking, we said, no. Factionalism must go. We have to unite this party. Everybody must come back together.
And therefore, who is a unifier?
I thought I'll do that because I symbolize the worst parts of factionalism. Because I was told, so basically, if I want us to work together, I was told that and I still won and became chairman. And then I was removed. So I think that we should get back together.
So you are the victim that will return to fix the problem.
Yes, I think so, but I cannot do it alone. The party must.
Do you think the party would listen to you this time around? Again, like they did in Tamale?
Is there a choice? Do we have an option as a party?
There are like 4 or 5 choices.
Even if the others, although I believe I have the
better qualities.
The better qualities, well put, to unite the party. Even if any one of the others does, unity is not negotiable.
Do they remember you, the delegates? It's been years.
It's been 11 years since I was thrown out.
Would they remember you?
That's why I've been unrelenting in going around the country.
So you've been actively campaigning?
I've been around the country.
How is the reception of your message like?
It was good. It was good.
So you are using the unifier message?
I did, yes, but I didn't go out there campaigning. I went to reintroduce myself. And the good thing is that because of the model I used, I went talking to